Jokic gets a pick from Porter, throws it to him as he leaked out. Dog, two hands! Pick and roll, Jokic to Porter. Denver leads it by 9. Jokic in the game tonight, 31, 20, and 20. Jumper by Booker won't go. Rebound down to Jokic. Outlet pass Christian. Dunk! Nuggets lead it by 11 points in overtime against Phoenix, and this thing is over!
He's got an empty net. It's Landeskog for the hat trick. Yeah! Throw the chapeau. His second career hat trick on home ice. Landeskog. And it's snowing hats in Ball Arena.
And no more soccer to be played in Austin tonight. That's the final whistle. The Colorado Rapids have picked up their first win of 2025, and they remain undefeated through 3 matches.
Rebound comes to Wiggins. Shot clock is turned off, and that'll be a wrap here in Oklahoma City. Well, this was a 1-point game at halftime, but the Nuggets get absolutely crushed from the free throw line in the second half. Final tonight in OKC, 127 to 103, and there's the horn.
Steve Nelson, you ever taken like some vacation days and maybe you're off for like a week or something like that? And then when you get back in the swing of things where this is, this domain where we live, you feel like you're lost. Like there's so many things that happened that you can't possibly keep up with all the stuff that you want to talk about. This weekend felt like an entire month's worth of news. From the amount of things that were done by the Avs at the deadline, right there up against it, to the games that were played, to the Nuggets having an overtime victory in which Jokic has a 30-20-20 game, which now feels like it was 2 weeks ago. The game last night yesterday morning with Oklahoma City, and then some huge NFL news. It was pretty wild. So I just want to jump right in. And the first thing I'll tell you is this. I am withholding any sort of real judgment of the Nuggets against OKC until after today. I will say that yesterday wasn't great in the way they closed the game out. To be down 3 in OKC after 3 quarters is something that I think we all would take. Oklahoma City is the best team in the league. I mean, they're 53-11. Pretty damn impressive. You give yourself an opportunity to be in it in the fourth quarter. I think we all live with it. But you can't let it go that poorly in the fourth. You know, some of the things and some of the ways that the Nuggets have been successful over the years, they kind of have two details where it's closing out games and playing good defense, and it's just not been enough of that throughout the course of the year, even going back to Friday when the Nuggets took on the Suns, and we said the Suns are not a good team, but they are a talented team, if that makes sense. You didn't close out the game in the fourth, and you had to force it to go in OT. Like, it's very, very cool that Jokic had a 30-20-20 game. It shouldn't have needed that.
Brett, there was a moment in the third quarter, I think. So Nuggets had a pretty good lead at halftime, right? And then I think it was early in the third quarter, they had one of those sequences where they come out, they let Phoenix get a couple buckets, and the lead went from 20 down to 13 or something. Yeah. And Malone instantly called a rage timeout. And I just looked at my friend and said, here we go.
Yeah.
It's good old-fashioned Nuggets blowing a second-point lead and Malone getting mad. Let's go, boys. Death, taxes, and Nuggets getting bored with the lead.
See, here's the thing, and we're going to get into the Avs in a second, but I want to give the Avs, like, a ton of time because we need to break down the trades along with the game that they played over the weekend against Toronto. The difference with the Avs and Nuggets to me is a very simple concept. And I think you guys will understand this. I am so bullish on the Avs. I was before the trades. And afterwards, it's just given me even more ammunition to jump, both feet deep into the pool, all of that. And the reason behind it's very simple. When the Avs won a cup a few years ago, there was a formula. There was something that you could identify as to reasons as which you could see them winning. And you would point to, if we're doing comparing to this team, you'd point to, all right, well, they got the goaltending. The goaltending is as good, if not better, than what it was 3 years ago. The depth throughout their lines. I mean, we're in a situation where, like, Miles Wood is a healthy scratch because you have so much depth. That's incredibly cool and eerily reminiscent of what the team was 3 years ago when they had those third and fourth liners, and you're like, man, I wonder who's going to play tonight, not because of who's good enough. Is there, or wait, strike that. You aren't choosing between bad people to put in the third and fourth line or guys who can't live up to snuff. You're choosing between guys who are really good. Like Miles Wood was a third liner for you last year. Now he can't get on the ice. Those things I point to and I say, you know what? That looks and reminds me of the team from a few years ago that was dominant on their way to a cup. And then I do the comparing and contrasting to this Nuggets team. And the reason why I do all this is because the core group is still the same between both. The core group for the Avs is, outside of Miko, it's McKinnon and Makar. Those are your top two guys, and then it's finding ways to fit in your Lekkonens and Vals and people around them. Nuggets, same concept. The core of that team is Joker, Jamal, MPJ, AG. But what do they have this year that looks or reminds you of the team from a couple years ago? And my answer is not a lot. Because the traits that they had on that team were tough defense and ability to close out games. And they're struggling in that department this year with both of those. They have to win a game by outscoring you. But OKC is a really tough defense. You aren't going to put up 130 points on them. So do you have something else that you can go back to and rely upon? And it just doesn't seem like it. But I'm going to withhold judgment until tonight because it is a back-to-back. We said just get one of the two. So if they do it tonight, then we should be in good shape. But the lack of closeout in that game is something that it's bothersome. You want to see something better.
Brett, why has this been an issue for so many years?
What's that?
The Nuggets getting bored with success and not being able to close games. I mean, my time machine worked. It's 2019 again. This is like, why has this been such a consistent issue for years?
What the difference in this is, they would play with their food. That's been a consistent thing. Second half, you go in halftime with a 12-point lead. You sputter around in the third quarter, and then it's like a 2-point game heading in the fourth. They've done that. But when this team was championship winning caliber, whatever you want to say, when they needed to close the game out, they closed the game out. And that didn't happen, obviously, yesterday. But it didn't happen against Phoenix either. And you could say, well, they closed out in overtime. I'm like, okay, but why did it have to get there? You entered that fourth quarter with Phoenix up 11. And it was well into the fourth that you had all that. Like you had let's see here. 117 to 108 lead with 5.5 left. And you just continued to allow them to creep back into the game. It feels like Christian Brown, Christian Brown makes a game winner and then Durant, of all people, is wide open in the corner to tie it back up. So again, I'll hold off on the judgment here. They got a good stretch of games coming up and a good opportunity to prove that everything I said is wrong. So hopefully they can do that. But it's one of those things like it's got to happen soon. These are your testers. These games that they have against the OKCs and the LAs of the world, like, got to start putting things together. OKC they are just unbelievably good. Their ability to go that deep into their bench and just pull out guys who can make plays. I know the game was out of hand towards the very, very end, but here's a little bit of the concern I have, especially with AG leaving that game. You kind of sold out yesterday. Jamal played 42 minutes. Joker played 41. Porter played 38. You sold out in that game, and you lost by 24. The Thunder went 10 deep. I mean, they had Carson Wallace off the bench, got 17. Wiggins, 18. Joe got 13. Caruso got 17. Jalen Williams got 10. They went all the way through it. And if you care about this kind of thing, I'll tell you what's on the line for tonight, because this is how stupid the MVP discussion is in the NBA, but everything shifts on a game. Like, it's equally as stupid that the odds for Shea were cut in half after Jokic went 30-20-20. You can't swing that wildly based upon a result of one night. I don't know how the NBA continues to fall into this trap and make this mistake over and over again. But what's on the line tonight, to me, is very simple. Like, if you want Jokic to have a shot to win MVP, I think he's going to win tonight. Shea just had a 40-point game in which his team won by 24, head-to-head. And for whatever reason, the head-to-head stuff matters a lot in these discussions. Again, I don't get why, but it just does. So if you care about Joker trying to get another MVP, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of that is going to be on the line tonight. Feels that way. Now, the good news, Nuggets on back-to-backs are a wagon. They're a really, really difficult team to deal with. I don't know how. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's, what did Vic call it? The high-altitude training or whatever his thing was. Like, maybe that was it. And look, there could be something to it because their record is unbelievable. So hopefully that advantage kicks in. In baseball, we were always told when we had doubleheaders, if you win the first game, like doubleheaders are they're split often. And the reason why is because the team who wins game one feels like they can take their foot off the gas in game two. Because you're like, oh, whatever, at least we got the split. And the Nuggets, especially when they lose the front end of that, because they're like 500 on the front end of these back-to-backs, but they're insanely good on the second leg. Maybe they can just make it work. Prove us all wrong again tonight. And I hope so. I think they need to get a win against a team like this in a meaningful spot in the calendar. They're 1-2 against OKC this year, but that one win came 2 weeks into the season when everybody's just trying to get their feet wet a little bit. A win tonight would do a lot for a lot of different things. Forget the MVP discussion and all that. It would do a lot just to say we're capable of this, which there might be some questions around. So we can get back to the Nuggets in a little bit. I want to talk about the Avs. And not just the trades that they made, but their ability just to throw caution to the wind and say, let's go. And then we got our first little taste of what that roster looks like against Toronto, and I love it. We'll get to it next.
McKinnon all the way around for Brock Nelson. He keeps it himself. Down to the circle. Up top for Devon Taves. Over now for Natchez. Swings it for McKinnon. Finally settles it down. Steps around one. McKinnon! He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack! It's a power play goal with 4:15 to go in the third period. And it's career point number 998. 99 points on the season. He has 3 power play goals on this homestand. He goes top cheddar over the glove side of Stillars.
Got the double dipperoo tonight, but let's go through something with the Avs real quick. They made all moves that were available, like all of them. And the look of this team has been completely revamped. But all of it was done with a purpose. And I think you kind of saw it on display in that first game. That's a big one. Like, they got this 6-game homestand, and they've won 5 with Chicago left tonight, who was one of the worst teams in the league. But the amount of things that they did to try and rectify some problems on that roster, it is truly a credit to Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic and everybody in that front office who just decided, I'm not good with being pretty good. I'm not okay with that. I want better. I want to take this to whatever peak we can take it to. And in the time since those trades have moved and all these different changes have happened, the Avs have continued to win, and they have now vaulted themselves 2 points ahead of Minnesota, with possibly catching Dallas right there in front of him. But you talk about trading for Brock Nelson, and this goes all the way back, like, go before those moves. This goes all the way back to flipping your entire goaltending room, to changing that out and fixing that problem with 2 guys who I think you trust when either one is in the game. And then it's finding some different little pieces that you can throw into the mix for depth purposes. And then it's going out and getting Brock Nelson, and it's going out and getting Lindgren and VC. And it's going out and getting Charlie Coyle and exchanging him for Casey Middlestat. You know, the Condor move I loved, but out of all the moves that were made, it's probably the least consequential. And I love EJ as much as anybody in this town. I am totally biased when it comes to EJ. I've met him. I think he's a great guy. Having EJ for depth, I think, is fantastic. Having EJ for vibes is even more fantastic. But the bulk of this team and the work that they did to change out that forward group, where you're talking about healthy scratches for guys who were completely and utterly relied upon just 3 weeks ago, is insane. Again, you have all of these different options available to you. And you're in a pretty great place as a team where you're like, I might need to bench somebody who's pretty good tonight. But that gives you enough of that playoff oomph that if you lose somebody for a series or 2, you can immediately put somebody in that you feel comfortable with and you aren't stuck. And then you go to the actual first game that they played the other day. Val Nichushkin's on the same line as Brock Nelson, and wouldn't you know it, he gets a hat trick. Throws in the empty netter towards the end of the game. Hats flood on the ice like it's great. Allows McKinnon to get another goal. McKinnon now is 1 away from 1,000 for his career, which is also insane to think about. But the depth that you got from your scoring in that Toronto game. Here's the only people without a point. Drury, Parker Kelly, LOC, Sam Girard. Out of everybody that hit the ice against Toronto, those are the only 4 that did not register a point, and it's not even that those guys played poorly. As far as giving up 4 in that game, I think that's a matter of gelling. Like the team just playing with a whole bunch of new guys on the ice, trying to figure out where they're supposed to be, what their responsibilities are. That'll get figured out in a hurry. But the ability to do that and score 7 while trying to figure that out is crazy. To do that against Toronto, pretty damn good hockey team, 38-22-3 this year, yeah. Pretty impressive. And think about that's just the starting point. It's the beginning of what this new look Avs is going to be. But the amount of depth they can just throw at you, wave after wave after wave, there's no breaks. If you're an opposing team, there's no you would pray for a line to hit the ice. You're like, all right, can I just catch my breath here for a second? And the answer is no. Not with us, you can't. There's not a single team in this league that wants to face the Avs in the postseason. Not a single one. But man, was that fun to watch. I mean, you get that group of guys out there. Brock Nelson looks like an immediate fit. Charlie Coyle with a pretty damn great assist. And again, that's a third-line guy now. This is what you dream of. Team close to cup-level contention adds more and more and more and more. Texture says, don't overlook Chicago. They've beaten us twice this year. Yeah, that's true, but I don't see how they win this one. Avs been beat up all year. They're finally healthy, and they've added reinforcements. Like you just called up a couple of mercenaries to a healthy army and said, you guys want to join us? They're like, sure. Toronto didn't even look like they were close skill-wise with you. Like, I'm so excited about the possibilities of what the Avs can do now. Again, you gave up 4, not great. You were down 4-2 at one point, not great. But I think that gets ironed out with just reps. The more time the guys are on the ice, the more they'll start to figure it out. But to be able to close out a game 5 straight, I know there are a couple of empty netters mixed in, but you erase that deficit in a hurry. But there is no question. Somebody wrote this in earlier, and I think it's a decent thought. The difference between the Nuggets and the Avs had the balls to get rid of a top guy to bring in depth. The Nuggets couldn't recognize that they needed to move on from MPJ. I love MPJ, but 3 max contracts doesn't work in today's NBA. Maybe that's all true. Still remains to be seen. I'll tell you what, one of the only guys that was going against OKC was MPJ. I mean, he had 24 points and 15 boards. Jamal was 6-17 from the field. But having the balls to make a move in a big one, like the Miko trade it's crazy. That was probably your third best player. Not probably, it was your third best player on the roster of a team that won a cup, and he was a very key part of that. You're willing to say goodbye in the middle of trying to get another cup. And the second that you made that decision to move on from him, you get a couple of pieces back, and everything starts to just kind of drop and fall in place. Like, here's the key. You make a move like that, you need to get something in return that fits and works. Netchis works. And he fits. Drury works, and he fits. And then you're able to try and iron out the other spots on the ice. But it's not just having the balls to do something like that. You have to make sure you get something in return. And with the Nuggets, I don't know what the return would be for MPJ. I don't know if it would be something like, this is what I said all along. If you want to trade MPJ, you can, but you better make damn sure you're at least as good as you were before. And I don't know how many people, if you were to talk to them around the league and gauge interest on what the return would be, because the money's got to work. There's so many complicating factors to it. I don't know if you could guarantee it. And that's part of the issue. You know, for the NBA to switch up their CBA in the middle of teams like making moves and trying to plan for the future is tough too. But the good thing with the Avs is they did not leave a room for a what if. There is no more what ifs. How much more could they have done? I mean, that was by far the most active at the deadline that I think any team that I've covered has ever been. But all of it with a purpose. And the purpose is we're trying to win right now. And EJ was just, the cherry on top of what that was. Here was EJ, by the way, at his press conference after the trade.
I know I'm a little bit older, but still feel like I offer some value on and off the ice. And didn't play a ton this year in Philly. Loved my role, accepted it, enjoyed it every day. And I'm willing to do anything here in the same role or play 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever you need from me, I'm going to do it. And if you want me to shovel snow between whistles, I'll do that too. Like whatever you need, I'm here for the Avs. And, at the end of the day, it's not what's best for you, it's what's best for the team. And that's just my attitude. Whatever's best for the Avs, I'm going to do.
That's how EJ's always been. Again, I don't know what kind of role he's going to have on this team. I don't know how much he's going to play, if he's going to be somebody that you rely upon every single night, if it's going to be sort of a platoon sort of role. I don't know what it's going to be. But I know that having a veteran who understands this team is great in the locker room, great for team chemistry. It's only going to help. And to do that while giving away virtually nothing, even better. We have breaking news this morning. Rarely happens at 6:30 a.m., but I got it. You got a sounder for me, Nelly? Let the people know. The Broncos have made a move. According to Adam Schefter, the contract for DJ Jones and a contract extension for the Broncos is a 3-year, $39 million deal with $26 million fully guaranteed. So I thought the biggest sort of name out there for the Broncos this offseason as far as guys that you would re-sign or let go, it felt like the only guy that you had real concerns if they left in free agency was going to be DJ Jones. Because you'd have to find somebody else to take on that role. And DJ, I thought, was great and has been great since he was signed here. Giving him an extension, totally cool with that. It was 3 years, 39 million? $13 million a year sounds like a fair contract for somebody who brings what he does in the middle. Again, run stuffer, push the pocket a little bit on pass rushing situations. I love bringing DJ Jones back. That wasn't the only thing that the Broncos did over the weekend, by the way. And this is what I'm saying. Like, caught up in all the middle of the Avs trades and Nuggets stuff and Avs games and DK Metcalf getting traded to Pittsburgh and all these different details was the Broncos bringing back Jarrett Stidham. So he is going to stay here, be the backup that probably, it almost guarantees that Zach Wilson is going somewhere else. I did think for a second, Jarrett Stidham, did he accept the role of backup quarterback right now, or did he want to take one more kick at a place that maybe doesn't have a QB? Because he thought he was going to be the starter heading into camp last year. Obviously, Bo Nix took hold of that job, never let it go, and he's never going to let it go again outside of injury. So it sounds like, or looks like, Jared Stidham has accepted his role and what that's going to be in the NFL. I don't think Zach Wilson has. Zach's going to go look for some opportunity to be a starter somewhere. But Stidham coming back, DJ Jones, again, contract extension for him just announced by Schefter was 3 years, $39 million, with 26 fully guaranteed, keeping the what I would consider best part of your team last year by far, that defensive line group with the edge rushers and interior defensive linemen, keeping that together. It's, to me, the biggest detail why you made the postseason. You got more pressures than anybody else in the league. You had more sacks than anybody else in the league, and you did that through a full rotating cast of Benitos and John Franklin Myers and Zach Allens and DJ Joneses and Jonathan Coopers. Like, you were just able to cycle those guys through and keep them fresh all year. So, Broncos continue to keep that defensive line together. A lot more NFL news I want to get to from over the weekend. Two of the people that I had tabbed as I would love to see the Broncos get are now off the table, which now shifts discussions on where you go from here. Get to all that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Welcome back to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm your friendly neighborhood producer, Steve Nelson, a.k.a. Nelly. Brett is, let's just say that morning coffee works in mysterious ways, but the show must go on. So while we make some time for Kaner to get back and get you those Broncos takes that he wanted to get you, I'm just going to play Michael Malone's post-game press conference from yesterday, because obviously Nuggets played great against the OKC Thunder for 3 quarters. Fourth quarter, everything just eroded. Malone never pulls any punches in his post-game pressers. So here is what he had to say after that rough loss against OKC.
Yeah, I think it was a 4-point game, down 4 when I took Nicola out at the 9-minute mark. And then obviously things went downhill in a hurry from there. Obviously had a hard time scoring. They outscored us, I think, 32-12 to close, so we couldn't score. And Shea and Jalen Williams just kind of took over and were able to score at a very, very efficient level. I think they shot 73% in the fourth quarter. So thought for 3 quarters and a little bit of the fourth quarter we were in a great spot, and the game just got away from us after that. The details matter, and the little things matter when you're playing against a team like that. And they grab 10 50-50 balls to our 3. You know what I mean? That can't be the case. They can't outwork us for those 50-50 balls. They had 16 second chance points on 10 offensive rebounds, a couple of big ones in the fourth quarter. And the last thing is, for the most part, all game, we took care of the ball. Only 8 turnovers in this building is outstanding. But in that fourth quarter, they capitalized on every mistake that we made. You know, so to beat the number 1 team in the West, you can't play for 3 quarters. It's going to take a 48-minute effort, and we'll watch the film and try to be better tomorrow night.
How about that? That is Michael Malone in the post game. Thank you, Nelly. Appreciate all that help.
Lattes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I'm
something like
it.
that. Something like that. Anyway, to the NFL. I am actually upset about this. The 2 guys that I had pegged as people I would love to have on this roster, I mean, obviously DK Metcalf, most teams would like that. Didn't happen. He gets traded to Pittsburgh. Not only did he get traded to Pittsburgh, he signed a 5-year, $150 million deal there. So he is going to be in Pittsburgh for a while. The big one, though, that I thought was not a lot of money, would totally fit for a drastic need that the team had. I would have loved Aaron Jones. Now, I didn't have him on the board because I didn't think that he was going to be leaving Minnesota anyway. And turns out that initial instinct that I had was correct, because he's going back to the Vikings on a 2-year, $20 million deal with $13 million guaranteed. He was somebody that he's kind of a do-it-all guy. Runs the ball well, catches it out of the backfield. I don't know why Minnesota would even begin to allow him to sniff around, but there was a report last week that the Broncos were interested, and they should have been. But now that he's off the table, you're kind of back to the drawing board. And where are you going to find someone that's going to step in and fill a very drastically needed role? This is a deep running back draft. So maybe you can find a guy or 2 in the draft that can fit that billing. Problem is, I just don't like unknowns. And all of those are unknowns there. Ashton Genty just feels like a sure thing that he's at least going to be productive, which I think makes him a little bit different and puts him in a different category. But this is an interesting place to be, because the Broncos are in a position as a football team where they should be spending and improving, but they have a free agency class that is not good. So then it's about, do you go out and try and trade for somebody? Can you find different ways to improve than just going to the free agent market? Because what they've said, at least with a couple of guys, is this. DJ Jones is one of the reasons why we were successful last year, and that money is 3 years, $39 million. That's worth it. You're going to pay guys like Nick Bonito. You're going to pay guys like Zach Allen. But as far as where you need to improve is going to be the struggle this offseason, just because there isn't like some sort of slam dunk obvious option. By the way, some of the moves that were made over the last couple days. So the Bills extended Josh Allen to a 6-year, $330 million contract.
Josh Allen?
330. What is that, quick math, 55 a year? Did I do math correctly in the morning? I think I did. $55 million a year for him. DK gets a 5-year, $150 million deal. That's 30 per. Myles Garrett, after all the threats to leave Cleveland, they said, well, what about $40 million a year? He goes, okay, Cleveland's fine now. I'll stay. Devontae Adams, who was another guy that was out there that we thought, hey, maybe you try and throw something at him. Well, he's heading to the Rams on a 2-year, $46 million deal. A lot of things took place over the weekend in the NFL, and this is all leading up to a couple of days that we're going to have free agency open up. And usually it's crazy, but I think there's only a few names out there right now that you would think are going to garner a whole lot of interest. Like, it's not a ton. T. Higgins was a big one, but he got franchise tagged. Now you're looking at, like, I got this free agency tracker on CBS Sports. Sam Darnold is the number one player in free agency. I guess depending on what you think of Sam Darnold. But you can find ways to improve. I just don't see them in spots that you need. I'm under the impression they need some sort of veteran wide receiver added to this group. And maybe that's where a Chris Godwin or somebody like that can factor in. But as far as running backs and tight ends and guys that you want to control the game that way with, not a whole lot out there. But anyway, with the weekend that was, I am so pumped for the Avs and what they put on display against Toronto and the moves that they made. I am very curious about tonight with the Nuggets and OKC. You know, you play 3 really good quarters, and then you just couldn't buy a bucket in the fourth. And when the Nuggets can't buy a bucket, their defense kind of goes by the wayside too, and you get just torched in the fourth quarter of what was a really good game that turned into a snooze fest. Now the numbers, Nuggets on back-to-backs, really good. Can you bottle that, take that into tonight, and make it happen again? The issue with the Nuggets, and we'll get more into this with Motion Vic in just a second. To me, anyway, the issue is the things that they did really well a couple years ago when they won a championship. It took a step back last year, and I think a bigger step back this year, which was closing out games and playing tough defense. I mean, you know who's going to score, and this is the thing when you're playing a guy like Shea. Shea's going to score, but can you limit that to, can it not be 40? Can you push that closer to upper 20s to 30? If you do that, they're a different type of team. They rely on him getting that sort of point production every single night. There's other guys who can contribute, but he's sort of the engine that makes it go. That's what happened with Joker. Joker got held down a little bit in that fourth quarter. He started chucking up some threes, and then when you get in that mode, it's just desperation. But can you find a way tonight to maybe bounce back, not get so caught up in playing the same kind of style that OKC has? Can you dictate that on your own terms? Like, all of that, I think, is going to be important. A texter says, was that the first time this year that Joker started the fourth quarter? I noticed the same thing, and I think it was. And that's one of the concerns I have for tonight, is that if you're going to sell out in that game, knowing you have a back-to-back, do you got enough in the tank? Because you're already at a deficit of bodies that you trust to hit the floor. OKC ran 10 deep. You went, I'm not going to include Aaron Gordon because he played 7 minutes. You went 7. And most of those guys played like mid-30s to into the 40s types of minutes. Joker had 41. Murray had 42. You sold out to try and win that game yesterday. Do you got enough for this game tonight? But it's a double dipperoo. Nuggets going to be 6 o'clock.
Double dipperoo.
Kreckman and Lindahl going to be off at 5:30 for pregame, so that game's going to be on 92.5. The Avs and Blackhawks going to be on AM 950. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe to the channel, and don't miss anything that Denver's #1 sports station has to offer, including all shows live from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. But a lot more to get to. What a crazy weekend. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Jokic gets a pick from Porter, throws it to him as he leaked out. Dog, 2 hands! Pick and roll, Jokic to Porter. Denver leads it by 9. Jokic in the game tonight, 31, 20, and 20. Jumper by Booker won't go. Rebound down to Jokic. Outlet pass Christian. Dunk! Nuggets lead it by 11 points in overtime against Phoenix, and this thing is over!
He's got an empty net. It's Valnichushkin for the hat trick. Yeah! Throw the chapeau. His second career hat trick on home ice. Valnichushkin. And it's snowing hats in Ball Arena.
And no more soccer to be played in Austin tonight. That's the final whistle. The Colorado Rapids have picked up their first win of 2025, and they remain undefeated through 3 matches.
Rebound comes to Wiggins. Shot clock is turned off, and that'll be a wrap here in Oklahoma City. Well, this was a 1-point game at halftime, but the Nuggets get absolutely crushed from the free throw line in the second half. Final tonight in OKC, 127 to 103, and there's the horn.
All right, you know when you miss a few days from doing the show, as Vic just did, because Vic was on assignment. We'll get to that in a bit. You have this feeling, Vic, when you come back, you're like, gosh, I feel like I've missed a lot. There's a ton of things.
Nothing changes.
I mean, literally, the show starts and Moser walks out the door. I don't understand any of this. Anyway.
Nothing changes.
So, Vic, you have this been off the show for a few days thing, and then it's like, gosh, just trying to get caught up with all the things that I missed.
And away from my phone. I haven't even seen anything.
I feel like I have missed a week's worth of shows by just this weekend. We got off the air. The amount of trades that were made, the amount of big games that were played by both the Avs and the Nuggets, to be put in this spot, it's pretty crazy. Not to mention the NFL went wild before the free agency period starts in a couple days.
Free agency hasn't even begun yet. It's the tampering period, and already teams retaining their own players and players moving to other teams during tampering.
Right.
I don't understand the rules anymore of the NFL.
Me neither.
Like, how does Metcalf move during tampering? Is he traded? It
was trade, yeah.
But how does this all work? All I know is that it was very active over the weekend.
Sure.
So many deals. The Broncos made a ton of deals with their own free agents.
Yep.
We'll get you updated on all those and many more deals to come this week in the NFL. This is a good week to have Adam Schefter on your team, on your roster. We will talk to Adam at 8 a.m. because I guarantee his phones, plural, are buzzing this morning.
Yep. Moj, the Avs have...
Okay.
Nothing changes.
I guess we're back at it. All right, sounds good.
The amount of deals the Avs made to fortify this roster for a cup run is pretty crazy. And to see that in just its infancy stage against Toronto over the weekend, I think the 4 goals that you've allowed will get figured out through chemistry and stuff like that, guys being on the ice together. But the fact that you put up 7 on Toronto, wild. Valnichushkin playing next to Brock Nelson and immediately getting a hat trick, wild. Charlie Coyle being a third-line center, wild. Miles Wood, one of these guys that, like, a guy that was your third-line relied-upon dude, might be a healthy scratch for at least the near future, also crazy. This is as deep as the Avs have been since they won the Cup, no
Eric
doubt.
Johnson back.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go through a time capsule of time vacuum and you reintroduce yourself to the Avalanche over those 3 days, I don't even know this team. But what I saw the other night, Moshe, that second line, I'm not joking when I say this, I thought the second line was better than the first line.
Could have been.
When's the last time you could say that about an Avalanche team?
I can't get over your hat.
What about it?
You know what his hat is? Look at his hat. It's a beverage cart.
Yeah.
That's a cool hat.
Thank you.
Your hat's a Bev card.
Yeah.
Just a Bev cart.
Mm-hmm.
Just says ice cold beer. That's all it says.
Yeah.
Cool hat.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I guess now I'm over it. Not really, but I'll try to be. I had so much fun on Saturday afternoon and evening.
How could you not?
I had so much fun.
That team's a wagon, bro.
Dude, wagon.
Dude, do you understand
say
the
it
depth?
correctly, please. Don't just say wagon.
That team is a wagon.
No, the mother trucker's a wagon.
Dude, the depth the Avs now possess.
Hey, it's a wagon.
No,
they
it's a
have
wagon.
gone. They have gone from, I just don't know, to, yeah, they're going to win the cup. Or they're a cup contender.
Yeah.
Listen, they're in the mix because Dallas got better, obviously.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody got
crap.
as better as the Avs.
Well, I think you're probably right. Winnipeg is still very good. I'm not as concerned about the guys in the Pacific, for crying out loud. I'm not super worried about the Oil. I'm not super worried about the Vegas Golden Knights. I'm not super. I mean, listen, they're very good teams. Don't get me wrong. But boy, do I love what the Avs did.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what I said on Friday. This is before everything else went down. Charlie Coyle and so on. Do you want to win now or do you not want to win now? I think the answer for the Avalanche is we're trying to win it now.
They're
And
doing exactly
It's
what,
very, very exciting.
They're doing exactly what we called for and exactly what both teams call for. When you have the best players in the world in their prime, when is the better time to go for it?
Exactly. The top six got better. The bottom six got better. With Lindgren, the blue line got better. You got stronger, bigger, better up the middle. You already took care of your goaltending.
Yep.
I mean, you addressed what you needed to address. And this now, again, like Chris McFarland said, now, guys, go play the game, right? Now it's up to Jared Bednard and company to get this thing put together, and let's go.
Dude, Chris McFarland was just like, you have cards in your hand, and you just keep bringing it. Like, every day, something else. Like, okay, another one. Again? Wait, you're not done yet? You got more behind there? It's unbelievable. He never really shows his hand, but he's got all aces.
It reminded me, you guys, have you seen that SNL sketch back in the day with Will Ferrell? And his wife's on the phone. He's like, are you trying to get off the phone? She goes, yeah. You want me to help? She goes, yeah. He goes, are you on the phone again, B? Like, that was Chris McFarland for like 4 straight days.
I'm sure. You know, he was in what felt like a smiling mood when he had his news conference on Friday.
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably a relief that the deadline is over. We had to wait for him to complete the trade calls. Did you see that clip of the trade call?
I did, yeah.
Sending Casey Middlestat to Boston and Charlie Coyle back. I thought that was pretty cool.
Is there any other stipulations of this trade? Yeah, the Avs win the cup.
Yeah, it was funny. Beat whoever comes out of the East. It was just a big day for this team. Now, again, knock on your wood, boys. Vic, I ain't hearing no knocking over there.
Oh, I knocked.
Okay. Now they have to go on out and play. Things have to go right. Even when you win a Stanley Cup championship, guys, I've told you this many times, things have to go really right.
Yep.
But you have the ensemble to make it go right.
Correct. You have the pieces now to make it go correctly. That is right.
I don't know if there's a single thing about the Avs that I would say I could identify right now as a big enough weakness to make me feel like they can't win it all. Does that make sense? Like, everything about them seems to be at least at a decent level, if not really damn good. And we were talking about this last week when John Michael Lyles was in studio, Moj. They have things that remind me of the team that won the cup, which is, I think their goaltending now is as good, if not better, than what it was 3 years ago. But they had a bunch of guys who would just kick your ass on the third and fourth lines, and you have that now. The ability that even if you take an injury or two, which is going to happen in the postseason, it doesn't feel like you're scrambling to find somebody to throw into the mix. You have people that are capable.
You just need to go, 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 go. If you're those guys, just go. Go, go, go.
God, how energized are you right now as an Avalanche fan?
You should be.
How exciting was that building the other night? You're playing a team that, listen, Toronto is no walk in the park. They got talent, and they take a 2-goal lead. And you know what's weird about it, Brett? Tell me if you had the same feeling. Toronto's up 2, and I'm sitting there watching this game, and I'm like,
yep,
all right, I'm not worried.
Well, it's 2 more than halfway through the second period.
But I'm not worried.
I didn't really feel worried at all either. Kevin Ronta scores, and I'm like, they're right here. They're all good. It's all good. Listen, when you look at the Toronto goals as well, I mean, they were great plays. That last Tavares goal on the power play from Austin Matthews, did you see Matthews at the sort of the side of the crease, dust it off, and then send it through the legs to Tavares cutting down the slot? These guys are thinking out of the same brain. I mean, they have a lot of talent up front for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They have a lot of top-end talent. Mitch Marner's top-end talent. And so you give them this much, and they're going to score it, and that's exactly what they did.
I thought the Charlie
The
Coyle
Avs
pass
have it. The Avs now have it. Boom. The Coyle pass was awesome.
from behind the cage.
Yep.
Understanding where your teammates are. You know, it's funny, hockey, you could play for different teams, but once you come together, it's a universal language. Everybody gets it. Everybody understands the game. Now, they're going to gel even more. I think defensively, they'll get better.
I think you're right about that. The Nathan McKinnon goal. Earlier on the power play, he got smoked behind the net, pinned pretty hard, knocked down to his backside. Gets back up. And he got mad. And he got the puck on the near side, and he looked off. I forget who it was. Looked him off. Might have been Lawton. Looked him off, and then cut through the circle, and boom! Power play goal to go ahead. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
When he gets angry and plays with that kind of anger, that's exactly what you see, and that was a great play.
You know what's amazing? When I always take note of this, and I'm always just amazed. So Val scores that Hattie on the empty netter late. I can't believe how many people are so quick to throw their hats. I'm still trying to figure out who scored. And before I even see who scored, hats are on the ice. Like, the fans in attendance are so much more aware. They're so aware of what's going on. Would you give up that hat for a Hattie? I still,
I've said it forever.
I'm not giving up my hat.
I'm not throwing $40 on the ice.
I'm not giving
okay?
up my hat.
I'm just not doing it.
I'm not giving up my hat.
That hat had to be free. You did not buy that hat.
Doesn't matter.
It was $20.
For those of you who gave up your hats, good on you. You're good human beings. And I saw some nice hats on the ice.
It's a Bev cart.
You saw nice hats. I ain't giving up my cap. And you and I are in agreement. Moj, are you giving up your cap?
It depends. Probably.
See, you're probably not. The fact that you said depends, you're
you
not.
hesitated, so
Nelly,
that's no.
You're wearing a mammoth cap. Are you giving up your hat for a Hattie?
I could probably part ways with this one.
Yeah,
I think Val
Nelly-
deserves it.
Nelly-
It's a hat-to-hat basis.
Yeah, it's true. Nelly he seems like a hat thrower.
Well, as you well know, my lovely wife requested that I pare down my hat collection. So I brought, 30 hats in here? How many hats did I bring in here?
Well, a lot of them ended up in the trash bin.
I understood, but I'm telling you, I brought 30 in here. Any one of those, I would have parted with.
Well, geez.
No, I've got some lucky hats.
So charitable of you.
No.
So you would have parted with the hats that you never would have worn.
What when you?
Someone says, Vic, just show up with 2 hats at the game. I ain't carrying around another hat.
Totally unfeasible.
You carry 2 purses?
All right. Okay. All right. Chill out.
I'm chill.
Well, I know we're going to get to the Nuggets today, too, but while we're on the Avs real quick, and I've got some serious thoughts on what happened yesterday. I'm just pumped, man, and I think I have.
You should be.
I know, but I want to chill out a little bit. I want to, I don't want to.
There's no reason you should chill.
I don't want to get ahead of my skis.
I'm not
here.
chill at all.
I'm not chill. Moj, I'm going to play that role you always play with me when I get excited about something. No, you chill. You should be excited about the Avs. Their front office did exactly what was asked.
Yeah,
they took a team that was just stale. And it started with the Miko trade, where everybody went crazy. Mm-hmm. Miko's traded, and everybody's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let me ask you, all those people who asked, what are you doing after the Miko trade? What are you doing now?
Yeah.
What is your reaction now? What do you think about the front office now? About McFarland's deals now? I'm just curious.
We may look back. We may not. We may look back and say, you know what? That was the best thing to happen to them.
Sure.
because you're saving $6 million on the cap too. I mean, you got a lot of things going for you. A lot going for you right this second. Now, some work to do in the offseason for sure. But right now, you've got a lot going for you. And that friggin' guy. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked at how quickly Miko became an enemy. To not just one, but two different franchises. Like, in the span of a few weeks.
I don't think he's an enemy. I think he's a prop in this whole thing.
You ask Avs
dude,
fans.
you are in charge of your own. You're in charge of your own destiny, Vic.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call him an enemy. I mean, are you really going to call a guy who helped you win a cup an enemy? That's ridiculous. If you're one of those people, you're a joke.
Not so fast, my friend.
You're a joke.
No, not so fast, my friend.
He helped you win a cup.
Mose yelled at me all last week because I was saying one thing about Miko. I said I felt bad for him in this instance. He did not want to leave here. I think that's pretty clear. He didn't want to go anywhere. But he drastically overestimated his standing.
100%.
Not just with his contract, but within the team.
He could be wrong. He could be greedy. He could be selfish. He could be a lot of those things. But hated?
Well,
for what?
He's hated now because McFarland traded him to Carolina to get him out of the way of anybody in the West.
Is the team better or not?
They are.
Is the team better today or not? Yes. Or no? So what are you worried about? What are you fretting about?
It's fun to have enemies, people you hate.
Yeah, you guys, man, you spend too much time hating on people.
But you know what your problem is? You're too lovey-dovey. You're too kissy-feast.
Well, it's because Vic had like the greatest vacation of his life. That's why. So Vic's all like sunshine and rainbows because he didn't have to live through what we were living through last week because he was having too much fun. And we'll get to that in a second, I think.
I mean, Stalin could walk.
Are you allowed to tell us that you went to Area 51 yet, or what?
I could tell you.
Okay, so Vic will tell you where his assignment was.
You mean you didn't tell anybody where it was?
No, we didn't say a word.
We didn't say a thing. You told us not to.
Oh.
I didn't say a word.
But Vic went to Area 51. He saw real aliens in person.
Hey,
it's probably easier to get to Area 51 than where you went.
This was better than Area 51.
So we'll get to that along with the Nuggets and their loss yesterday and what they need to do today to change that in a second. Stick around. Okay, Vic. So,
First of all, people are saying, Vic, I thought you said sports hate is good. I love sports hate, but you have to channel your hate to the right people and for the right reasons. I'm not going to hate on a guy who helped me win a cup.
Yeah, but he's a Dallas Star.
I'm not rooting for him. Hell, if the Avs play the Stars, listen, he's dead to me. I get it. But I'm talking about the act of hating him for no reason right now. He left. He's done. Your team is better now. You got the better end of the bargain.
Yeah.
Chew on that more than the hate. You can hate him if they play the Stars. I get it. But just unadulterated hate for no reason? Just because he left?
I'm kind of in between. I get why people don't like him, and I also think that Moser, by the way, is going full Arenado with this.
Do you think? Let me ask you this, Moser. Do you think teammates hate him?
No, probably not.
All right, then end the story. The end.
We'll get back to the Avs in a second, but I want to make a comparison on something. So the Nuggets beat the Suns Friday. They lose yesterday. They were down 3 heading into the fourth. We were just talking about the Avs in this sense. To me, it feels like there's a lot of the same sort of attributes that they had when they won the Cup that I see on this team now, which is a lot of depth, good goaltending, obviously your top-end talented guys like McKinnon and Makar. And I go, what about the Nuggets? And the Nuggets, when they won, had a stout defense and the ability to close games. And I'm not seeing either one of those. And that's what worries me. They beat Phoenix, and everybody's going crazy. And look, a 30-20-20 game is wild. It should have never come to that.
They should have won that game by double digits, and it should have never been close.
And they didn't close.
I said the same thing at halftime. I said they were up 12 at halftime, I believe, and I said this game should have been over at the half.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing some tendencies out of the Nuggets that are not very favorable. Yesterday in the first quarter, I thought they were phenomenal. I thought, they blitzed OKC from the start. I'm sitting there going, God, they look more physical. They're making OKC look small. They're just physically manhandling these guys. They jump out to that 11-point lead, and I'm like, wow, look at these dudes. And then what happens? AG gets hurt. AG doesn't return. And I'm going to tell you right now, and here's the truth. If AG's not in the lineup, you got no chance this year.
Yeah.
I'm worried
he's been out of the lineup quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been out quite a bit. I'm really worried, Vic. Really worried.
Well, you should be worried. You should be worried because he's had ample opportunity to fix it.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he had more than a month off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it was another injury, then another injury. At this point, with the calf issue, because it tightened up again, do you guys agree with me? Shut him down until the playoffs.
Might as well.
Might as well. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he goes down in game 1 or 2 of the playoffs, you're done. You're done. That's not like being a jerk about it. That's reality. You don't have much margin for error on this team. You don't have the benefit of depth on this team. You don't have it. So if you lose AG for whatever reason in a playoff run, you're done.
What really sucks, too, is I think this was the first time all year. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vic, if you know off the top of your head. Was this the first time that Jokic started a fourth quarter?
They changed his substitution pattern. No, he started one other one. Remember that game in which he had 3 fouls early and had to sit? And so it changed his rotation a little bit. Yeah, they did alter his minutes in this game.
They did that. To me, it felt like to try and sell out and win that game. And that's a concern I have. I know how good they are in back-to-backs, but he played over 40 minutes last night. Jamal played over 40 minutes. Felt like he kind of sold out to win that game yesterday, and then the fourth quarter was the biggest disaster of any time period in that game.
As soon as he left the game, it was over. They just didn't have the one thing OKC has is immense depth.
Yeah.
They have player after player. They come at you in waves. They force turnovers. They got hand on the ball. They win the 50-50 balls. They get second chance points. That's what they do. They're just a tidal wave. And they've got now the next James Harden, the greatest flopper in the NBA, who is a foul merchant. That's what he is. He's a great player. I'm never going to take away from his ability. He's a tremendous player. He's going to win the MVP, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
He's going to win the MVP, and I speak of SGA. He's not the best player in the world. That's Nikola Jokic, but he's going to win the MVP, and he also goes after the whistle. That's his game. That's his game.
I can't stand that. It is such an annoying watch.
I'm not just saying this because I'm a bitter Nuggets fan, but watch his game.
He had the jumper. He jumped 2 feet to his right side to intentionally. I think it was Jamal, wasn't it?
How about when he fell, when he went after that loose ball with Joker and he just falls and they give him the whistle? The guy is a foul merchant. He is James Harden reincarnate. That's what he is.
I hate it. Now,
am I wrong?
No.
You're not wrong.
I want to make sure I'm not wrong, because if there's an OKC fan listening.
You're correct, but let me give you my takeaway from that game yesterday. I came away dejected, not even disappointed, but dejected, because I think I realized I don't think the Nuggets can beat those guys.
I think they can. I think they can. If they're full throttle.
They're really, really good.
See, I disagree with you.
They're really good.
If AG's healthy, and we saw it in the first quarter, if you have your players, I think the Nuggets can move them around a little bit.
Maybe. But like you said, they just have wave after wave of guys.
Mm-hmm.
And SGA is always going to get to the damn foul line. Now, I'm watching the game, and he's going to win the MVP, and they're talking him up and so on. Oh, he finally got to 40. I'm like, yeah, on 32 shots. I mean, for God's sake, 32 shots to get to 40.
Is it me, or was Stephen A. Smith the most annoying person in the world?
You know what? I almost tweeted something out.
So did I.
But I didn't. I said, you know what? I'm just going to let it go. Whatever. But boy, does he have a lot of energy.
Well, you got $100 million contract.
Yeah,
you'd have a lot of energy too.
Hold on. Boy, does he have a lot of energy.
Get one of those.
To
get one of those.
Prop up SGA. He's got a lot of energy to prop up SGA.
SGA is going to win the MVP.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a whole lot of. I mean, did you hear his energy in regards to that?
I know.
But he didn't have a whole lot of energy to stand up to LeBron James like a little bee.
All right, listen, Nuggets fans.
And you know what? Hang on a second. I almost said maybe Nikola Jokic needs to go up to Stephen A. Smith and say, keep my son's name out of your mouth. Maybe then Joker would get just a little bit more respect. I mean, watching that guy kowtow on Friday I lost. He lost all credit. Either you're that guy or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And boy,
what'd you want him to do? Mo, fight LeBron on the court?
Well, but what I'm saying, but did you see his mea culpa the next day?
Well, yeah, he's going to turn a television segment out of it. Of course,
it's just he.
I mean, that was the best thing. Let me tell you how Stephen A. thinks.
The point is, Vic, he was correct. Stephen A. was correct with what he said.
Let me tell you how Stephen A. thinks.
He was correct.
But let me tell you how he thinks. That LeBron approaching him at a game, he's in his brain. He's like ratings. That's all he's thinking about.
Yep.
That's all he's thinking about, dude. Of course he was going to bring it up. Of course he was going to broach the subject. That is an instant ratings winner for him. He loves that stuff. He lives for that stuff. As for his endless push for SGA as MVP, what's sad about it is that Nuggets fans, I need you to calm down on this, all right? Stop obsessing over the MVP award. Stop it. I see many of you battle these people back and forth, and I've done it myself. I'm just as guilty, okay? I raise my hand. I'm just as guilty. We know who the best player in the world is. We already know this. Everybody in the NBA knows who the best player in the world is. The best player in the world who's having his best season of his career is not going to win the MVP this year. It's going to go to a guy who's new on the scene in that award, whose team is much better. That's it. You're going to have to just come to terms with that. That's what's going to happen.
I'm just telling you, everything you said, I agree with. There's just one other aspect to this that makes it really easy to me. Joker's not just having the best year of his career. He's having one of the best seasons that anybody's ever had.
Of course.
Okay. Isn't he top 3 in points, rebounds, and assists, which nobody's ever done?
He is top 10 in 5 categories. If you add 3-point percentage and steals to that list, no person in the history of the league has ever finished top 20 in those. He's going to finish top 10.
So there was something to, I think, the clip that you're referencing with his energy in defending Shea. Is it Bob Myers? Is that the former Golden State guy that was on?
What's with his hair?
I don't know. Very wild.
I need that fixed.
He's got something going on with that lettuce.
But he said something that is the entire point to the Jokic stuff.
Now.
At the very end of that, he goes, does a lot of this have to do with Jokic winning MVPs already? And that's the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Had Jokic had no MVPs right now, he's winning this award.
I'll take it a step further. If that's LeBron James putting those numbers up, are we having this discussion?
Now, no. He would win. But LeBron's had it where he was the best player.
Yeah, but those numbers.
No, I get. Yeah.
I'm done arguing about the MVP. We're focusing on ridiculous things now. We're obsessing over this. I'm more worried about the team. The year in which Nikola had the MVP stolen from him, the Nuggets won a championship. Which would you rather have?
Championship.
Okay, let's focus on the team.
Absolutely, but
let's focus on the team.
But I feel because of where you are, cap wise, salary wise, so I feel like you're just stuck. And I do want to focus on the team, and I want to focus on...
Well, you're stuck now, but not this summer you won't be.
I know you're not stuck this summer, but right now you're stuck. So I guess the question is, how do you deal with what you've got right now to try and win it? This Aaron Gordon thing is very concerning to me. Michael Porter Jr. did not have really that bad of a game yesterday.
24 and 15.
Yeah, he also finished a minus 33.
There's also a lot of instances, and it's not just Michael.
Every time he was on the floor, they were scoring on him, and they were scoring on everybody.
You know what?
The entire starting unit, outside of AG, who only played 7 minutes, got scored on repeatedly.
You know what I noticed about the Nuggets, and I noticed it especially in this game? There are a couple of players on the team who, they're not 100 all the time. Sometimes they're 100, and then they go to 30.
Yeah.
Then they go to 90, and then they're at 20. And if you're going to beat a team like OKC, all of those dudes are at 100 all day long.
Yep.
You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
They're at 100. They're going full tilt. There are too many Nuggets players on this roster, starters on this roster, who they're passive. There's moments of passiveness, and it costs you.
The Nuggets used to be that way, too, where they were pretty much going at 100 the entire time. And I don't know if it's just over the years they've won so much and they've got a championship and maybe they don't feel like they have to. Like, I don't know why that is, but you see it all the time. With OKC, you're right. Every single guy is going 1,000% every second he's on the floor.
Can you explain to me also, and again, maybe circumstances were different. Why didn't Peyton Watson play in the second half of this game?
I don't know.
Why don't you stick him on SGA? Because nobody could stop him. The Nuggets don't have a single player who can guard SGA currently.
Nope.
But the guy who I thought had the best play on SGA at home when they beat OKC, he blocked his shot at the end of the game, was Peyton Watson.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I would start him tonight. I would start Peyton Watson tonight and say, assignment, SGA.
Yeah.
And if you get 6 fouls in 2 minutes, so be it.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Start him. Start him.
Yeah, that's really weird that they just went away from Peyton. I thought he was hurt or something like that. Like, I thought he was with AG. I guess, I don't know. I don't know what the thought process behind that was. But you get, again, I'm going to harp on this because I think it's the biggest detail that's keeping them from being what I feel to be as a contender. They were so damn good at closing out games a couple years ago, and they aren't anymore. They aren't.
I want you to watch.
I know that I think they're undefeated, like 5-0 in overtime games.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for that. But I go back to that Phoenix game. It's like, why did that have to get to OT? You were up 11.
My thought too, Vic, as I was watching, I just think to myself, why is that player not as good as he used to be? Why is this guy not as good as he used to be? You know, what's wrong with this guy? You know, these are the questions I'm asking during the course of the game, as opposed to having enthusiasm that they can actually knock that team off.
This would be my game plan tonight. Honest to God, AG's not going to play. Come on, let's not be dumb. He missed the rest of the game yesterday with tightness in his calf. He's not going to turn around and play the second game of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
And if it were me, I wouldn't touch him until the playoffs.
That's over a month.
He missed a month earlier this season.
Understood. I'm just
saying.
saying.
He missed an entire month. Go back and look. He missed an entire month with the calf. Came back and never was right. You have to take as much time as you can. Sit him down.
Okay.
And if it means you lose 3 or 4 more games, so
but
be
if,
it.
if it means you're going on the road for round number 1,
Dude, what good does it do you if he can't play? You're done. Moj, you're done.
Okay,
if you
then
don't
shut-
have
then
Aaron
shut him
Gordon,
down.
you're done.
Shut him
Do you
down.
agree with me?
yeah, I do. But what? I guess I want to know what the issue is. What's going on here?
It's calf. It's a strained muscle. That those things are always
Yeah, but why can't it get well?
inconsistent.
Why can't it stay well?
I don't know. Why does your hair get gray? Why does my hair get gray? I don't know. I don't know the answer.
This guy.
Let me tell you what I would do tonight. I would go up to Peyton Watson, who was benched in the second half for whatever reason. Maybe he wasn't trying hard. And this would be my pep talk. Your assignment is SGA. You have to play with your hair on fire to guard him. If we notice that you're not playing with your hair on fire, you're going to take a seat next to me.
Yeah.
If it means you have to utilize your fouls, utilize them. But your hair is on fire tonight, and your only assignment is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try to flop. He's going to try to lean into you like he did to Westbrook, which was egregious. He's going to do those things that he does to get to the free throw line. He is a foul merchant. You have to deal with it. That would be my game plan for the night. Start him.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. When you look at OKC and they have the ability to go 10 deep in their rotation and really not feel a difference at all, I know the number with the Nuggets is, what's their record this year? Is it like 11-1?
13-1 now in the
13-1.
second game of back-to-backs.
Do you think that factors in tonight or not?
No.
I don't
think
either.
tonight is a different circumstance. They were tired going into that game after going to overtime with Phoenix. I don't know if you guys noticed on Friday night, Oklahoma City played at Portland. They rested 6 rotational players. They rested their starters.
Yeah, they were looking forward to this
They were
game.
looking to the Nuggets
And by
game.
the way, we talked about it when the Nuggets were winning a title. Some of these wins in the Nuggets, it's just solidifies. Did you see how enthusiastic the Thunder were yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, they sense it.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They knew this was a litmus test type of game, and you know what? They came through with flying colors.
You know what?
I'll give him credit. Although Chet Holmgren should have fouled out. He should have fouled out.
That was a huge turn of momentum
there. It absolutely was
Yeah.
because he stayed in the game.
That was a huge turn for many reasons. It was a 5-point game. He fouls out if they call it, and they don't get the 3 on the other side.
Even Steve
Huge.
Even Steve Javi's like, look, that guy's not going to fall like that. You know, even if you didn't see it, you're kind of like, yeah, he was 99% fouled. Right?
Did you hear
It was crap.
Did you hear Javi reference, well, it comes to experience. What he's saying in a roundabout way is a lot of these NBA refs shouldn't be in the NBA.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
Sure.
They shouldn't be in the NBA.
Chet Holmgren should have fouled out. And also, I hate Hartenstein's Batman crap.
Well, let's get back to this in a second. I want to get to some of the NFL news from over the weekend. By the way, we had the contract details of DJ Jones that came out this morning. Adam Schefter's at 8 o'clock.
I got something for you guys.
What about Area 51?
And then we'll talk about Area 51.
Can we do that when we come back and just get it out of the way?
Yes. Area 51, Vic's foray to that exclusive location next.
You probably didn't know this, but guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year in your early to mid 30s. It happened to me. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you just don't feel like the same guy that you did a while ago. Maybe you put on a little weight, less productivity in the gym, waking up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, brain fog, all that kind of thing. Well, there's something you can do about it. You can get those symptoms checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on the website. It's a simple 10 questions with yes/no answers. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They're going to draw your blood after you schedule an appointment. Have results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider going over all the results with you. The appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. It's everything that you want to get yourself back to being you. The benefits are great. Higher energy, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, and everything else. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so Vic has been on assignment the last few days. I thought it was Area 51. I don't know. Vic, tell the people where you were at.
I'm going to give you guys. Hold on a second. I want people who golf to pull over. Or whatever it is you're doing, stop what you're doing and listen to this closely, please. And even if you don't, you have to understand the magnitude. Please go ahead, Vic.
I had the privilege and came out of nowhere, the honor of being able to play Augusta National Golf Course 3 consecutive days.
Screw you.
And when I told my wife, she was like, so? My daughter was like, where's that? What is that?
Mm-hmm.
And unless you're in the golf world and understand the significance of that, you guys do. You just don't understand the importance of that. How rare that opportunity is.
It's one that I'll never have the honor in my life, the privilege, never. Not
and it
one.
was an honor.
And Brett,
and
you will
privilege.
never have. I mean, how do I even say
What
this?
do you mean? I'll just hit up Condoleezza Rice and she'll take me out. You know what I mean?
I don't know any
What is
other.
this?
I don't know. Like none of my. It doesn't happen.
I've got
it just
something
doesn't
for
happen.
you guys. I've got something for you guys. There you go. That's for you. This is for you.
What's that?
Vic, thank you. I love this.
I'm serious.
Moser broke it already. It's a little.
Oh, it's
Masters
a little
ball
marker.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
I like it.
I love it.
You wouldn't believe how expensive that is. Anyway,
I bet.
I am holding $50,000.
The deal about that course, and it was like living a dream. You're not, can't have your phone. No, can't have your phone. So I actually enjoyed not having my phone for 3 days.
Meanwhile, the Avs make 50 moves.
I know.
He has no idea who's on the team right now.
None at all.
The tradition that it's known for is real. I mean, the tradition on the premises, on the property.
Is it almost like you're stepping into a time machine?
I felt like I was walking into 1945. I'm sitting there at the Eisenhower desk. I'm sitting at the Eisenhower desk, the actual desk, and we're drinking. We're having cocktails at the Eisenhower desk in the champions room, in the locker room.
It's amazing.
The course itself, fellas, when you watch it on television and you get to like number 12, you get to Amen Corner and you see Rays Creek and you see the bridge and you see all that and you're like, why are these guys having so much trouble hitting that green? What's the big deal? Right? You're looking
It's
up
a problem.
They're looking at the wind. Dude, we played 3 days in a row. Not one of us hit the green. You don't understand. It is as wide. That green is as wide as this studio.
Yeah.
That's it. And in front of it, if you're short with wind swirling, you're in the water. If you're long, it goes into the bushes. Even if you're a little bit long, it rolls in the bushes. If you're a little bit short, it rolls off the green. You got to come in at an angle with spin to keep it on that green.
It's crazy.
It's unreal. It is so cool. It is such a hard course to access the greens. That's the part of it that I was not aware of.
Yeah.
Driving the ball is fine. The fairways are big, the huge fairways, big. But to get from the fairway to the green, I don't know what to tell you. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, number one over there. You watch him play on number one. What's so hard about it? Straight uphill, that second shot. You got bunkers everywhere guarding the green. And if you don't hit the right part of the green, you got no chance. No chance.
Man, it's crazy.
So anyway, it's a moment I will never forget. Everything's downhill from there in terms of golf. And I want to thank everybody there and everybody that made it happen. You know the guy. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but thank you.
I know the guy, yeah.
Thank you very much. It was the greatest, and my wife was mad when I said this, the single greatest experience of my life. And I'm being honest.
Listen, I'm being honest. For those who don't know, I don't blame them because not everybody understands the nature of this. My wife didn't understand it, and that's okay too, but it's not her job to understand it. But I'm like, honey, you don't understand. I said, Vic gets to play there. She said, well, why can't I said, I can't. No. I said, honey, I'll never be able to step foot on the grounds.
I also want to add our pilot, Ian, listens to the show every day. Shout out, Ian.
Shout out,
He
Ian.
could tell you how windy it was. It was chilly and windy. Kind of wind they haven't seen in a long time. So playing that course is tough enough. But Ian listens to our show, and his favorite part of the show, Moser, is when I attack Moser.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Well, let me give Ian a shout out.
I don't know how insulting me is going to make the segment any better. But
exactly. On the short final, then, Ian, you're stirring that pot, right? You're stirring that pot. You got to be all over those controls in the short final, man, because you got to get that sucker straight down the runway.
People want to know, what was your best score?
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
In the windy conditions on the second round, in the toughest day where everybody struggled, I played my best golf. I shot 83, 39 on the back.
Nice. A 39.
39 on the back, and I'm telling you right now, that to me is the most precious round of golf I've ever played because it was outrageous.
Well, I got one that'll rival. I'm playing Plum Creek today, so I'll let you know my score,
awesome.
Swirling winds, all that stuff. I love Plum Creek, though. It's a great course. Anyway, so we're going to talk to Schefter here in a few minutes. Schefter's going to have a very limited amount of time to join us because he's very busy right now, especially with a couple days leading into free agency. But here's just some of the news, by the way, from over the weekend in the NFL. So Josh Allen got a 6-year, $330 million extension.
Josh Allen.
DK Metcalf was traded to Pittsburgh and got a 5-year, $150 million deal. Myles Garrett, they went to him and said, you still want to be traded? He goes, yeah. And they said, what about $40 million a year over the next 4 years? He goes, fine, I'll stay. So he's back in Cleveland.
Fine, I'll stay.
Devontae Adams, who we thought, hey, maybe free agent. Maybe you can go out and do this and that. Maybe you can convince him to come here. No, he's going to L.A. on a 2-year, $46 million deal.
That's crazy.
You think Matt Stafford's happy?
I think so? He's pretty
happy.
happy.
And the Rams have been shedding salary, and then they had that guy.
Well, is Cooper Kupp anywhere yet?
No.
Not yet.
Okay. Because they said, hey, Stafford, we're going to let your boy go do his thing. Oh, by the way, we're going to get you Devontae.
The big one, though, the one that I was really monitoring, we saw the story from that sports anchor, I forget his name, Wolfson, up in Minnesota. He said that the Broncos are having real interest in Aaron Jones. And I thought Aaron Jones would be perfect here. On a couple years on a contract, he's 29, would fit here well. He catches the ball back. He's got 50 catches a year for the last 4 years, not to mention 1,000-yard rusher. But I was like, I don't know why Minnesota would let him go, and they didn't. They re-signed him to a 2-year, $20 million deal, so it's back to the drawing board with that. But for a Broncos perspective, two things that they did. They brought back Jarrett Stidham, so he's going to be the backup to Bo Nix again. And I think the big move, the one name that we saw potential free agents that could leave the Broncos, I kind of looked at the list and I go, if any of these guys go, it's not like I'm going to be too shaken up about it. DJ Jones was the one that I thought was like, have to re-sign him. They did that. 3 years, $39 million.
Yeah, but I think that all the parts together, I mean, you're not thinking superstar defensive tackle, but what I'm thinking is all the parts together on that Broncos D-line, they all just work together so well. They fit like Legos. You know what I mean? And so to get him back on a 3-year deal, I think is huge.
It's the reason they made the postseason last year.
And
was that D-line.
They've got their backup quarterback in Stiddy. Jarrett Stidham's a backup, right?
That means my guy is flying the coop, and he's, bless you.
Sorry.
My guy's going to get an opportunity someplace else.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
He'd be smart to do that. I mean, why would you want to spend a second year as the third stringer?
Absolutely. I mean,
why would you?
I think because he's got the best arm on the team, I would seek employment. And by the way, he's going to be gobbled up by somebody, I promise you.
Well, somebody will grab him. I don't know if he'll have a real shot to start. Maybe he will, depending on what team he goes to.
Well,
now, Pittsburgh's still out here saying we're still talking to Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and now I guess Aaron Rodgers. So who knows what's happening there. But I don't think that they trade for DK Metcalf to not have a quarterback that they trust on that roster. By the way, DK and George Pickens, are they just going to fight everybody that they play against?
No.
Like both of those guys on the field at the same time?
And it looks like it's possible, guys. Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback in Pittsburgh.
I know. We'll talk to Schefter about it in just a couple of minutes because he had that report yesterday. So we'll talk to Adam Schefter.
We didn't even talk about the Raiders trading for Geno.
Well, that too.
That probably doesn't. I mean, it's not. I don't know if it's that big of a deal. I'm not super scared of that.
But let's make room. We'll let Schefter explain some of this craziness over the weekend in the NFL next. Circus Sports has the Nuggets as a 9-point dog tonight, despite the fact that the Nuggets are 13-1 in back-to-backs. So keeping an eye on that along with the double dipperoo. We got the Avs in action as well tonight as they try and close out this homestand undefeated. They are 5-0 through their first 5, and they take on Chicago, where they are minus 525 to win the game tonight. So maybe take a look at winning by more than one goal. Minus 180. All of that can be found on the Circus Sportsbook. That and so much more in the middle of golf season, baseball coming up. Everything you want and imagine is on that Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, we have to be quick with Adam today. No wasted time.
He's a busy man.
No wasted time. Moser?
I probably won't even talk, so go ahead.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll get to Adam Schefter in just a moment. Again, the tampering period of free agency opens up today. I believe it's at 10 is going to be the starts, right when we get off the air.
You ever been tampered with? Because it's a big thing in the NFL. Why they have this period.
I'm trying to think if I talked to somebody else about a job when I had a job.
Yes, you have. Of course you have.
Oh, my first hosting job. Well, yeah. Yeah. I suppose so. Here's the thing, though. Radio contracts, you're not allowed to do anything. But I had this experience my first job. They fired me, and I go, oh, I got a contract, so you guys are going to pay this out? They're like, no. Yeah. I'll give you 2 weeks. And it's like, 2 weeks? All right, fine. I'll work for that station down the street then. No, you can't do that. Non-compete clause. And they go, wait, you fired me, and now you're telling me I also can't work for them? How does this work? There should have been some tampering going on.
What state was that?
Michigan. Back in 2016.
I guess that's not a right-to-work state then.
No, it was not.
Hey, that held true in Colorado until most recently.
Yeah.
So.
Well, speaking of, looks like Schefter's joining us now.
He's saying, hold on. He's got a story he's working on right now. It's going to be like this, guys, during this interview. It's going to be hit and miss. This is the most...
This is where he gets most of his work done, let's be honest. Yeah. Free agency opens up. This is when Adam does most of his work. That's what happens. And he will join us, by the way, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Adam Schefter. Adam, thank you for joining us. I know it's a busy time. The deep breath. Yep. Getting it all together, getting ready. Just quickly here, what do you think happens as we'll go around the league? In Pittsburgh, is the Aaron Rodgers stuff real? Like, are they trying to make that happen?
Well, it's real. Whether or not it happens is a different issue, right? Like, they would like to get a deal done with Justin Fields, and Justin Fields is kind of keeping them at bay. And just look around the league. Do we see guys re-signing with teams regularly? Yes. Why isn't Justin Fields re-signing? Is it a leverage play against the Steelers? Is it a leverage play against the Jets? I mean, this is a team that benched him last year. They benched him.
Yep.
And now they're saying, we'd like to have you back. But the New York Jets are saying, hey, we'd like to have you as a starter. Now, you're not allowed to really field offers till after noon Eastern, 10 Mountain. So I think he wants to get a better idea of the Jets situation before he commits. But again, the fact that he hasn't committed now means that the Pittsburgh Steelers have to make other plans in the event they need to. And those other plans include Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson.
Why are the Seattle Seahawks sending everyone and anyone away? What's going on there?
Well, it's different situations. We have Geno Smith, who they sat down to do a deal with. They weren't close. There was a disagreement. I think he knew that Pete Carroll would want him. And so he kind of held his ground, and Seattle traded him. DK decided to issue a trade request. He wanted a new contract. Seattle wasn't engaged in long-term so they traded him. Tyler Lockett was a cap casualty. Like, it all happened together. But look, they have a new head coach in Mike McDonald from last year, general manager. You know, they didn't make the playoffs last year, so they're not averse to making moves. And by the way, if they get Sam Darnold, then you took and traded Geno Smith for a 3. You got 8 years younger at the position. You're trading a 2-time Pro Bowl quarterback who's popular, but now all of a sudden you got an 8-year younger quarterback and a 3rd. Like, okay, I understand that, right? Sure. DK Metcalf, not going to pay him. Get back at 2. Lose a supremely talented player, but I understand it.
When you look at the contract that Josh Allen just got, I mean, 55 per year, Adam. Is that because he's worth that, or is that because the cap is rising and that just new market's being set all the time?
It's really not the 55 that stands out there, because what they did was they extended it by 2 years. And the 2 years is like, I have to see the math, but it's like $87 million a year on the 2 years. But because he was making $43 million a year, he's the MVP, they got his numbers back up. But the biggest number that stood out in my mind was the $250 million in guaranteed money, right? Like, largest guarantee that we've ever seen for an NFL player. 230 was the number for Deshaun Watson. He got 250. So that's to me the headline there.
Adam, I know we only got you for a few minutes, so I want to ask you this. Is there anything you've heard, maybe the answer is no, about players that the Broncos will be interested as of now that you know of?
Yeah, I think that they're going to look to kind of fortify the defense here. We'll see if they can get it done. Certainly could use another DB in the secondary. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if they can get one done. We'll see. Certainly could use another linebacker.
Are they in on Dre Greenlaw? Is Dre Greenlaw a possibility for them?
I don't know that, but I could see that happening, Vic. Yes.
Okay. On top of that, there's you look around, especially the AFC West, and there's a question that I have because I was nervous that Davante Adams would go to like the Chargers. He ends up going to the Rams. How is he able to sign before the official open of free agency? What's going on with that?
Because Davante Adams was released. So any player who's been released in the previous weeks is free to sign.
Gotcha.
There are other players that are going to be released officially Wednesday. There are other players whose contracts expire, and they're not allowed to negotiate deals until noon. If you're on an expiring contract, you can't do anything till noon today. If you have been cut, you can do anything you want right now and have been able to do it if you've been cut.
Finally, for me, Aaron Jones, we talked about him, the opportunity maybe the Broncos were sniffing. He's back at Minnesota, so maybe these running backs now, teams are going, you know what? Finding a good running back ain't an easy thing to do. Let's give him some money.
Well, Aaron Jones is valuable to the Vikings, and he's very popular in that locker room. So you pay him $10 million. Like that's the salary of a number 3 receiver. Is it worth it to pay your starting running back? I think it is. And that's the number. And I think it's a fair number. I don't know that he would have gotten any more in the open market. In fact, I would bet he wouldn't have because the agent wouldn't be doing the deal. The agent has an idea of what he would get. So if he's signing off on $10 million, that tells you either the offers were comparable, the player wanted to be there, time to get it done.
Last one from me, Adam. They've got their QB1 here in Denver, in Bo Nix. QB2 now is Jarrett Stidham, who was signed. Is there room for Zach Wilson on another roster to make a run at a starting position again or revive his career elsewhere?
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities here. The way it was described to me is that there'll be some fun options for him. I don't know where he's going to wind up, but it certainly sounds like he'll be moving on, and he'll have a place to play somewhere else.
It's Adam Schefter joining us again, leading up to free agency. Always appreciate the time, especially this busy part of the calendar, Adam.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you for having me. Thank you for tolerating me today. I apologize to everybody. Just been a very tense week.
I get it. Get to work.
See you, Adam. That is Adam
Thank
Schefter.
you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline, and all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
This is his, Super Bowl week for him is time off. I've seen him at the Super Bowl. All he does is walk around, say hi to people, shake hands. There's no news, really. It's easy. Super Bowl. This is his Super Bowl. Right now, this week is his Super Bowl and draft week.
I can't imagine the amount, when is he not actively looking at his? What do you think the longest stretch of not looking at his phone is?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send him a series of texts just to tell him how I did. I'm going to tell him hole by hole how I played at Augusta.
I look at my phone and people will text me and I forget to text
them.
them.
What's on 9?
Number 1, I hit my second shot into the trees.
People will text me and I'm in the middle of something. I forget to text them back, and then it gets to be 5 down the list or whatever, and then I forget about it, and they're like, "Why do you text me back?" I'm like, because I don't have that attention span.
I do that all the time.
Number 2, I hit a deep draw.
For him, I can't even imagine. He's got to have 800 texts that he's got to go through every single day. It's crazy.
When we were talking to Adam just now for whatever that was, 6-7 minutes, Adam, in the middle of answering our questions, would continue to peer off to the side at his phone that's sitting there on the desk reading things. So he's talking and reading at the same time, which I also can't do. But here's the thing with the Broncos. I asked him, is there a name that I knew he wouldn't give me an actual name before this all opens up. But it sounds like they're going to go pretty defensive in the free agency period.
It's obvious an inside linebacker is something that they're targeting.
Yep.
That's very obvious. A safety, they're targeting. Did you see how quickly Philly re-signed Bond?
Yeah.
How quickly that happened?
Mm-hmm.
And that market is now shrinking. Do you guys think there's any chance Speaking of linebackers, although he's a pass rusher, do you think there's any chance Von Miller finishes his career in Denver?
I wondered that.
If it's a team-friendly deal, I mean, I don't. It's not a need, right? It's not a need. It's a luxury item.
Sure.
But if he wants to finish here for whatever reason, just to say, hey, man, I'm going to go out in Denver, my home away from home.
Would feel like a little bit of an Eric Johnson type of deal. Where you come back,
exactly.
you're a depth piece to the team, and we can trust you, and if we need you, we can throw you in. Maybe.
So, I mean, listen, we've seen guys do this before. Something would feel fitting about having that happen. You know, it would feel just like, yeah, that's kind of the way it's supposed to be. I would like to see it, Vic. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Now, how effective is he going to be? I don't know. And you know what? I'm not even sure I care.
I do like the Broncos, of course. If you haven't heard, the Broncos moves already with their own free agents. DJ Jones has been re-signed to $13 million per deal. So you fortify the middle of your defense. They brought back Jarrett Stidham. They brought back Mitchell Fabroni, their long snapper. Their punter.
That guy's a real Fabroni.
Their punter, coincidentally, is still a free agent. Riley Dixon, he's a free agent out there. He has no word on him. But I think safety, linebacker, tight end, running back. Maybe in that order. Depending on what's out there.
I think the things that we were most begging to see the Broncos get this offseason, which is a tight end and a running back, are not going to happen during free agency. Because I don't even know, even if they did sign somebody who would move the needle. Like, I would have loved to have had Aaron Jones, but he's not on the market.
You can go get a tight end out there that, even if you drafted a tight end,
well, that's what I'm saying.
You can redo that room if you wanted to and bring in some better pieces.
That's what I'm saying. I think those are coming in the draft, those two pieces, because I don't see it in free agency. The names that are out there, Moj, we looked at, it's like Najee Harris, okay. Rico Dowdle, okay. Tight ends, it's like Juwan Johnson, all right.
Are they going to be able to find guys in the draft outside of, I'm talking about the big guns, but are they going to be able to find guys that can fill the same role as guys they're not going to have back? If the answer is yes, then find those guys.
Yeah.
No problem with that whatsoever.
So things open up at 10 o'clock this morning for the, quote, tampering period.
So if the tampering period opens at 10, what the hell have they been doing the last 2 days? Pre-tampering?
You thinking like they're texting agents and stuff? Is that what you're talking about?
Come on. But guys, hold on a second. Guys aren't going to re-sign with their own teams unless they know what their market value is.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I'm sure.
Right?
Listen,
so,
I'm sure.
What's the only way to know your market value?
Yeah, but Vic, I'm sure that those teams have probably given guys, if you want to go sniff around, go sniff around. That's fine. I mean, listen, if you're talking about a guy like Metcalf, the Seahawks basically said, we're going to trade you, so go find a deal.
Right.
I mean, go where see if you can work it out where you want to go. So there's a bit of that going on.
He did clarify the Devontae Adams, how that happens. The Jets just basically released him. I'm surprised the Jets didn't say, hey, we'll hold on to him, give us a 6th or a 7th at least. Get something
They might have tried. I think, I don't know how that works, but maybe it's, I'm sorry we screwed this up so badly, you can just go. Our bad. Devontae's still really good, though.
I just don't, this period, well, they say you're not supposed to be able to talk to other people. There's talking going on all the time. All the time. It's just not public.
What have they ever fined a team or docked a draft pick for tampering stuff
I'm
in the
sure
NFL?
if they, I mean, like DJ,
it's got to be egregious, right?
DJ Jones re-signs with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
You don't mean to tell me that DJ Jones' agent hasn't already taken sort of a barometer of the rest of the league on what his client is worth?
Yeah.
Same with Aaron Jones.
I mean, come on.
Re-signing with Minnesota. I mean, you just heard Adam talking about it because we talked about Aaron Jones, the possibility he would ever be a Denver Bronco. Well, his agent knows the market already. That's not tampering if your agent is saying, what would you give for this guy? What would you give for that guy? If teams aren't actively seeking out your player, then it's not tampering. Agents know, they're not dumb.
I want to get back to the Avs from over the weekend, not just the moves that were made, but the fact that they went out, Moj, they are currently 5-0 through 5 games of this homestand playing against Chicago tonight. But one thing before we get to break, I think it's the biggest news from over the weekend. We haven't gotten to it yet. The UNO Mavericks are in the NCAA tournament. How about that? What do you guys think? Biggest news of the weekend?
In what sport?
The Nebraska-Omaha Mavericks basketball team is in the NCAA tournament.
What league do they play in?
Summit.
Oh, I didn't know that. So they won the Summit?
They won the Summit. They're in the tournament.
Tough league to win because they play all their tournament games in the Dakotas.
You like that, Moj? You like that?
I couldn't give a crap less.
You want to see my 16 seed get posted up by Cooper Flagg in the first round of the tourney?
Oral Roberts is in that league. Of course, the Pioneers are in that league. Why is DU never, ever sniffing their first ever tournament bid?
They've come close, but...
You like that? Why can't the Pios win, ever?
It's bad. That tournament, that conference is a bad fit for,
hey,
for DU.
You've got the Dakotas in there. North Dakota, South Dakota, North Dakota State, South Dakota State, fine.
Like, there's nothing...
But what is St. Thomas? What's that?
I don't know, but what is there in common between DU and UNO?
Nothing. It's just the whole Summit League in basketball is it's a land of misfit toys. It's a land of misfit toys.
Like the UNO, is the class structure like gym class all day? What, do you have anything that's actually mind-bending?
Well,
you have academics. Do you have an academic wing?
All those big brains that Vic got at Notre Dame, and he's sitting at the same desk I'm sitting at. So what did you do? What's with your life?
I did play Augusta.
Yeah, that's true. Damn it.
St. Thomas. Their nickname is the Tommies, and they're in St. Paul, Minnesota. I had no idea.
You will be getting periodic updates on UNO basketball until this tournament starts.
What is Kansas City? What is Kansas City men's basketball? What's that?
Hey, Moj, you and your Sac State over there can chill out. Okay, has
you
Sac
had your
State
fun
been in the
last
tournament?
year.
I'm sorry, has Sac State made the NCAA tournament before?
No, they haven't.
They haven't. Weird.
They're called the Kansas City Roos. The Kansas City Roos men's basketball team represents the University of Missouri, Kansas City in Kansas City. So they can't decide what they are or who they are. The Roos.
Great.
That's great.
I'm so glad I'm back to this.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
I do want to get to the Avs over the weekend. This does matter. They win against Toronto, the toughest of their homestand, with 7 goals. And it's just the beginning. We'll get to it next.
So here's how my conversations usually go between myself and my wife. I don't know how to fix this. I call somebody. So I do. I call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window without guessing, no waiting all day. Whether you have a plumbing issue, an HVAC issue, electrical, all issues I know nothing about, these guys get it done right, and they're on time. So schedule them today. Schedule the pros. You need a professional. Do it at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Before we get back to the Avs, Adam Schefter joined us at the top of the hour. Adam Schefter just sent this out a couple of minutes ago, that the Broncos will meet with free agent tight end Evan Ingram today.
Oh, really?
Ingram was...
Why the hell didn't he tell us that?
I don't know.
Well, we just asked him
maybe
that.
it just came through. I don't know how much you guys know about Evan Ingram. So you guys don't play fantasy football. Evan Ingram is an enigma. He always feels like he should be better than what his numbers are. Every year, somebody thinks this guy is going to be some breakout star because he was really good early in his career with New York.
He was good a couple of years ago for Jackson. Am I thinking the right?
He's been in Jacksonville.
Yeah, he's a good couple of years ago. That's the same guy, right?
Yeah.
So
he played pretty decently for the Giants, did he not?
Before last year, in 2023, he had a 114 catch season for Jacksonville.
That's huge.
114.
I mean, that's for a tight end?
Yeah.
Give me one of those.
So that is the outlier of his career. The next most he's had is 73, but still, he's, if nothing else, a huge-bodied, reliable guy who could, you want a chain mover, Vic? He can be a chain mover. Probably not done if you get Evan Ingram, but I wouldn't be against this at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's 30 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that says you can't go get an Evan Ingram, a proven commodity in the league, and complement him with a rookie draft pick
at
that position.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on this.
Also, Von Miller just got released.
Yeah, that was expected.
Yeah.
I read that last night. I thought he was released.
Well,
Maybe they were leading up to it.
Officially,
To the Avs. You talk about a revamped room. It is wild looking at that, especially the forward group. If you just went 2 weeks ago, Moj, what that looked like compared to what it is now.
Before the game the other night, we showed the lineup from day number 1, the opening night of the season.
Yeah.
And what it is now. It'll blow your mind. Blow it. It's awesome.
I've never seen, and I'll ask you this, have we ever seen more upheaval to a roster that is now considered a championship roster in the history of the... I can't think of another team that released and traded for 2 new goalies and 7 to 8 new players that were not on the team beforehand that suddenly is on a Stanley Cup push. I don't know if that happens.
Well, 12 of the 20... I got to get the exact
2 goalies, though, in that mix? I mean, I've seen teams do this, but not their entire goalie room.
Yep.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it really is. But, I mean, again, you got better in the top 6. You got better in the bottom 6. You got better on the back end. You're much deeper and stronger and bigger up the middle.
By the way,
and that's where it's won, man. That's where it's won.
I'm looking at the defenseman pairings, and man, they're good. Where's EJ going to play?
I don't know. I think he's going to spot in from time to time.
Yeah, is he like the platoon guy where he's maybe not every night, but
very well could be that guy. But let me explain. Sam Malinsky, I thought, had a very good game the other night. But Malinsky, again, you're talking about a very young player. He's kind of been up, he's been down, and not very young. I mean, he's mid-20s, but in the National Hockey League, he's a younger player. But, you know, he's been up, he's been down, so on and so forth. But I think that EJ there is the ultimate safety valve. He believes he's got, some to give still, and I believe that too. So if anybody checked out of the lineup, I'm guessing it would be Sam. But that being said, you're going to have guys get nicked and dinged and so on and so forth. And I just think that he's there not only as a safety valve, perhaps overall, but secondly, he's an awesome team guy. He's an awesome room guy. He can do nothing. Put it this way. He can do nothing but help you.
Yeah. There's no harm here.
0.
By the way, here's EJ when he had his press conference after being traded back to the Avs.
I know I'm a little bit older, but still feel like I offer some value on and off the ice, and didn't play a ton this year in Philly. Loved my role, accepted it, enjoyed it every day, and I'm willing to do anything here in the same role or play 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever you need from me, I'm going to do it. And if you want me to shovel snow between whistles, I'll do that too. Like whatever you need, I'm here for the Avs. And at the end of the day, it's not what's best for you, it's what's best for the team, and that's just my attitude. Whatever's best for the Avs, I'm going to do.
He's psyched to be back, obviously.
Completely.
I also like that he said, this isn't a retirement thing. Like, I want to win. I'm coming back here to win. And any way I can help, I'm going to try and help. But I didn't come here just to say, hey, I get to, now call it quits as an Av. Like, that's not it's not his thought process anyway.
I know you guys saw, I wasn't here last week when Gabe Landeskog had that wonderful sit-down interview with Kyle Keefe, who did a great job. Did you guys happen to see?
Kiefer was very good.
Remember I told you that TNT was going to be carrying the Gabe Landeskog thing?
I didn't see it.
Well, I
watched it.
I didn't get a chance yesterday.
I watched episode 1. Wow. You guys didn't see it, so it's like I'm talking to the wind here. But for those of you who did watch it, man,
I am going to watch it. I just couldn't do it yesterday.
It is very, let's say, graphic about his injury, how he dealt. He spent the first 6 weeks. Is it as graphic
as what the picture Brandon just showed me?
Yes.
His finger was almost off.
I know. The injury that occurred to Gabe and his comeback trail, he flew to Philly to learn how to walk upstairs. He had to spend time with this specialist in Philly to learn how to walk up and down stairs.
Are there multiple episodes or is it
4 episodes?
Okay, so that was
first
episode
one occurred on Sunday.
So he goes back to where the injury occurred in the bubble. I mean, to where he got actually sliced in the bubble.
What we need to understand, too, is that Gabriel Landeskog, the year that the Avs won the Cup, played that entire season with major pain in the back of his knee.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
Major pain.
Yeah.
I mean, the injury was already there.
Absolutely.
It was there. He played through the pain. Won the Cup, said, okay, I'm going to get this thing cleaned up. Once they went to clean it up, they found a lot more.
That cartilage had deteriorated big time. I mean, you're talking bones scraping bone. I mean, imagine that. That's hella pain.
You know what's crazy, Vic, is that we were talking about the lead up to the Gabe interview. Was that Thursday? It's Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday was the interview, correct.
And I watched it. I was like, this is great. But it got so overshadowed because that's when the Nelson trade comes in. That's when all these different moves come in. Me and Moj came in the next day. We're like, I want to play some of this audio because Kiefer did a great job. But all these things that happened yesterday with that team, it was like every 5 seconds the Avs were doing something.
Can we go through each of the new players, the new ads, and give me a description of each guy?
Absolutely.
Can you please do that? Because I know how they play, I know who they are, but give me like a good sentence on each guy. Let's start with Charlie Coyle.
Before we start with Charlie Coyle, let me explain, Vic, because you're off at Augusta playing golf and being fancy. Cale Makar had 6 points on Thursday night against San Jose, and he only played 19 minutes. Nathan McKinnon had 5. They combined for 11 points, the two dudes. And we're like, yeah, that's great. Anyway, we barely had time to talk about it in the pregame show on Saturday. It was awesome. So what do you want to know?
All right, let's just start here. I'll go down the list. Brock Nelson.
Big, strong.
Made a name for himself at the Four Nations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't have a great tournament, but he skates very well. He can be physical.
30-goal guy.
You're dropping 30 goals into your roster right now.
And as soon as he was signed, the writing was on the wall for Middlestat. It was on the wall.
He was either going to be, and Chris McFarland made it clear, he was going to be moved down. I mean, they didn't necessarily need to move Casey Middlestat.
Yeah.
But when the opportunity came to get Charlie Coyle, then they're going to make that move. Anyway, so he's just big, strong stud.
I love the goodbye to Charlie Coyle, too. As you described Charlie Coyle, the goodbye in Boston was just make sure that you win and beat whatever Eastern team you face in the Stanley Cup final.
Exactly. And Nelson, it's funny because I went into the room on Friday to see him, talked to him a little bit.
Who?
Brock Nelson.
Okay.
And he walks in on his skates, and I'm like, God, this guy's a giant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I've seen him in the island and that
kind
of thing. Is he
like Val size?
He's taller than Val.
Okay.
And by the way, you put those two guys in the same line, that is a heavy load to handle for anybody. Anyway, he's a really big guy. And he skates very well. I mean, for crying out loud, his first shift in an Avalanche sweater on Saturday, he rings it off the iron short side.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, full-on doink. It's awesome.
You have Jimmy Vesey, who was at it as well.
Yep, total veteran, a guy who can play, a guy who's going to be, again, probably a safety valve on this team, but a guy who can help you.
Back end, Ryan Lindgren, obviously, that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Vic, you know all about him, right?
Yep.
And then, yeah, we know about EJ.
Charlie Coyle, though? You realize Charlie Coyle has never missed the postseason in his
What kind
career?
of player is he?
Good two-way centerman. Good. In fact, he was playing second-line winger in Boston, but a good two-way center is what he is.
Here's what I noticed watching the Toronto game, and I watched the entire game. It was so fun to watch that. That second line. Do you remember, the old days, I guess, when the Avs would throw their first line out there, and then you just hope that they can survive until the first line returns to the ice? Second line was dominant. Second line may have been better than the first line. And I'm talking, when I say dominant, pushing people around. Toronto couldn't get the puck out of the zone.
Yeah.
What are you looking at me like that?
I completely agree.
They could.
I know.
Listen,
I know. I saw it too.
They could not get the puck out of the zone. Don't look at me like that. The face of yours.
What am I looking at?
It's just his face.
Here's the thing, man. That second
I don't
line.
hold on. I don't know how I'm supposed to look when
Not
I'm
like
agreeing.
that.
I'm agreeing with you. I don't know how I'm supposed to look though.
The second line, it's not just, Brock Nelson being thrown in there. The days you're talking about, Vic, is when there was no Brock Nelson and no Val, right? Both of them. So it was Middlestat, it was Druin, and who else was playing on that line with them? I know it kind of shifted around some nights, but who was the other guy when Val was out?
Could have been Colton at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, it was hodgepodge. You did what you had to do.
See, but this is what I'm getting at here, is that obviously that thing looks great because, shocker, the Avs have not lost since Val has returned to the lineup. That's one. Number two, Brock Nelson is amazing to have on your second line. Number three, I can't get over this, Moj. And I love Miles Wood. He's fast, physical. He hasn't had a great year this year. He's dealt with injuries.
He's been dealing with stuff. Yeah, he's been banged up.
But here's the thing. Miles Wood was an incredibly important piece to this team early this year and last year. Was incredibly important. Third line guy, get on the ice, whole bunch of minutes. He has become somebody that is a healthy scratch at times now, right? Like that's how deep this roster is now. Somebody that was totally and completely a must-have, it felt like a year ago, is now someone that's a healthy scratch.
I also think that he's the kind of guy that can, by the way, Kivi Ranta, career high in goals now. Amazing. Yeah. He's the kind of guy you obviously will get back in there if you want to spell a Kelly.
Right.
Or, I mean, there's different things you can do now. You have options if you're Jared Bednar. If you look at a certain matchup, and maybe that matchup is a little bigger, a little more physical, although Kelly hits like a mother. Did you see him smoke guys the other night?
Yeah.
I'm like, good golly. I mean,
love
by the way,
Parker
he gave as well as he got. But, man, that was a physical outing for Parker Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, you have options. Guys are probably going to get dinged, so guys will check in. Every guy is going to be relied upon in some capacity to do something.
Now, knock on wood, stay healthy.
Yeah.
You got the lineup that can contend, stay healthy. Now, it's going to be unreal to see a Dallas Avalanche first-round series.
It looks like a collision
It looks
course.
like yeah.
Minnesota is not going to be able to maintain. They just lost last night. They're not going to be able to maintain without the two big guns in the lineup.
Is this the first time the Avs have been out of a wild card spot into the top three in the division?
No, they've been there before. It's just been a while.
All right, so currently standing.
It looks like by the way, Dallas will be here on Sunday. So it looks like an absolute collision course right now between the Avalanche and the Dallas Stars.
And let me tell you, there's an 8-point gap between the Avs and the Stars. Home ice is going to be important.
Sure.
In that series. It's going to be very important. So that game is critical. Every game with them is critical. There aren't many games left, but they're all critical at this point, given the fact that your first-round playoff matchup is against a team that is just as stacked as you are right now.
Pretty much. I guess you're right about that, but I'll tell you what. Where in the past I might get worried about, oh my God, they got to face Ottinger. Okay, I mean, Ottinger's really
I don't like
good.
playing Dallas, Moj.
Okay. Well, I would contend, Vic, that they would have won last year had Val been able to stay in the lineup.
Yeah.
They would have won that series and then taken on Edmonton in the Western Conference Final again, and, who knows what happens then. Maybe lose, maybe win, I don't know. But I'm not scared. I think Mackenzie Blackwood is right there. I'm not nervous about that. In fact, I almost welcome this. It's a collision course anyway. You might as well go after it and go get it. These are two of the top, in my opinion, the top 3 teams in the West, or 3 of the top 4. Because Edmonton, they've been going through a funky thing. I think that I don't know where they are right now. But 3 of the top 4, or maybe the top 3, if you want to throw Vegas in there, their back end's obviously very good, and Vegas is Vegas. But somebody's going to lose in the first round that should be in the postseason for a long run.
All right, so the roster's intact. This is your roster. Albeit if Gabe were somehow ready to play playoff time, it doesn't affect anything because you can go way over the cap if you wanted to.
Sure.
LTIR. He could come back. But other than that, this is your roster. This is it.
Yeah.
EJ's going to be sort of that platoon guy with the defensive players, correct?
Yep.
I love this roster. I mean, you got a little bit of everything. You got more nastiness on the team now.
Sure.
You got more of those people that chew on nails.
You're much tougher to play against. Yeah.
Exactly what Bednar said they needed.
And you're going to need that come the postseason for sure.
By the way, on this homestand, the Avs have played 5 games. They've come away with 10 points. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Hey, Vic.
And finish that out tonight.
Do you have a word to describe Kyle's interview with Gabe? What did you come away with?
I didn't see it because I was gone.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh.
I saw the episode on TNT.
My bad. I came out of that interview hopeful. That's what I came out. Hopeful.
Well, he certainly wasn't saying I'm retiring.
No.
That was not the case.
Well, if you watch the episodes on TNT, every single thing he's doing is in an effort to
return to play hockey.
Now, he may return and not be at the level he wants to be at. It doesn't matter. He wants to be on the ice to play for his own cause.
Yeah.
We'll get back to this in just a little bit. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. There is, I think there's a lot on the line tonight. And I know it's going to be tough because AG is probably not going to play. But I feel like you got to get this one. You tried yesterday, entered the fourth quarter down 3 points, and then it just got away from you. Can you do something different tonight? And if you can, then what is it? We'll get to it next.
You probably didn't know this, but guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year in your early to mid-30s. It happened to me. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you just don't feel like the same guy that you did a while ago. Maybe you put on a little weight, less productivity in the gym, waking up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, brain fog, all that kind of thing. Well, there's something you can do about it. You can get those symptoms checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on the website. It's a simple 10 questions with yes, no answers. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They're going to draw your blood after you schedule an appointment. Have results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider going over all the results with you. The appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. It's everything that you want to get yourself back to being you. The benefits are great. Higher energy, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, and everything else. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Off the back of the rim, no good. Rebound, Dort. More time killing here
and
for
everybody
the Thunder.
Ran to the paint instead of just kind of stay solid.
Alexander for 3. Ball game. Nuggets are going to lose the first game of 2 in Oklahoma City. They got absolutely slaughtered from the free throw line in the second half.
Okay, going to talk about the Nuggets. Just something quick here from Michael Silver. A update on when this tampering period starts in about an hour in the NFL. Dre Greenlaw, the really good linebacker from San Francisco that is looking for a new contract. He said 49ers really want him back, but there's 3 other teams pushing hard to get him. Those 3, Falcons, Texans, and Broncos. I would love to have Dre Greenlaw on that defense.
That'd be nice.
So keep an eye on that. Now, the Nuggets. Vic, you tell me. I'm just being honest, and I hate doing this. I really do, because people have accused me of being negative with the Nuggets recently, and I go, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's how I feel. It's how I feel about this team. They're good. They're a good basketball team. But when they match up against teams like Oklahoma City, I don't feel great. I feel like there's virtually no shot for them to win tonight. And I never feel that way about the Nuggets. But no AG, assuming no AG. And it felt like you sold out last night to try and get that win, and you lost by 24. Tell me where things can go differently than I'm thinking.
The only thing the Nuggets have going for them tonight in the second game of a back-to-back is that they're witches on the second game of a back-to-back. They're 11-1 this season. They now dropped to 4-8 on the first of a back-to-back. But 11-1 on the second game. So, the number alone, by the way, 10-0 when Jokic plays.
Yeah.
They've never lost the second game of a back-to-back when Nikola Jokic is in the lineup, not this season. So they've got that going for them. But you all saw what I saw. When Aaron Gordon is in the game, in that first quarter, you notice something. The Nuggets actually made Oklahoma City look small. The Nuggets came out and just sort of like
pushed them around a little bit.
Pushed them around.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And they looked more physical. As soon as AG exits the game and they start having to bring other guys in, they go with the 3-guard lineup with Westbrook, things changed. The flow of the game changed. They had to do a lot of things to stay in the game. And it was still a close game through 3 quarters. Still a very close game. Hell, it was a close game until the referee missed that call where Westbrook got hit in the eye, and it changed the entire complexion of the game. But not having AG is a big, big deal.
Yeah.
And it's bigger than just Oklahoma City. If you don't have a healthy Aaron Gordon, and I hate to say this, but it's the truth, you're not winning an NBA title.
So
he has to be healthy.
You're saying shut him down.
Shut him down until the playoffs.
Yeah,
or as long as it takes.
I'm okay with
as
that.
long as it takes.
I guess you're right. It doesn't matter where they finish because you need Aaron Gordon. So
as long as it takes.
Yeah, you'd rather have
as
your
long as it takes.
full capacity of guys, no matter where you finish.
The first time
I always worry about home court though, Vic. I always get nervous.
I get it.
I don't want to go to Houston.
You don't have the luxury about worrying about home court when you don't have a full staff of players.
Agreed.
And this is a Nuggets team. Again, it's a razor's edge. They don't have the depth Oklahoma City is. If Oklahoma City loses a starter, did you see their lineup? They played 10 guys. They had a 10-man rotation.
Yep.
The Nuggets have 8. Okay? So automatically they're going to have fresh players coming off the bench. The Nuggets are in a position now with Aaron Gordon. He took a month off the first time the calf strain occurred. The first time. A month. Came back, and it was never right. You saw it.
Yeah.
And for those who think that,
he didn't just take a month, Vic. He also took a month, and then when he did return, remember he was coming off the bench playing like 18 to 20 minutes for a couple weeks.
And for those who say, well, how big a deal can that be? Did you watch the Phoenix game the other night? What did Aaron Gordon do in that game?
He went crazy from 3.
He was 7 of 10 from 3. If you don't have Aaron Gordon on the floor, you're not winning an NBA title. The end.
Vic, let me ask
That's the most important development right now.
Here's an important question.
Not these games. These games are great. I want to win as many games as possible. The most important development now, from here on out, is having Aaron Gordon healthy again.
Do you care at all, about my wants?
And needs?
Also needs, yes.
I care more about your needs than your wants, but yes.
All right, then I'll frame this as a need tonight.
Okay.
Here's what I need. I need them to show some fight. I need them to show some bite. I need them to step on the floor this evening and go, you know what? We got embarrassed in the fourth quarter last night. Mm-hmm. We let this thing get away. By the way, that little run that the Thunder went on, they're dunking on you. Then they're forcing a turnover. They're knocking down to 3, right? Then you come in and you miss on a must-make situation. They come down, drain another 3, and you're like, oh, my God, this thing is over. I want to see some oomph out of these guys tonight. Well, show me you care. Don't walk around. Listen, they played last night too. Yeah. Maybe not as many minutes as your big guns, but they played last night as well. You got plenty of sleep. They got plenty of sleep. Go into their building tonight and just show some gusto, man. That's what I want to see. I want to see some want to. I want to see guys who care about winning and losing basketball games, not going through the motions.
Easier said than done. I don't disagree with you one bit. Here's how important this week is for the Denver Nuggets. I mean, they're currently in 3rd place. The Lakers have the advantage statistically in front of them, so the Lakers are in the 2nd seed. The Nuggets are a game ahead of Memphis and 2 games ahead of Houston. They've got OKC today. They've got Minnesota, who they haven't beaten yet, Wednesday. They've got the Lakers on Friday. By the end of this week, if they don't take care of business, they could go from 2nd to 5th.
Yeah.
That's how close it is in the West.
It's tight.
These games, man, but you're not going to have AG. I mean, guys, he didn't play in the entire He didn't play for the final 3 quarters last night.
Right.
There's no way he's playing tonight.
I don't think there's any possibility.
There's no way he's playing Wednesday night. There's no way he's playing Friday night.
I don't think so. I'm with you, by the way. Like, shut him down for the year. If this is all about trying to get ready for the playoffs, then go ahead and do it. The issue is, Vic, they're going to lose a lot of games. Well, not a lot, but they'll lose games that they should win with him not in the lineup, or at least have a better shot at it. Speaking of, by the way, tonight's game, game 2 against Oklahoma City. How about the keys to the game?
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
So we got the double dipperoo tonight. Nuggets and Thunder. That's going to be at 6 o'clock. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Vic?
Shooters got to shoot.
Double dipperoo.
Shooters got to shoot. They beat Phoenix the other night. They had to go to overtime to do it. They made 21 threes in that game. The most they made all season long in a game. 21 threes. That's what it took to beat Phoenix.
Yeah.
If you're not making threes against Oklahoma City, if the shooters aren't shooting, you're not winning. You're not winning. Jamal's got to make some shots tonight. I need Jamal Murray to make at least 5 threes in this game for the Nuggets to have a chance. That's it.
Avs and Blackhawks. Avs heavy favorites. That game's at 7. You can hear it on AM 950.
What I want to see you do is I want to see you suck it up on the defensive side of things a little bit here. Again, having these guys go through a game, more discussion, more film work, they're going to get a better idea what the system is. That's going to come naturally, but just focus on the defensive side a little bit. Chicago is 3-4-3 in their last 10 games, but they're giving up about 4 goals per game.
Eat.
That side is going to be, I think, just fine. But focus on your side. By the way, the Blackhawks have won 3 out of their last 5. And they were really terrible before that.
Is that it?
That's
okay,
it.
Got it.
Yeah, eat.
I
mean, I think you know, Brett.
Yeah, put up 7 goals and then
okay,
you win.
Fine.
Yeah, do that. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. So listen, gone through a lot of this today with the Avs and the Nuggets.
I got one other thing to say about the Nuggets before the close of the show, by the way.
Okay.
When do you want me to say it?
Hang on to it.
Okay.
Hang on to it. We'll
Wait,
get
you
to
have
it in
one
a
other
little bit.
thing to say about the Nuggets before the close of the show?
I also want to jump back in. We're an hour away from this tampering period. Some things already happening for the Broncos. We'll recap the few bits of information from last night and this morning when we come back.
We are 59 minutes away from NFL free agency. We'll get to all that coming up. It's going to be very exciting. The Avs play tonight. The Nuggets play tonight.
What is this voice you're doing?
I don't know, but I cannot get over the fact, for those who are just joining the program right now, if you weren't listening earlier, I would like you to text in 303-504-0925 with your reaction to learning that Vic Lombardi had the privilege of playing Augusta National last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's why he was on assignment. We couldn't say it at the time. It's a big deal.
Here's a better question. What would you give to play Augusta?
Anything.
Hey,
No, what would you seriously give? No, a serious
Body
serious
part?
question.
You could take a body part?
Well, I mean, Brandon
I'll give you a ball marker from.
What would you give, honestly, to play? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it exceeds expectations.
Yeah, see, it's that's the only
It
thing.
can't even be money because I wouldn't have the money to.
Well,
even,
money's not going to get you there. Money doesn't even matter. Money doesn't move the needle. You got to give something.
I'd give.
By the way, have you given your thank you yet to your friend?
Of course. Loved it.
Good. Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Good. I thought it would. Okay. I don't
have anything that they would want.
I would amputate something. Not everything. Don't get carried away.
Would you give your marriage?
No, I would not do that.
I can't do that. I would die afterwards. I mean, I'd play Augusta, then I'd come
But
home and I'd die.
But if you said,
would you give your car and you had to ride my Vespa to work?
Absolutely.
I think I would. I really think I would. I do like my car, but I'm not huge on cars anyway. I'm like, I'll find a hoopty then. Fine.
If somebody said, I wouldn't give up my marriage, but if somebody said, hey, Mose, you need to break up Kane's marriage, I'd work hard to try.
That's incredibly rude.
I'd be on the horn with Ryan Reynolds every day. It's just, Vic, this is something that only that guys like me, and until recently, guys like you could only dream of.
I'm blessed beyond. It's a blessing. I don't take it for granted, and trust me, it's not something that is that should be happening. Shouldn't be happening.
Nope. You shouldn't be allowed there? Is what
I shouldn't
be
allowed there.
Yeah, it totally should have
There's
been
100% sure I should be.
Me.
I'm not that guy.
So here's some news from the NFL. So Khalil Mack just agreed a few minutes ago to a 1-year fully guaranteed $18 million deal to go back to LA. So he is going to stay in Los Angeles. They did release Joey Bosa a few days ago, so who knows? Maybe they're trying to do something like that to bring him back too. I don't know.
Trying to make the money work?
For Broncos news, so last night, the Broncos re-signed DJ Jones, which I think was, as far as in-house keeping stuff, the most important thing to the offseason. Getting him back on the roster, I think, was necessary. It's a 3-year, $39 million deal. They also brought back Jarrett Stidham, so you have your quarterback room filled out. Don't got to worry about that now.
Are they not happy with P.J. Locke at the safety spot, or do they just want to get bigger, Vic? That's my question to you. Are they not thrilled, or do they want to have more size at that spot?
I think it's probably a little
bigger
bit of both.
safety. I think a bigger safety.
Okay.
A bigger hitting safety. They have sort of guys that are all the same size.
Right.
PJ, by the way, he's missed a few games due to injury. He only missed a couple last year, but he missed a few the year before that too. I do think they're looking at that one. I've seen those mocks where Emenworry, is that his name, right? That's getting mocked to the Broncos. That 6'4" safety that runs a 4.3 freak of nature.
He is a beast.
I would get it. Schefter did tell us things to monitor for them in free agency looks to be things like linebacker and defensive back. He didn't specify safety. I think they're probably looking for some depth at corner too, because we saw what happened when Moss went down for a game or two. But the guys that they're meeting with today, so first was Evan Ingram. He's in Denver for a visit today. So that's one. But if you're looking for a tight end, he is certainly a big body that can be a chain mover.
He had a big season the year before last.
2023.
Yeah.
I mean, big
114 catches, I think. 112, 114, somewhere in that ballpark.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Can I give you a history lesson?
Sure.
And Vic knows this as well as anybody. There was a time here in the beautiful Mile High City that if a free agent came to town and the Broncos wanted that free agent, that free agent left with a contract. Period. End of story. That free agent was going to be a Denver Bronco. Vic, I don't think they had to hard sell anybody because the Broncos were very good. But you know as well as I do, man, those guys would come in, they'd head to Dove Valley, and that was it.
And that's how it worked.
Yeah.
Again, you know how free agency operates. Money, money, money. Okay? No one's going to go to a facility and say, oh, man, I really like the meatballs that your cafeteria makes.
Yeah.
We understand how this works, right?
Sure.
Let me back you up on that. Myles Garrett was angry. Myles Garrett wanted out of Cleveland bad. Get me out of here.
Yeah, he said everything. I mean, he basically said, this place is junk.
Yeah. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me go on a little bit more. And then he said, you know what? I want to meet with the owner face to face. And you know what the owner said? Get bent.
Yeah, the owner actually told him, I'm not doing
that. That was the last thing I saw until
money, money, money.
Oh, by the way, how about 40 a year? Oh, okay. All is good now. I'm like, good Lord Almighty. We'll make you the highest paid non-quarterback or whatever in history.
The other
and he says, you know what? Cleveland ain't that bad. It just cracks me up. That's the money. That's what the money will do. Money me money.
How do the Browns have money still?
I don't know.
But how do they have money?
The owner said, no, I will not meet with you. No, I hate you.
What's that again?
Here's 40 million.
Here's 40 mil.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to me. Cracks me up.
He basically was just like, here, shut up. Shut up. Here.
It's crazy.
Dre Greenlaw, this is another rumor out there. This is from Michael Silver. Really good linebacker from San Fran. San Fran's trying to bring him back, but they will have competition. The Falcons, Texans, and Broncos all in the mix.
Wasn't he the one that jacked up his Achilles in the playoffs a couple years ago?
I think he did, yeah.
Well, I mean, I know he jacked up his Achilles, but I think it was like in the postseason. You know,
he's an incredible player.
He missed most of this past year. So I do know that. So I fully healthy, ready to go. That's good. Good news, but ugh.
What do you guys think, by the way, of Geno going to the Raiders? Does that move the needle for you at all?
Yeah,
Why am I not super concerned about that?
I am.
Why?
I mean, I think he's an above average quarterback. He's pretty good. He's better than what they've had. Would you agree on that?
He had that first year that he played after the Russell trade. He was really good. And it's kind of gone down since then. Like last year, he had 21 touchdowns and 15 picks. Not great. But he's still somebody that, to get him for a third, I was actually kind of surprised. That's all it took was just a third round pick.
He's a mid-30s quarterback.
Seattle didn't want to pay him.
Well, yeah.
He's on the last year of his deal, I think. The Raiders are paying all that money. But he's a mid-30s quarterback who I feel like he's serviceable. I don't think he's that good. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but when I saw that news, you know me, I'm hypersensitive about the AFC West now. But I wasn't that concerned about that particular situation. Maybe I will be. Hey, maybe the Broncos won't win both games against the Raiders this year, and I'll be sad.
Yeah, I'm not that I guess torn up about it. I will say this, it eliminates the idea that somebody like Aaron Rodgers or someone is going to the Raiders, which makes me feel better. Look, we can be not that concerned about Geno Smith if you want to, but Geno Smith is certainly better than whatever they've had the last couple of years.
I'm more fascinated with what's going on in Pittsburgh right now, and I think they are totally on the way to landing Aaron Rodgers, and that is going to be wild. The Aaron Rodgers adventure with Mike Tomlin at coach, that is going to be wild.
I am so surprised that isn't the Pittsburgh Steelers sort of the epitome of what, like,
button down, blue collar,
class organization.
This is how we do it, and if you're not on board, get off. That's exactly what they exemplify.
Well, listen, if Aaron Rodgers has,
if Tomlin can rein him in, then he's like the greatest coach that's ever existed. Yeah,
but if you're Aaron Rodgers and you have even anything left in the tank, even this much, you got Metcalf to throw the football to.
That's the thing.
You got DK Metcalf to throw the ball. Forget about Pickens, who is very good, but he's very unpredictable, in his opinion-wise, put it that way. And what he does, you've got DK Metcalf now, man. That would look 1,000 times more palatable to me to go to Pittsburgh.
You don't make the trade for Metcalf to be like, I'm bringing Justin Fields back.
Well, Adam Schefter said they're trying to re-sign him.
Well, I don't think as a starter. I don't think you do that.
And how much does Rodgers have left, really? I mean, a year? I mean, really? He didn't go out the way he wanted to go out, but can he play the game anymore? I really don't even know.
Just put Aaron Rodgers on the Vikings and make the full Brett Favre circle happen, okay? Just do that then. He's terrible in New York. He goes to Minnesota, and then he's great again. Just do that.
Yeah, was Favre 41 years old, though? He wasn't that old.
I think, I think he was, dude. Yeah.
Wow. So these quarterbacks remain out there and available. Sam Darnold.
He was 40 when he got to Minnesota.
Sam Darnold's available. Seattle is said to be making a run at Sam Darnold. Right? So one of the reasons they released Geno, they said, if we're going to spend that kind of money, spend it on a younger guy, Sam Darnold.
Sure.
Aaron Rodgers is available. It looks like Pittsburgh is targeting him. Russell Wilson is still available. When the musical chairs stop, where does he end up?
I couldn't care less.
I'm just telling you he's available. Justin Fields is available. I'm talking about former starters in this league. Kirk Cousins is suddenly available. At that salary, he's available.
Yeah, I don't like any of those options.
Keep going.
Jameis Winston is available.
Well, they're obviously not coming here because the Broncos are going to get Stiddy back. Keep going.
Daniel Jones is available.
Okay.
I actually forgot he existed.
Yeah. And that's it. Those are guys. Zach Wilson is available.
My boy.
Yeah. Forgot about Zach.
Again, he's one of these guys. He's a former, Jeff Legwold would tell you that top 10 picks are insta claims. And he was
They're
a 2.
all orphan dogs.
Okay. So get that orphan dog someplace. He's still a very young man. He's in his mid-20s, for God's sake. I would absolutely take a flyer on him.
Your obsession with Zach Wilson is unhealthy.
Why? I can throw the ball like a mother.
Well, he couldn't, though.
See, he can. He just didn't.
Okay, well, do you think there's a reason for that?
Yeah, because the New York Jets are screwed up.
Okay.
They are a dog butt organization. They're junk. Completely mismanaged. Their owner got an F in that poll, right? He got an F.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
They're a disaster. They'd screw up anything. I mean, who knows? Aaron Rodgers may go to Pittsburgh and be a Pro Bowler again at the age of 41. I don't know, but that organization's a mess. So did he get the proper coaching? How many coaches and how many coordinators did that kid go through? A lot. Yep. So give him a shot, man. I like the kid. Here's what I like. I like his arm. When I saw Jordan Love in person at camp this year, I'm like, I love his arm. Mm-hmm. I'm an arm guy. What can I say? Vic, apparently you don't like arms. That's fine. Brett, you don't like arms.
Before we get back to the Avs and Nuggets, the double dipperoo tonight, can I play something from SNL over the weekend? Because Keenan.
How much do I love?
He was so funny.
How much do I love Keenan Thompson?
Keenan's great.
How much do I love him?
I don't know. He's one of those guys, like most things he does makes me laugh. I don't know. There's something about Keenan. I watched Keenan and Kel when I was a kid. I've followed him since he was like 10 years old.
But you know why? Because he always does things with a sort of a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He makes me happy to see him.
He doesn't miss.
No, he's great.
Well, he played the role of Kendrick Perkins on Weekend Update on Saturday.
Oh, now, there's a lot of questions about this here trade, but folks on the inside know Luka Dookie is hurt, okay? Now, I'm hearing rumors that he got a small tear in his interior crustaceous uterus. I ain't no doctor, but by my estimations, I believe he gonna be dead by April.
Why would you say that?
Look, hey, I just be saying things, Michael. You know, Stephen A. Smith, he just got $100 million to go on ESPN every day and talk nothing but nonsense. And I want a piece of that too. All I gotta say is things like, Oh, Larry Bird was created by scientists in the back of a Cracker Barrel.
I don't think that's right, man.
Hey, maybe not.
By the way, that is a really good Perkins. Perkins seems like he's constantly congested to me.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got Vicks polyps. Yep.
Yeah, he's got. Maybe he needs. Give him some of those steroids, Vic. Maybe it'll help him in his takes.
How's your polyp situation?
It hasn't been a problem since I started on that
stuff.
Penix?
Ozempic?
No,
what it's called?
Starts with a D.
Skyrizi?
Dupentix?
All these,
they're all over the ads.
Valtrex.
Pentatonics?
No.
Yeah.
The vocal group.
The vocal
the
group
acapella
Pentatonics.
guys. Pentatonics.
Dupixent.
You know what's crazy about Perkins?
Dupixent.
Perkins, he actually is the epitome of what I hate about the MVP discussion in the NBA. So, by the way, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about Joker dropping a 30-20-20 game, which is remarkable, right? Here's how stupid the MVP race is. What is the MVP? Let's just do a basic lesson here. The MVP is what?
The most valuable player.
Over what time frame?
The regular season.
Okay. And Jokic has a 30-20-20 game in one of the 82 that exist, and it cuts the MVP odds in half.
It's stupid.
It's over a game.
One
game.
This is a public service to all of you, and to you especially. Stop brooding over the MVP race. Stop obsessing. Who cares that Stephen A. Smith drives you crazy? It drives us all crazy. That little display, whatever the hell he did over the weekend when they went to halftime, I don't want to talk about it. You know, whatever the hell when he was talking about, he just wanted to talk about Shea.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's over. Just let it go.
Can you grab that Stephen A. impression real quick? I want to hear that again.
Let it go.
Dude, he was, but you know what? It's so annoying.
Okay,
He's
but
such
hang
a
on.
phony. He's a phony.
Hang on.
Over the MVP.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is why Perkins is like, he's the epitome of everything I hate about that. A single game should not cut odds in half, okay? It's a season-long award. Perkins, last week, Moj, when Vic was gone, we played the audio of, are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league? And then he drops 30-20-20, and he gets on in the round table they have on ESPN, and he goes, he's the most skilled center I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and it's just like, what are we doing?
It's ridiculous conversation that all we're doing is fanning the flame. We're charging their batteries. That's all we're doing by doing this.
Hang on, let's hear Stephen A. from over the weekend.
I don't want to talk about it. You know, whatever the hell he was talking about. He just wanted to talk about Shea.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's over. I mean, his histrionics are they're almost cartoon-like now.
Well, it's worth $100 million.
It's almost cartoon-like. But whatever. Don't worry. Don't obsess over the MVP. You know, as a Nuggets fan, you've seen enough of this man play basketball. He's the best player on earth. He's not going to win the MVP this year. I got breaking news for you. He's not going to win it. It's going to be Shea. And you may not like that. I don't like it. It is the way it is. That's just how it is. Worry about what you can control. Win games. The year he didn't win the MVP, they won a championship. I'm worried, by the way, guys. A couple things tonight. I am worried about Joker's elbow. Because when he hurt that elbow.
I didn't like that either.
Hartenstein, by the way, what a thug move. Pulled him to the ground.
Yeah.
You know what? Oklahoma City, they're very clutchy and grabby. Watch Lou Dort play D.
Yeah.
They clutch and grab a lot. That's why their defense
Michael
is so
Malone
good.
last night appropriately was furious. It was after the Holmgren non-call, but you could feel that building for some time, and he deserved to be furious.
I'm worried about Joker's elbow. He was not the same after that elbow injury. You saw it in real time. His shot was short.
Yep.
He was rubbing on it. They iced it down after the game. You know it's inflated today. You know it's swollen. I guarantee he shows up with an elbow sleeve again tonight.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. I have one Stephen A. that I can do, and it's the calm Stephen A. And it's my favorite line. He got yelled at for this last week. LeBron, I'm begging you, as a father, stop this.
What do you think LeBron told him?
I know what he told him.
What did he say?
He said, keep my kid's name out your mouth. That's what he said. And my reaction was, sorry, LeBron. I was under the impression your son was a professional athlete.
Yeah.
And they are allowed to be talked about.
Give me the response in Stephen A. Smith's voice. LeBron goes up to him and says, keep my kid's name out your blank mouth.
I'm sorry, okay? You know I just say things on TV.
He said like this, yes, sir, I'm sorry. I mean,
you know what? No.
Yeah,
I'll give
it's
Steve.
ridiculous. What?
I'm going to give Stephen A. Smith credit here. He didn't back down.
Sure he did. Did
I
you
don't
hear
think- No, he didn't.
I don't
Did you
hear
hear
his
he did?
mea culpa the
He
next.
didn't. He didn't back down.
Would you want him to fight LeBron?
That's what I was asking you earlier. You want him to fight LeBron on the court?
If you truly feel that way, say, you know what, your son is an NBA player, and the only reason I wasn't talking about your son, I was talking about you.
Fine, but you're
the one who you put everybody in this situation.
I'm going to give Stephen
It's
A.
an
credit here.
embarrassment.
I'll give Stephen A. a lot of credit here. He says what he wants and doesn't care what anybody thinks, even the great
Fine.
LeBron James.
We certainly did Friday morning.
But he still says what he wants, doesn't care what. Not many people can get away with that. Not many people do that.
So let's hang on.
Get nailed by the king.
Still one of my favorite things.
It's ridiculous.
When we come back, Nuggets.
One other reason when we come back, one big reason why I think the Nuggets have a chance tonight.
Get to that next.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
Okay, Vic, I've discussed this. I don't feel great about tonight with the Nuggets. You said you got a reason. I know that they're really good on back-to-backs, but what do you got for me?
Listen, I don't like the situation. AG, more than likely, I mean, miracle if he plays. I don't see him playing. Shut him down. Let him rehab that calf before the playoffs. So you're going to go in without your power forward, a big defensive presence, a guy who has been a freaking sharpshooter from three. What do you have? What can you do? Well, two things. The Nuggets' record on the second game of back-to-backs, I don't know how or why, they're nearly perfect. They're 11-1. 11-1 on the second game of a back-to-back this season, and a perfect 10-0 when Joker plays. Here's the other factor. Yesterday's game was on national television, an exclusive national television game.
They're great on those.
The Denver Nuggets this season are 3-7.
Yuck.
On national television. Tonight's game's on altitude. Back home. Your comfortable domicile. So you don't have to worry about that. For whatever reason, on national TV this year, they have not been good.
That's because they usually play another good team.
Yeah, but
They're just not as good.
And someone would say, well, wait a minute, they beat Phoenix. No, Phoenix was a side-by-side. We had it on altitude and ESPN. I'm talking about exclusively national television.
What are the games that have been on national TV this year?
There was that Minnesota game.
It's a good team.
There was that Boston game.
It's a very good team, defending champs.
Yeah. There was that Phoenix game on Christmas night.
Okay.
There was this game, this OKC game. Yeah, a lot of those teams are really good teams. You are exactly right. But those are also teams you're going to see in the playoffs. Really good teams. That Lakers game was on national TV.
I was telling you, see, you were gone last week. And I said to Brett, and by the way, this is a very telling stretch for the Denver Nuggets, a very telling stretch. We're going to learn a lot about this team. I'm just really bummed that AG is hurting again. Got to get that fixed. But man, oh man, do I need a win against the Lakers on Friday.
Yeah,
do I need a win against the Lakers on Friday.
We have all week to get there.
Yes, you
hold
said
on.
you didn't care about my wants or needs.
I know.
I
know, that's fine. We could worry about that on Thursday. You got OKC and Minnesota before that game, who are every bit, if not more difficult to deal with for the Nuggets.
Agreed.
Than the Lakers.
Agreed.
So one game at a time.
Agreed. I'm just looking forward a little bit. I need. And was it just me, or was that crowd in OKC yesterday crazy? It seemed like a crazy crowd.
They're hype, man. They should be. You know, their team is up and coming. Their team is playing. I mean, they've won. They've lost 11 games.
I know, it's crazy.
That's nuts. 11. And is Cleveland at 10, by the way? Is Cleveland better than that?
Yes.
I think they are.
I think a game.
So
yeah, but the West is tougher than the East.
That's true. God, it's still nuts, though, to be 53-11 at this point in the year. By the way, Moj, the complete opposite. How I feel about tonight and the Nuggets, opposite tonight with the Avs. I couldn't be more excited about that hockey team. I really couldn't. I think that the moves that they made and just seeing that initial sort of thrust after all these moves, that game against Toronto, a very, very good Toronto team, to throw up a 7 spot, to have, even when they're trying to figure each other out, it still looks pretty damn smooth for the most part. Little bit of hiccups defensively that I think will get ironed out through reps and time.
Agreed.
But if that's the starting point of what they can look like offensively with all of their big guns in, good Lord, that team is going to be super fun to watch.
So they had 7, obviously 2 empty netters. 1 for Nichushkin, the hat-trick goal, 1 for McKinnon.
Yep. Because Val had 2 in what, like 12 minutes or something?
He had 2 in the first period, correct. Well, I mean, one of them was 56 seconds in, the other one was 6:08. So it was within essentially 5 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
But they put 5 on Toronto, okay? And Kyle Keefe tweeted it out, like multiple screenshots all in one kind of thing. But Maple Leaf fans were like, whoa. I guess Maple Leaf fans, I didn't really pursue that aspect of things, but Kiefer did, and Maple Leaf fans were like, whoa, Colorado was damn good.
I think
because they think highly of their club.
Sure.
The Avs put 5 on them regular.
Yeah, this
regular
wasn't,
5.
This wasn't a trash team that they did it to. The reason why it looked so impressive is the ice looked tilted like this.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like this the entire game. And I'm sitting there going, what? This is unreal. How many good looks they got at scoring before they finally erupted.
Well, not only that, but the Avs are down 4-2. 4-3 to begin the third period. And then here comes Toronto with a pretty good push, like kind of their final gasp, I suppose, of the game, now that you look back at it. You got a pretty good push going on. Out shooting the Avs 7-2, like in the first 5 minutes. You're like, okay, you can go anytime. Still get it on.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did. Then the Avs started to inflict their will. I thought, it's coming. It's coming. The game-tying goal is coming. Coyle finds a cutting-in Drouin. What a shot. McKinnon gets plowed 5-on-5. Gets plowed on the power play back behind the net. He's mad. Does the look-off on Lawton. Comes walking through the circle. Bam.
That was a sweet goal,
And I'm like, that's it. That's it right there. That's it.
There is, with how deep they are now, I haven't checked the odds. In fact, I'll do it right now. Where do you think that they stack up as far as favorites?
Yeah, I don't know, because you talked about it the other day. They were tied for fourth best odds, I think is what you said. But right, this was
they made it after the Brock Nelson trade. They went from that and a couple other moves. On March 1st, they were plus 1,200. They got up to plus 700 in 5 days.
Okay, where are they now?
I'll say they're plus 500 right now.
They are. Oh, they took a drop down.
Really?
They're plus 900 now.
Why? Wow.
I don't know. So
who's in front of
Florida is at plus 500. That's first.
Because they got Marchand.
Hey, is Kachuk going to be back for the playoffs?
Dallas is
I think they are.
Dallas is why. The Miko move pushed them to plus 600. They're second place. Then Edmonton, then the Avs.
So Dallas is number one at plus 600?
In the West? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I amend a statement I made to start the show when I took an unnecessary swipe at you, Moj, in your, we spoke of Miko Rantanen and how upset you are with how this happened. Right?
I get it.
I'm not necessarily upset. Listen, the Avs very well.
Hang on.
Moj,
Would you hang on a second?
Moj, you hang on.
Moj, no, you don't try to you can't backpedal now.
You don't like it. That's fine.
That's fine.
I just think he's dumb.
Okay, and I was critical of your outlook saying, hey, but I will agree with you on this. I'm not going to like his face if he's here for the playoffs.
See, here's the thing, though.
That's just the way it is, right?
Here's what I think pissed Avs fans off. And this is where I'm kind of caught in the middle. I don't think Miko wanted to be a Dallas Star. But eventually, the Stars became the best option that he had.
Because they could give the 8th year. That's why.
But
listen, I think he I don't think he's dumb. I think he made a silly mistake. That's all.
All right, so hang on. Here's the problem. Avs fans are really pissed at Miko and don't like him anymore for the most part. Like, Carolina is obvious. They traded for him, and he was like, yeah, I'm not.
By the way, Carolina, what the hell are they doing?
I know. But
what is that?
Avs fans are upset because the money that he got from Dallas is money he was pretty much getting here.
And then everybody tries to say, well, no state tax, so he's going to get an extra $4 million.
Okay, great.
And you know what? That may be a determining factor. I would say this for me. If in my career I end up making $176 million instead of $180 million to be happy and to have my name in the rafters,
I think you'd pay $4 million for that.
Yeah, I probably would. I would.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Where I'm caught in the middle is this. I don't think you wanted this. I think reality hit him in a hurry.
Yeah.
It hit him. And he made a giant mistake. If he could go, I've said this to you before, Moj. If he could take a time machine, go back to before that trade, and just get the deal done, I think he'd do it.
At
I think
the
he'd
end
do it in a
of the
heartbeat.
day, Avalanche fans understand, I think you do, the team is better today than it was before the Miko
Well,
trade.
they couldn't have done all that they did if he was.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. And it just illustrates my point that sometimes championship teams, you fall in love with them because they won you a championship. But even those teams can get stale. And things got stale with the Avs. They got stale. Now, you could point to several factors, but they did. And I think a shakeup, now, you can't just shake it up for the sake of shaking. You got to bring good talent in. They have. And it's a better roster today. It's a deeper roster. It's deeper.
The Avs were 1 for 3 on the power play the other night. 1-0 for 2. McKinnon's power play goal was awesome. That power play looks so good now.
It does.
I mean, it is snapping that puck around. We look at the second unit as well. Oh, my goodness. You've got options big time.
Yep.
If you're Jared Bednar. Look, Vic, I don't hate him. The whole thing to me was just, he was just silly about it.
So,
and Brett, you very well could be right. I don't care about that. I care about beating the Dallas Stars on Sunday, but before that, I care about the Blackhawks tonight, Minnesota tomorrow, and Calgary on Friday.
Yeah, close out this homestand. 6 wins, right? 6-0.
You know, someone said to me, well, not all the players the Avs brought in are locked in. You know, they got the guys that are going to be free agents.
That is correct.
My assessment of that is, I don't care. I don't. I care. Again, I cannot stress this enough, and this applies to the Avs and the Nuggets. I care about now.
Mm-hmm.
I care about now. You have best players on earth playing for your team. Now is the time to go. I don't care about tomorrow. You can have tomorrow.
They went as now as they could go.
Now.
Like it was
now.
as now as you could have now.
Now as you can now.
My family makes fun of me because I'm always about now. But that really is the only thing you need to hear when you deal with the Avs and the Nuggets. And the Avs really hit the now button. Mm-hmm. They hit it. Now.
I saw people criticizing the Nuggets. Why didn't they do the same? I don't think it's as easy as what the Avs were able to do.
Now, they could have. They could have. I'm not going to let them skate. They could have. Would you agree with me? The Avs made a move. They dealt a guy that hurt. It hurt to deal him. People were in shock, dismay. It hurt. The Nuggets could have dealt someone that would have hurt.
Okay, there's a but to that I want to get to in just a second. Stick around.
You probably didn't know this, but guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year in your early to mid 30s. It happened to me. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you just don't feel like the same guy that you did a while ago. Maybe you put on a little weight, less productivity in the gym, waking up feeling tired, falling asleep after dinner, brain fog, all that kind of thing. Well, there's something you can do about it. You can get those symptoms checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on the website. It's a simple 10 questions with yes, no answers. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They're going to draw your blood after you schedule an appointment. Have results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider going over all the results with you. The appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. It's everything that you want to get yourself back to being you. The benefits are great. Higher energy, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, and everything else. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So don't wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah.
The the intro music, the bumper music plays, and Vic, you were out. Moser it's silent in here, silent. And the intro music plays, and Moser goes, chickens can fly a little bit. Just out of nowhere.
The hell does that have to do with it?
I was just looking at him.
I just saw on the interwebs, I saw this chicken take off from a dock and fly over a pond and then a fence and then another pond and then join his other chicken mates. But he was flying. Chicken was flying. You can fly a little bit.
You can fly a little bit.
Yeah, fly a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so going back to this just for a second. So people wondering, well, why didn't the Nuggets do the same thing as the Avs? It would have been infinitely more difficult to make that amount of moves for a team that it's so complicated with the contracts. Got to make the money work. The money's got to match. And this is the whole thing with them. Like, could they have traded Michael Porter Jr. at the deadline? They could have. Here's the difference, though, Vic, and this is what I think makes it more difficult. Where you said you don't want to let him totally off the hook. I don't either. But what did the Avs get in return for Miko? A good player who fits, right? Yep. Like, Net just fits what the Avs do. He has been arguably as good, if not better, than what Miko was before he was traded. Could you guarantee me that they traded?
He's not as pure a goal scorer as Miko.
But he does other things.
Yeah, but he does other things. His speed, his movement. Yeah.
Could you have guaranteed me if they traded Porter that they would have gotten the same thing in return? That I don't know.
Brett, things get stale.
I agree.
This show's a good show. We reach number one in this market. A day will come when this show gets stale. Just get ready for it. Things get stale.
In time?
I mean,
TikTok, buddy. We had a great time with you over at Augusta. Man, that hour with John Michael Isles, Moj, that was a great hour.
It was a great hour.
It was
really good.
Unbelievably good.
Okay, except for that.
I get it. Things get stale, but Vic, you said it earlier too. The Avs didn't make moves just to make moves. They made moves that made sense. And like when I was seeing the Porter stuff go around, it's like, okay, they traded for Levine. Let's say that trade happens. Are the Nuggets in a better spot? Are they? That's the difficulty. The Avs have the benefit of this, Moj. When they traded Miko, they didn't say, we have to find exactly X amount of dollars in the trade. They could just be like, this makes sense for both teams. That's what they could do. So it's just, it's harder, I guess, to do it that way. But I don't know. Do you disagree with that, Vic? Do you think I'm wrong?
I just think sometimes there's a fine line between let's let the current roster sit because we know it's a proven roster and we know it can play at a certain level. We've seen it play at that level. It can do it again. And I don't disagree with that tenet. It's it's something that we've seen time and time again. But we also acknowledged that given the new collective bargaining agreement in the NBA, having such a top-heavy roster is hard because depth becomes tougher to the depth is gone.
Can you explain something to me though about that? So I understand that. How do they get underneath it? Because if they traded Porter, they would have had to have similar salaries. So they couldn't create more cap space in a trade either, right?
You could trade two salaries for the price of one.
But it would still be the same money.
Yeah, but you have two players instead of one.
Sure. But that doesn't get them out of their cap hell.
And I'm not trying to target Michael Porter Jr. either.
Porter was the only guy who could have been traded, though.
You basically have to got to let contracts expire, too.
It can get them out of their cap hell. What if you get two salaries that expire at the end of the season?
Okay.
Then all of a sudden you get that money removed from your books. You got a lot more room.
Well, that becomes an even smaller pie, though, Vic, of you want the team to go in now, but now they're making moves for the future. You know what I mean?
What's the future? Now. I mean, what's to say you can't make moves this summer?
Well, you could. Yeah, you could.
But that would be basically saying we're writing off this season and you can't.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I don't know how that would go over with people.
I know. That's why it's so hard. That's why
I don't think they did it. If they made a move with Porter, it would essentially be say to people that Maybe this year isn't our year, and we're going to move on.
What's crazy?
Josh writes in, Vic is stale. I don't disagree with you. We all get stale.
What's crazy, though, is in the middle of a season, or put it this way, if you move, let's say, 2 players in the NBA out of your rotation, that feels like an overhaul. You move 2 players in a hockey season, that's not, it's just so few players make such a big impact in the NBA that when you do even one move, it's like, whoa. I mean, look what the damn trade of Luka to the Lakers did for LA.
Yeah.
One guy,
That was
right?
a gift, dude. That was a gift.
It's an absolute
until
gift.
the day I die, I'm going to wonder why that
happened. It should be investigated. That's my opinion.
I talked to, you guys know Nui? We had Nui on.
Sure, yeah.
Works in Dallas.
Yeah.
Lives in Dallas. Loves Dallas. Even he suspects some chicanery.
How couldn't you? Look, for the conspiracy theorists in sports, it's the easiest one-to-one connection you can make of something ain't right with that.
Yeah.
Something isn't kosher, okay?
We'll only deal with the Lakers. Why? Yeah, well, because we had comfortability. Yeah, but for your franchise,
you just screwed your own team
for the history of your the future of your franchise.
This is exactly right, by the way.
It blows my mind.
I'll give you an example. The Orlando Magic. Do you think Orlando would have traded Paolo Banchero and one of the Wagner boys, the good one, for Luka straight up?
Ain't no doubt about it.
Sure.
Do you think Dallas would be better with those 2 players over AD?
Absolutely.
I think they would.
Yeah.
Younger?
AD is good. He's going to pull one of these. Look, he's broken down all the time anyway. He's going to have a broken down rest of his career.
So why not give Orlando?
And Kyrie's going to miss most of next year.
So why not give Orlando the opportunity to think about that, to actually engage in that scenario? Why not give the rest of the league the opportunity?
Because they were in cahoots. It's the only explanation. That's it. Texture makes a great point, by the way. Brett wants to know why the Nuggets didn't trade Vlatko in a second for Luka. That's what I want to know. Why didn't we do that?
You can't do a Slovenian for a Slovenian. It's against the
really?
rules. Yeah.
I had no idea.
It's against NATO rules.
What if they did have rules like that? No, it has to be equal amounts of people from their home countries.
You know, they're the only 2 Slovenians in the NBA. Can't be traded for one another. It's a rule.
Well, chickens can fly a little bit, Vic. Whatever. Anyway, both games tonight.
Did that really shock you that I said that?
No, it shocked me that you felt the need to say that to me out loud. That's what shocked me. Not the fact. The fact that you said it to me as if this was something that had to be said in that moment. In dead silence. Game tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets will be on 92.5. The Avs will be on AM 950.
Hey, Vic.
No, hang on, Moj. What's the deal with Chicago and the Avs? Why have they won 2 games against you this year?
I don't know. That game, though, in Chicago was one of the worst they played this season.
Yep.
That last time in Chicago was a bad game.
So is that all about? I know they've been banged up when they played against them. Whatever. This game, if I say you have to win this game by 2 goals just to prove a point, can we do that, please? Can we?
Sure. I think they'll give it their best shot.
The odds on Circa, by the way, for you to bet on the Avs to win, if you want to win $100, it would cost you $525 to get there.
Wow.
That's how big a favorites they are tonight.
Pretty big. Hey, Vic, am I really going to do this Italy thing? What are we doing here?
What?
You say it's hard to get to Croatia? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you just have to. It takes time. You have to get on a ferry, unless you want to fly there.
You realize Slovenia is right there, bro.
Yeah,
Slovenia. I mean, it's connected to Italy. It's right there.
I know. You pass Venice, you keep driving around, and
dude, you could go from Venice to Slovenia like in probably 6 hours. Not even that, maybe.
What's happening?
What's happening here?
Well, we were talking about meeting him over there in Isernia, but
First of all, quit calling
I
it
don't understand
Isernia.
anything that you said.
Isernia.
Roll the R. I'm not going to invite you.
Isernia.
There.
I'm actually kind of distracted because these TVs haven't been working lately, and Moj turned them on random channels. You turned on a channel that has competitive Tetris playing? That's what's going on.
That's all I can find for sports.
Let's go
for sports.
We were watching the Housewife Olympics before that. I don't know. It's all I could find, dude.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I don't know how to work it.
I noticed this yesterday. Dan Hyatt, who does a fine job with our stats, he notes some of the things.
Look how sad these people are, though, Vic. Just take a look at these Tetris
It's
guys.
just pathetic.
One of these kids is 12.
They're 12. That guy on the right
The
has
guy on the
great.
right, the guy on the right is 47 years old.
And
he's
does
wearing a
not have
sleeve.
He does not have a girlfriend. Yeah.
Oh, he
Nah,
looks
dude.
so sad.
Nah, I ain't doing that. So OKC, you may notice during that game that they're just so good defensively. They're good defensively because they're handsy. OKC leads the NBA in deflections per game, steals per game, contested shots per game, and loose balls recovered per game.
Aren't they the number one defensive team
Yes,
in the league?
by far.
Yeah.
But those things add up.
They're incredibly clean with their game, too. They don't turn it over. They do both of them. So, a lot to look for tonight, both games. Nuggets on 92.5, the Avs on 950. Nelly, how about a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes.
Double
in
dip on
today's
that. This is a
fact
double
checker.
dipperoo.
Today's fact checker. Presented by Rock
I was too
Plumbing,
busy thinking about
Heating and
Tetris,
Conditioning.
boys. Sorry.
Local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Let me tell you something, Nelly. The way that you said Tetris, boys, very suspect.
Well, this is a two-parter. First of all, Vic, one more time for anybody who missed it. Tell us what your top secret assignment was last week that caused you to miss 3 days of the show.
I had the privilege of playing what is the equivalent of the Vatican of golf.
The Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Got
And
to
if
play.
if you need to answer that, then you don't know golf.
And perfect segue to part two. For someone like me who doesn't know anything about golf, can you put this in regular person terms? Like, what would the equivalent be?
You got on
in my
stage
life?
with Louis Armstrong.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's the closest I get.
Probably. I had trouble trying to equivocate my point to my wife.
I don't know how. I don't know that it compares to anything.
I don't know how to.
This ain't St. Andrews, big deal. This isn't, Pebble, big deal. It's Augusta. It's the Holy Grail of golf. Period.
Okay.
End of story.
We heard your best round. You said it was an 83. 83? What was your worst?
88.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you were going to be in the 90s on one of them. Okay. And you said could I break 100 there? Me?
Yeah, you gotta. You can't be wayward with your driver.
Well, who knows, Vic? I
Because
very well could be.
once you're in the pine straws,
his nickname is Carry On My Wayward Son.
Yeah.
350, but wayward.
But it goes 350 in whatever direction
That's
it wants to
important.
go.
Yes.
All right.
But yeah, you could.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. You search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Also, YouTube, live from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day, along with that Altitude Daily, the recap of the best stuff you can't miss from all the best shows in Denver. Subscribe to the channel today.
I'm heading to skate.
Go Avs. Go Nuggets. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
10 a.m. Santa's coming. Legal tampering, it's here. And after all those talks about wide receivers and number ones and jokers, Evan Ingram's the big prize today, Coach. Evan Ingram's the big prize.
Tell you what, he was a combine freakazoid, Evan Ingram. Only problem was it was about 8 or 9 years ago. Evan Ingram didn't have a chance to finish up last season because of injury at the shoulder. So yeah, combine freak, ran in the 4.4s as a tight end at 6'3", 231 pounds as a coming out of Ole Miss. Problem is I coached against him a decade ago, actually 11 years ago in college football when he was at Ole Miss. His huge college season was in 2014. Talented player, could be a joker, but do you want an aging joker? I don't know. It's up to you, Raj. Your world.
As of right now, the biggest signing so far, we get the massive 6-year deal for Josh Allen in Buffalo, $330 million for a guy that the Broncos could have drafted, but they, didn't.
So he went double nickels, 55 on the millones per. See a 55.
It's a lot of money.
Double nickels, baby.
How
you doing, Josh?
There's not many quarterbacks in the world that are better than he is.
Josh Allen.
I know he hasn't gotten the ring on his finger yet, but I would bet that he gets one before his career's over.
Who's a better quarterback today, Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
Thank you, KJ. Jalen has the ring, and
also another Super Bowl appearance.
Jalen has the ring,
of which Josh has none.
But in a vacuum, who would you take? In a vacuum,
I would take Jalen Hurts.
I think you're insane
because I think he's a champion, and I like championships. I like winning championships. Tell me what tangibly has Josh Allen won in his college and pro career?
Again, I understand. In a vacuum, Coach. I asked you in a vacuum.
It's all right. You like regular season MVPs. That's cool.
No, I like supremely talented quarterbacks.
You love Shea Gilgeous-Alexander,
I like
too.
supremely talented quarterbacks. We'll get to that. We'll get to the Nuggets and the Abs.
Big Lamar Jackson guy, too?
Yeah, he's a sensational quarterback.
Yeah, just regular season MVP guy. Big,
here comes
big
the argument.
Big Dan Marino guy.
Because you haven't won anything means you can't ever win anything. Yeah, let's
Dan
do
Marino
that
didn't.
crap again.
Dan Marino
Don't
didn't.
start with me. Don't do
I can
that
start
today.
however I want.
Don't
Happy Monday.
do that.
Happy free agency, Raj. Thanks for getting us Devontae Adams.
I'm so upset about that. I'm so upset about Devontae Adams going for 2 years, $46 million.
Although he is a coworker now at KSC.
He is. I guess
he's a member of the Kroenke Sports Entertainment family at the Los Angeles Rams.
All right, so 2-year deal for Devontae Adams, $46 million with the Rams. So cheaper than what we thought was going to get Devontae in the door. We'll hopefully get some reports whether or not the Broncos were actually in on that.
How much was it per? What's the annual value?
23.
And we were willing to go 30.
I was willing to go 33 because we were talking about the $150 million extension over 5 years that DK Metcalf gets in Pittsburgh. He gets flipped for a second and then like a 6-7 pick swap between Pittsburgh and Seattle. The other big deals, J.C. Horn, 4 years, $100 million with the Panthers. Khalil Mack returns to the Chargers, 1 year, $18 million. Aaron Jones off the board.
He's a Viking.
Another supposed Bronco off the board, 2 years, $20 million with the Vikings. Nick Bolton re-signs with the Chiefs, 3 years, $45 million. Myles Garrett, after telling everyone and his mother that I would never go back to Cleveland, when they put $160 million in your face over 4 years, you know what you do? You go back to Cleveland, Myles Garrett.
Pay that man his money.
Baron Browning, 2 years, $15 million with the Cards. Nice little deal for Baron Browning.
Yeah, it's good to see some good money going in the way of one of our old friends here in Denver.
And then the Broncos, their 2 signings so far.
Did we get some Fraboni? Mitchell Fraboni.
3 signings
Yeah,
now.
don't forget about the long
Because
snapper.
I have to put Mitchell Fraboni in there.
If that didn't get you fired up and get you going on a Monday to get you.
Oh, yes!
Oh, man, you get some Fraboni.
I got to level with you guys. I do not have the Mitchell Fraboni signing on my show notes today.
Yeah, you should have. You really should have.
DJ Jones, 3 years, 39 sheets. Jarrett Stidham, 2 years, 12.
DMac's been known to have a bonix at times. I've been known to have a Fraboni. As in Mitchell Fraboni. Snaps that ball perfectly. Never notice him, do you?
We're here from some long snapper love. We're not going to hate on a long snapper. Great job to have long snapper.
Yeah, it's a great gig, especially if nobody ever knows your name, other than the fact that it's a great name to yell into a microphone. It's the only reason. DJ Jones got paid. Surprised at all, Raj? 13 sheets per?
So 26, I believe, is the guaranteed money.
26 million guaranteed, but 13 per?
13 per, 26 guaranteed. So you'd have the out after 2 years. So I suppose I like the deal. We were talking about how interior defensive line was a hole that the Broncos needed to fix because we expected that DJ Jones was going to be gone. So I suppose you can take interior defensive line as a whole off the board. You don't have to worry about drafting that in the first round now. And now that all the wide receivers are gone, and now, unless you're like really bullish on Chris Godwin, all the wide receivers are gone. The tight ends, I can't get excited about Evan Ingram yet.
So anybody who thought, based off our opening, that we were saying Evan Ingram is a Bronco, just wanted to clarify, he is not a Bronco.
Right.
But he is physically present for a physical to check out the shoulder and also for a team visit as a potential yoker.
If you get the 2023 version of him, I'll take that. 963 yards, 114 catches on 143 targets.
How many teeters?
Just 4.
It's all right.
That's fine.
It's not a great number.
I'll take the yardage. I don't need him to be a touchdown producer, but the yardage, I'll take 1,000 yards from a tight end.
So you didn't go out, at least to this point in time, the Denver Broncos did not go out and get a wide receiver 1. And the candidates were DK Metcalf, Devontae Adams, and there was one other.
Cooper Kupp still out there.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp.
Those tires can
would
be
you
kickable.
say he's wide receiver 1?
No, not
at this
anymore.
stage of his career.
Not anymore.
He's a niche player. Could he help you? I do believe he can help you.
The money likely can be used in better spots for a guy like Kupp.
So you so far have not gone out and gotten a bona fide wide receiver 1, and most likely you're not going to. That person does not exist on the open market currently. Would you agree?
I agree.
You might go out and get your, Sean Payton calls it a joker. We on this station call it an ace.
Top wideouts right now, Coach. Chris Godwin.
Yeah, that could be it, but is that really the fit for a Sean Payton? I don't think so.
He's going back to the Bucks.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go.
It just came down from Ian Rappaport. 3 years, 66.
All right.
44 guaranteed.
That's a lot of money for Chris Godwin, man, for a guy that I feel
3
like
years, 66?
Yep.
So you're looking at
22.
22 per, 44 of which are guaranteed in 3.
Stephon Diggs is still available? Right?
Nah. Headache.
Torn ACL.
Injuries.
Amari Cooper?
Nah. Long in the tooth.
Darius Slayton? I don't
player.
like any of the names that I'm throwing out right now.
Tell you what, I like Darius Slayton because his younger sister, she was our recruiting assistant at CU for the Buffs. One of the greatest employees I've ever had a chance to work with.
And
still worth the Buffs.
And
Malika.
And who's the best running back on the board now? Are you looking at Rico Dowdle?
Doesn't do much for me. Doesn't fire me up too much. I'm not a Najee Harris in Denver guy.
Now, I guess the question is, with all of these big-time free agents now being off the board for sexy positions, running back, wide receiver, positions that make us excited here as Broncos fans because of the young, cost-controllable quarterback with a really good trajectory after year 1. As you should be. You should be excited about skill position players. With those guys off the board, is this turning into a little bit of a blessing in disguise, much like the Avalanche had with Miko Rantanen, right? Where you trade Rantanen away, it's a future Hall of Famer, an all-time player for the Avs, and the sky is falling. But a month later, after the wizardry that Chris McFarland puts together at the trade deadline, which we'll get into on the other side of the break, you seem as though you're in a better spot because something was forced upon you that you didn't really want to have happen in the first place. Now, my question is with this. With all of these guys off the board now, are the Broncos being forced into kind of a moment of patience?
Yeah. I think it's going to come with cost-controlled draft picks And if there was a position where I could see a free agent acquisition that would acquiesce some of the concerns and desires of Broncos country from a skill position player, I think it would be tight end. And there's another name floating around that may or may not become available over the next 24 hours.
At tight end?
And that's the Philadelphia Eagles' very own Dallas Goedert.
I'd break down the door for him.
That to me is a different acquisition than Evan Ingram to me. Known.
Like, because the other guys are Juwan Johnson. Like, Zach Ertz was available, but he just signed a 1-year deal at $6 million in Washington. He's not back on the market. I would break down the door for that player.
So would I.
That's a difference maker.
Yeah, that's a unbelievable security blanket. A guy that's going to move the chains on third down and a total overall threat in the red zone for you. And he's been proven time and again. Great locker room guy. Dallas Goedert there'd be a tremendous amount of value placed on that player for the Broncos and what they need. What'd you see?
I'm not going to get got today. I think I almost got on Twitter, so I'm not going to do that.
Was it NBA Centel?
It wasn't NBA Centel, but there's a...
Who's the other guy? It's like Shamania.
The really good one in the National Hockey League is Devils with, instead of an I, or rather an L in Devils, they do an uppercase I. So it's Deviz, and they'll get you all the time, those sons of guns. Centel's back on Twitter, isn't it?
So the latest news out of the Eagles camp is that Philly seeks draft capital for Dallas Goedert. What kind of draft capital would you guess that they're seeking? Third?
I was gonna say a second. Although, like, DK Metcalf goes for a second and a pick swap 6-7 with the promise of an extension on the other side. So who's more valuable at this point in their career? DK Metcalf or
Still
Dallas
DK,
Goedert?
just because of the value of wide receiver one.
Okay, all right, so third is fine. We can work down there. I'd give up a third in a heartbeat for him. I'd give up a second in a heartbeat for that player.
Dallas Goedert is 30 years old, and he is playing in what will be his, what year this will be for him? 2018 was his rookie year.
He's played 6 full seasons.
Yeah.
Are we doing arithmetic in our head?
That'd be 7. Correct?
Or 7, sorry. Yes.
2024 minus 2018 is 6. Correct. But you got to count one of those, either 18 or 24, as a real year he played. Therefore, it is 7.
I love a good counting segment. I really do. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person in 1 hour. Subscribe to us on YouTube so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, the very best of the best in Denver sports talk. A huge day for all of us here, right? It is NFL free agency. The legal tampering period has been live for 16 minutes and 40 seconds. The Avs have won 5 straight. They look every part
smoldering hot.
The bit of a Stanley Cup favorite. They take on the Chicago Blackhawks this evening at Ball Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop, 6:30 p.m. pregame show on AM 950. I'll take you guys through pregame and postgame. And then on 92.5 tonight, the Nuggets have a back-to-back against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And yesterday morning, it did not look great. That and so much more coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll get back into NFL free agency. The legal tampering period started this morning at 10 a.m. Mountain. Almost all of the good wide receivers are off the board. Chris Godwin, 3 years, $66 million with the Bucs. Devontae Adams, 2 years, $46 million with the Rams. DK Metcalf gets traded to the Steelers for a second rounder, a 6 and a 7 pick swap, and then he signs a 5-year, $150 million extension. Aaron Jones, the number one running back on the board, re-signs in Minnesota for 2 years, $20 million. And it seems as though the Broncos, in a year where it's not a great free agency year overall, let's be very honest about that. This might be the perfect thing that is actively happening to the Broncos, where their hands are being forced behind their backs. Just sit on those things. Maybe sign Dre Greenlaw. I'll take that any day of the week. Continue to beef up that defense.
Was that sit on those things? Was that your Hawk Tua moment? Right
sit
there?
on them things.
You really went there.
Oh, yes! Sit on them things. We'll get back into NFL free agency. If there's some big signings, KJ will chime in and let us know. But, Coach, where would you like to start over the weekend? Do you want to start with the very, 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 very good or the not so very good?
Well, I've been just dying to hear what you have to say about the Denver Nuggets after Sunday's affair yesterday morning at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. A little trip to what I would consider to be a bit of a litmus test for your Denver Nuggets, where they currently stand, and you failed. So, Raj, what do you take away from the Nuggets' performance against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and the firepower that is the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I'll preface it with this. In the 7 minutes that you got from Aaron Gordon, you looked like you were up to the task. I will preface it with that. When healthy, and this has been the big caveat for the Nuggets the whole season, when they are complete, when they are healthy, I think they're as good as any team in the West. And in a 7-game series, I think it goes 7 with OKC if everyone is completely healthy and you are playing right. When Aaron Gordon went out, dude, you have no chance. No chance in hell if Aaron Gordon is not healthy in the playoffs. And I told you I was going to be smug about this. I don't feel great about it, about being smug. But are you scared about the Oklahoma City Thunder now, Coach? Are you nervous about that team now? 53 wins, 11 losses, 29-4 at home. Shai puts up 40. That guy's going to run away with the MVP, whether you like it or not. And I know he gets the foul line, and I know the referees didn't have a great Denver whistle yesterday. Wham! Are you scared of him now? Because I am. I still am.
I am not. I'm more scared of the Denver Nuggets versus the Denver Nuggets. We continue to have these games where the Nuggets play against teams that are within the top 8 teams in the NBA. If you go on even better teams, you're looking at like top 6 teams. And it just feels like time and time again, whether it's a national TV audience, whether you're playing against a legitimate contender in the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference, and there's always an excuse that's made by all of us here in Denver. This time it was the foul that should have been called on Chet Holmgren that indeed was not called. Would have been his 6th foul, and instead he continues to play. It's a turnover for the Nuggets, and the rest is history. There's a bit of a controversial and bit of a charged tech taken by Michael Malone that also did swing the pendulum. All I'd say is this. This 2024-25 era of the Denver Nuggets, it just feels like we don't know what they are, except for what I do know is that we can expect them to lose games against the top 6 teams in the NBA, especially on a national network.
So what's that tell you?
I got to go with what I believe to be true, unless I'm proven otherwise, is that they're not legitimate contenders. But ironically, like you said, like you started this, a healthy Aaron Gordon in that game for 7 minutes. Can this team beat anybody in the NBA in a 7-game series? Yep. Have they consistently beaten them in 1-game series in the regular season? No. So you got to take the information that we have right now, and that's the Nuggets they are going to break our heart this year because they've been breaking our heart consistently. And at some point as a coach, some point as a fan, you have to look and see the data. You have to assess the data and realize who you are. And right now, the Denver Nuggets are a team that will beat average to below average teams consistently, will beat the fringe teams fairly consistently, and will, at a greater clip, lose to the elite teams in the NBA currently.
It's funny because I look at tonight's matchup and I go, you're done. You're going to lose tonight. AG plays 7 minutes, doesn't play the final 3 quarters, and then you get boat raced in the fourth. And again, the main reason why is because you didn't get to the line nearly as much as OKC did, right? And you didn't hit from the line nearly as much as OKC does. They go 22 of 25. You go just 55% from the line. 55% from the line in any NBA game, you're not going to have a good time. And Shea was on. It was a typical Shea game, right? Like he shoots under 50%, puts up 32 shots, but drops 40. He was very good. Hartenstein was good on the defensive glass. You think they should lose this game, but this is kind of one that they've won this so many times this year, where on a night, second leg of a back-to-back, what are they? They're like 9-1 or something crazy like that.
11-1.
Sorry, 11-1, second leg of back-to-back in those 12 games. And a lot of times you look at them and you go, they've got no shot this evening, especially when they're undermanned. This is one that they'll turn around and win somehow because there's no reason that they should. AG shouldn't play. I heard Vic saying on the morning show, shut that dude down for the rest of the season.
How about Joker? Any concerns on that elbow?
It's all about health, right? That's the thing. So the sketchy thing right now in the West is seed 2 through seed 5 are separated by 2 games. Right? 2 games. So if you lose tonight and Memphis and Houston end up getting wins, you can drop from a tie for second. And although you are technically in third because of points percentage, you can drop all the way to the 5, where Houston currently sits right now. And Golden State is knocking on the door, 17 games back of first place, but just 3 games back of fifth and 5 games back of seventh, or second rather, as I stumble over myself. I would shut AG down for the remainder of the regular season. If you think that, yeah, man, it's all about health. Because the only thing that matters right now for the Denver Nuggets is winning championships. You have the best player on planet Earth on your team in the middle of his prime, playing some of the best basketball that he has ever played and we have ever seen, Nuggets or otherwise. It is championship or bust every year. And does that mean that you can't, like if you're the 6th seed, does it mean you can't win an NBA title? The data would say you got to be top 3 as of recent years to win a championship. It is more important for the Nuggets to be completely healthy than be playing 1 or 2 at the most playoff series at home. You have to be healthy. And if that means shutting AG down and falling down to the 5 seed or maybe falling even into the 6, I take that any day of the week and I run with it.
All right, let's have some fun. Where do we want to fall? If we want to start picking our series, where do we want to go? Where do we want to get down to? Any thoughts there, KJ?
If the NBA playoffs started today, Denver is matched up with Golden State, the 3-6 matchup. Hate it.
Hey, let's lose.
Hate it.
Hate it.
Hate it. The 2 would be matched up against Minnesota, LA, Sacramento, or Dallas, just depending on whoever wins those play-in games. If you drop to the 4 or the 5, you get Memphis or Houston.
I'd take it.
I'll take it.
Yeah, love that.
I would take that. The only reason why I don't want to see Golden State, I think they're a more beatable team than Memphis is when Memphis is playing right. I think I'm scared about them. I'm scared about Ja. I really am. I'm scared about the length or in the backcourt there. I just don't love going up against Steph Curry in the playoffs, dude. That guy scares the living crap out of me. The living crap out of me. I dropped to the 4 or the 5. Be my guest.
Are you more scared of a playoff series against Golden State or Minnesota today?
Golden State.
I'm scared of both.
Yeah, everybody in the West should scare you right now for Denver.
Power
because
ranking.
Of what you said.
I'm sorry, Roger. Let's flip that question.
Sorry.
You're saying that everyone in the West that the Nuggets should be scared of. Let's flip the question. Who in the West should be scared of the Nuggets right now?
Everybody.
No.
Everybody.
No. If they're healthy, you can say everybody. If they are healthy, you can say everybody. If Aaron Gordon is not playing for this team in the playoffs, there's not a team in the West that doesn't think that they can beat him. You'd be terrified of Nikola Jokic, but also LA kind of gave you the blueprint. Also, the Los Angeles Lakers are. It should piss you off to no end that one dumbass GM revived the LA program in the matter of a night. It should piss you off to no end that the Dallas Mavericks just brought 10 years of prosperity to the Lakers, and it should have started to happen next year or the year after, but for some reason, they look unbeatable right now. Maybe they're kind of out kicking their coverage. I feel very negative about this Denver team, man. I don't love it. You said at the beginning they can't beat good teams, and when they're unhealthy, they don't look the part of a contender. It's a big if right now. That was the big if that was looking at the Avs the last 2 years, right? They were a championship contender the last 2 seasons. What happened? You weren't healthy, and one of your best players was unavailable in the playoffs, and therefore you became a non-factor. You lost to Seattle, and then you lost to Dallas. But when they're healthy, you go, I don't want to play them. I think it's very easy to say, if completely healthy, everyone in the West should fear Denver. If not healthy, Denver should fear everyone else in the West.
Would you say that a healthy Aaron Gordon available and part of your plans is the equivalent of a healthy and able to play for the franchise of the Colorado Avalanche, Val Nichushkin?
Yeah.
Are they
cool
similar?
I'm cool with that. I think Val's a little more impactful of a player.
That's what I feel.
A little more, but very similar. I think you're right on the head there. They are of equal importance to their teams.
Who's Marty Netchus on the Nuggets? I'm going to go Christian Brown.
What, you know what you're getting out of him?
Well, also kind of a revelation. Obviously Netchus is new, but it's like, whoa, athleticism, speed, power. Like you see it and you're like, that's different.
You know, the other thing with Brown and Netchus that I think is kind of the same thing as I look at both those players and I go, well, they're going to make a lot of money. How are they going to stay here? I look at Netchus and his fit with McKinnon and his value just starting to skyrocket. And I go, how are you going to fit that guy in the cap? And the same thing with Christian Brown. I go, when that guy hits free agency, you're going to be able to keep him? How? Tell me. Tell me if you want to stay out of that apron, just like you did this year. And that's been the big reason why you don't have like that firepower, that punch to get up at OKC, especially when AG goes out. Oklahoma City has the benefit of really young players, all these guys' draft picks turning in. Eventually, the bill will come due with Oklahoma City, much like it did with Denver. I look at both of those players a very, very similar way. I think Nate is a better player than Brown is, but I go, how are you going to keep him? You tell me. Now, I have way more confidence in Chris McFarland than I do Calvin Booth right now. That conversation is, they are galaxies apart.
I agree, Raj, but what could Calvin Booth have really done at the break? They're two completely different conversations.
The situations are different, yes.
Very different. You are tied up with who you are if you're Calvin Booth. And frankly, what was the alternative for Calvin Booth?
The alternative was going into the apron and keeping KCP and finding a way to just deal with paying all of those luxury taxes, not being able to trade anything for. You can't trade anything now. So, like, what was the payoff? There was no payoff. That's what he could have done.
I mean, I think the biggest
came last offseason.
The biggest questions are: should he have long-term and max contracted Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray? Should he have? If
know my answer.
If you're the general manager of a team that just recently won a world championship with a guy who's playing his best basketball and is the best basketball player in the world, do you take the surrounding pieces away from him that got him to a title?
Ask Chris McFarland. What did Chris McFarland do?
Just Miko.
Just Miko? Miko is... Talk about comparisons. Jamal Murray and Miko Rantanen. That's as perfect of a mesh as you can get. And what did Chris do? Chris went, you're too expensive. I don't see the upside. See ya. Team got better. What did Calvin Booth do with Jamal Murray? You're too expensive. Actually, we'll keep you. You're upset. You haven't been great. And Jamal has been better the second half of the season as compared to the first. Do not get me wrong there. But McFarland showed you can do that. And I don't think that conversation's different. I don't think that conversation, you're not allowed to have that because it's NBA to NHL. Those guys, that's a very similar conversation with Jamal and Miko. Chris went, you're too expensive for my taste for what I'm getting back from you. I'm going to get deeper. I'm going to get more cap compliant.
I'm seeing on the Shop Mazda text line that Michael Porter Jr. should be the guy that should have been getting rid of. Should have been
traded.
Easy.
Omit needless words.
This dude just had 24 points, and while his 3-point shooting hasn't been off the charts in the last couple weeks, he had 3 3-pointers, 24 points, and 15 rebounds. He is finding ways to create value for this team.
Wasn't he like dash 33 last night? I
Minus
think his plus minus was pretty bad.
Hey, I'm fine with that as long as you send shots pinging off the backboard. That was a solid block in the third quarter.
All right. I'll take that, KJ. Look at you, Mr. Sunshine, Mr. Positivity. It's very easy for me to fall into this like pit of despair with the Nuggets because of what I'm seeing from the Avs. Like it's just this, it is this yin and yang, and it's not coming together. And I don't love that for a year that I want 2 parades.
Russell Westbrook turnover update, just one. Just one. That's good news. I love when Russell Westbrook only turns the ball over one time. But I would ask you two, when Russell Westbrook throws up a 3-pointer, when you see it leave his hand, does it also kind of feel like an automatic turnover as well? 1 for 5 from behind the arc, 1 for 9 from the field.
Nuggets will have a chance to get back at it tonight. Oklahoma City, 6 p.m. You can hear that game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 5:30 pregame show. The Avs and the Blackhawks will be on AM 950. I'll have your pregame starting at 6:30 this evening, live from Ball Arenas. The Avs looks to sweep the 6-game homestand before they head out to Minnesota on a back-to-back tomorrow evening at Xcel Energy Center. Chris Armas of the Colorado Rapids will join us on the other side. We'll get into the Avs and what they've done coming up at 11. Even more info on NFL free agency as the legal tampering period opened up just 42 minutes ago. That and so much more coming up. It's the Morning Sprint. That's Coach Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi, and this is Altitude Sports Radio.
We are all counting down the days till spring break. And just like my family, I waited to the very last second. So if you're in that same boat, then book a trip to Las Vegas. You can road trip it, get on some cheap flights, and make sure you stay at Circa Hotel and Casino, Fremont Street Experience. It is the crown jewel of downtown Las Vegas. Elevate your pool game. Get those good rays. I'm sure you're feeling like you need to get outside and catch some rays, but you don't want to miss your game. You can do that at Stadium Swim with the largest outdoor jumbotron at the Stadium Swim pool. And then also you can make sure you get to the largest sports book in the world where you can bet with the pros, bet at the world's largest sports book at Circa Hotel and Casino. Go to circa.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And then Austin, sloppy in the midfield themselves. Give it back to Colorado. Bassett. Got it to LaRaz. Away to Georgie. Georgie has Navajo on goal! Chip! 1-0! And the crowd at Q2 Stadium is silenced. 1-0 Colorado in the 18th minute. The Mihailovic-Navajo connection continues to flourish early in 2025.
That's all the Rapids needed in a 1-0 clean sheet victory. They improved to 1-2-0, 5 points. They sit 7th in the table in the West. As we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Coach, how are you today? That was a gorgeous through ball from Georgie. Beautiful chip to put you guys up 1-0. Tell me about the rest of the game, though, and I want to hear about the guy who had the clean sheet and your goalkeeper, Zach Steffen. Austin throws 20 balls at the net. 5 of them find Zach's hands. He was sensational in that win.
Win on the road, not easy on the road, not easy to get shutouts on the road. Zach's a big part of it. I told you guys a few weeks ago, there's been a big attempt this year to just concede less goals, defend the box better, get everyone more prideful and organized to not concede as much while we still want to attack. But Zach was strong, made a couple of huge saves. And then a lot of the other shots on the night were long range shots, not too dangerous for Zach.
Yeah, when you look at this start across all competitions, really the one outlier performance where you did concede was just the Dallas game, which was a whole heck of a lot of fun. On the other side, you scored 3 goals. But you and I, we had talked last week on this program, on the Chris Armas show, about just changes and tweaks, playing with a bit of a new back line. And you look at those guys, particularly Chidozie Wazium and obviously Maxu figuring it into there, and then Ian Murphy. 2 of those 3 on the back line. Keegan Rosenberry's been a staple and a huge piece of this, but 2 of those 3 new pieces on that back line. How pleased have you been with how quickly they've assimilated into the tactics that you want to employ?
Yeah, look, I'm really pleased with it that they've embraced this idea of shutouts and not 60 goals conceded. We have a mantra, the quest for 40. We want to. If you give up an amount of goals somewhere in the 40s, you're probably in 3rd or 4th place. Of course, you got to score goals. But mostly the pridefulness and the attitude from our back line. Yes, Ian Murphy, Chidozie, even Reggie Cannon, who was injured that game. Sam Vines is out. We've just been up against some of the injuries in the back line, but the next man up has stepped in and bought into this prideful, aggressive, proactive defending.
It's obviously very early on in the season, but you've come on here and you've preached it ever since you took over, preaching attack, 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 a fun style of soccer, which it is so far. How do you marry attack, attack, attack and push with a quest for 40?
Yeah, that every day, everything we do in our building, we have a banner up in our video room that says attack. Everything we do. And on day 1, 14 months ago, I might have shown a defensive clip, a pressing clip, and I asked the room, hey, why do we do this? And the player might say, because we want to win the ball, or we don't want to give up a goal. I said, no. And you go around the room, and now if you ask the question, it's to score goals. Everything we're doing, we defend to attack. We lose the ball, we counter press to try to win it back to score goals and attack. So our mindset on this radio Zoom call, we're talking about the shutout, and we'll talk about some of that, but everything we do is to score goals. So the Dallas game at home, 3 goals scored. We really were good on the night, and we on 4 shots on goal conceded, we gave up 3. It was a strange one, but we're trying to marry this idea of never relenting on scoring goals, but being more responsible. Just more responsible at any level. You can't win it all if you don't attack and score at any level. but you got to be more prideful in defending your goal at every level.
Coach,
in any sport.
Coach, I can speak for Alex Reinemi, myself, and KJ Granderson that you are attacking this radio interview on the Zoom that you aforementioned. So keep on attacking, man. Speaking of which, first result where you got 3 points out of a matchup and did it at a place that has turned into a really good environment. Austin FC, that new building, of course, the last 3 years, I believe it was built. How good does that feel when you go into particularly these newer venues that are a bit of the haves of the MLS in terms of their facilities, the money that's poured into these types of franchises? How good does that feel to go in, get a goal in the first 20 minutes at the 18th minute, and then hold on and get those 3 points and leave a stadium, frankly, that was just quiet as you can find. A pin drop is legible.
It felt great, and it validates the work that the guys are putting in. The goal we scored was an excellent, top-notch, from Cole Bassett to Ali Larraz to Georgi Mihailovic. I mean, very vertical. That's how we want to play. But we want Georgie in the middle of the pitch. We want Hoffa running deep. So it's a tremendous goal that we score. But before the game, it's a full crowd. Lights are out. You got little lights lighting up in the building. Matthew McConaughey, one of the owners, with his buddy Woody Harrelson, the actor, they're all in on it. Big energy, and to watch our I've said it, guys, and I don't just say it when we have tough nights. I mean, we're a young team. Do guys get nervous? Do they get jittery? What about the pressures? They showed up on the night, and to put out a shutout and more the nature of it, they were just lumping a lot of things into our box. They had so many crosses because they couldn't penetrate through us, and you have to stand tall and not shrink. A year ago, or last year, towards the end of the year, we were winning going into stoppage time. We lost 3-2. We had a 1-goal lead in stoppage and gave up 2, and now our guys. There was a VAR decision at the end, which shouldn't have been even looked at, but that could have swayed things. But to come out there with the 3 points does a lot for our team.
Coming up on the 15th, San Jose is your next opponent on the road. 6 goals in, if I'm correct, just 3 matches for them, trailing Seattle and Vancouver for the West's lead in goal scoring. Talk to me about how to stop San Jose.
Yeah, listen, they have, like every team now, guys, the way MLS is going, let's call it the Lionel Messi effect. The Messi effect. Owners are spending a lot of money, and many are spending it on attackers, right? So we just come out of a game with there's our back line faced, I think, $25 million additions in the front line, which is a big number in our league. So these guys went out and got Arango, which was the star striker from Real Salt Lake. They have this Espinoza, a winger that's dynamic. They Josef Martinez, league MVP from a few years ago. We're going to have our hands full, but listen, this is what it's going to be. So the good thing is that our defenders face those types of strikers like Rafa Navarro in training every day. So and top wingers like Kevin Cabral. So listen, we'll be up for it. Bruce Arena is the coach, a legendary coach. He used to be my coach on the U.S. national team. It'll be a great challenge for us to go there and again, attack 3 points.
Coming up on the 15th, Rapids and San Jose. You guys can listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio. That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. Coach, we'll talk to you in a week.
You got it, guys. See you, Rich.
We appreciate it. NFL free agency. Legal tampering period is just an hour into it. We'll tell you the latest on the NFL signings. We'll get into the Avs and Chris McFarland, what he did to seemingly overnight make the Avalanche a big, mean, scary playoff bully. I can't wait to talk about that and see what they're going to do to try and hammer a terrible team in the Chicago Blackhawks tonight, looking to make it 6 straight on home ice. Broncos bring back offensive lineman Matt Pert.
And some real breaking news.
Which is?
A big acquisition for your Denver Broncos, and that is the San Francisco 49er stud safety Talanoa Hufanga is a Denver Bronco.
A 25-year-old safety moves on over from San Francisco to Denver. Originally out of USC. He only played 7 games last year, although something was going on in San Francisco, man. Like all the tragedies off the field and the injuries on the field, something was going on there. I like that signing from them. Again, I think all of the wide receivers and Aaron Jones coming off the board is the best possible thing that could have happened for the Broncos. Now they can, it seems as though you can make a little bit smarter of moves with your money that aren't big boom or bust moves.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. And then next year, when free agency is hopefully better and you don't have what is still a little bit of an ankle weight in terms of the Russell Wilson money, once that's gone, then you get to go in big time. Bo's in year 3. He's moved on from, maybe there's a year of sophomore regression coming. Who knows? I think this is the perfect thing for the Broncos. Nice signing. I love bringing in Hufanga.
Yeah, Talanoa Hufanga fires me the heck up. In that defense that you look at with the 49ers, certainly, the Bosa, Fred Warner, those names certainly, they elicit some type of responses in terms of athleticism. But there's 2 players that I thought really, really have made the 49ers defense go. And that's what I felt like Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga.
I would love Greenlaw here.
And now when you look at Hufanga's production and availability, man, with that 2022 season, started 17 games, 97 tackles, 5 TFLs, 2 sacks, 9 PBUs, 4 interceptions. Off the charts production. Last 2 seasons, a little bit of a slip in production. However, having 3 interceptions in 2023, a Super Bowl year for the Niners, in just 10 starts. So he did have an injury. And then again in 24 also did have an injury. So just 17 combined starts in the last 2 full seasons. So there's some positive to that in the sense that there's not a ton of tread on those tires. Really only 1 full season as a starter. But a physical freak, great contact courage, a known tackler, and I think this is going to be the perfect addition for Vance Joseph in what is going to be a great tandem, I believe, with Brandon Jones and Hufanga, but we'll have to see where PJ Locke fits into this.
Contact courage. I like that term.
Yeah, it's an important term when you're talking about defensive backs because there are some finesse.
Contact averse
or contact convenient. Like they like it.
Contact convenient. I like that even better.
I like when guys are overly courageous about being smart with how they go about their physicality. And I think that Brandon Jones is a player that showed that. A known tackler, put his helmet on some footballs that created turnovers for the Broncos. I think you now have 2 certified takeaway creators in your back end between Brandon Jones now and Talanoa Hufanga. Great move.
I think if you were to ask Scotty Hastings what he thought of Miko Rantanen, while an elite goal scorer for the Avalanche, I think he would have used the term contact convenient.
Correct.
That would have been right in Scotty's repertoire. And the Avs are no longer contact convenient. Before we get into that, Robbie Spillane signs a 3-year, $37 million contract to move from the Raiders to the New England Patriots.
That was a name that was associated with the Broncos.
That was a guy that I think I would have liked, although
I'm okay with it, Raj.
I think he's about to fall off a cliff.
Yep.
I think he's going to have another good, big-time tackling year now. Mm-hmm. He feels like a guy who's just about to... remember how good James Laurinaitis was for a few years?
That's good comp, actually.
Right? And then just, stopped existing. He kind of feels like that. James Laurinaitis is a freak. Talk about a college football player, man. That guy was unfreaking real at Ohio State. Avs, coach. Chris McFarland is That guy's a wizard.
He is in his bag. The Avs are the most exciting team to watch right now, certainly in Colorado sports. It's not even close. This is a perfectly constructed team, especially given the circumstances that you've been dealt with. Having Gabe Landeskog is still potentially a part of what you're going to do. And man, that documentary that I watched on the TNT on Saturday or Sunday morning.
I catch it on Sunday, but
it's really good.
I'm gonna find a way to catch up.
Except for the amount of times that I watched the actual skate blade cut, because I am the sicko that watches replays of injuries. I apologize. I just am that guy.
I'm not a fan of that. Like the
do you turn your head or?
Oh yeah.
See, I'm kind of like
watch.
I'm like the guy that's like, God, that's awful. This is terrible. Hey, Kate,
let's watch it 17 times.
Like I'm fascinated with human body and how certain things like that would happen, and just seeing it, the imagery on the TNT documentary that's made, it uses Gabe Landeskog's quote. It was like a warm knife through butter, or knife through warm butter, whatever the saying is. And they actually show the slice, then show a knife going through butter. And then they show like a close up of the surgery, post, like the scarring of it.
You're not selling it to me. I got to be completely honest with you, man.
I'll tell you what, man.
Like, who's the kid from Louisville who had that compound fracture?
I've probably watched
in
that.
2015?
That was insane.
Kevin Ware.
Kevin Ware. Yeah, that's one that.
God, that was one of the
vomit-inducing.
I mean, I watched it. I'm like,
Paul George vomit-inducing.
I can't watch. Hey, is this DVR'd? Can you? I want to see how that happened.
Alex Smith vomit-inducing. Yeah, that ain't for me. But what Chris McFarland did at the trade deadline, while the price was high, and I get that, it should be a little scary as a fan to go, oh, there's no picks in the first 3 rounds of this year and the first 3 rounds of next year, and maybe your number 1 prospect in Callum Ritchie is now in New York as a future Islander. I still think Mikhail Gulyayev is probably your number 1 prospect, but very, very close between Gulyayev and Ritchie. I'm not going to get into Avs prospect pools too much. It costs you, for $25,000, you can find yourself a workable Honda Civic. You can find yourself a Camry. It'll be fine. It'll get you from A to B. But we're not talking about Camrys and Civics here with the Avs. We're talking about Range Rovers and G-Wagons and BMW X6Ms.
I mean,
that's what we're talking about. It costs money to get nice things.
Speaking of cars, look at this, the first line. I mean, you look at the top 2 lines. Leckie, McKinnon, Natchez, Drouin, Brock Nelson, Valeri Nichushkin. It's not even until the 3rd line that you get to Charlie Coyle. Tell me about Charlie Coyle.
Charlie Coyle. So that's probably the biggest overpay is the Charlie Coyle trade. It was a little shocking that they had to go Middlestat and the 2nd round pick that they got from Carolina. Will Zellers, people were losing their minds over. He's 18 years old and playing in the United States Hockey League. Like, there's a very good chance that he might not even make it to the NHL. There's a chance that he might not even make it to the American Hockey League. So don't worry about Will Zellers. I wish him the best, but the 2nd round pick is one that you go, oh, I wonder if they could have used that coming up in the future. Like, I wonder if they could have used that to go get another guy. They get a 5th in return. That felt like a big pay because Boston doesn't retain any of Coyle's salary. He's $5.25 million this year and next year, but what he brings to you is like 120 games of playoff experience. He has not missed the playoffs once in his career. Every single year with Minnesota, every single year with Boston. He doesn't have a cup championship yet. He's 33 years old, but he is a great 2-way player. He's mean. He's physical. He hunts pucks. He's decent in the face-off circle. $5.25 is a little expensive for me, but I'm okay with it. Like, again, you have to pay money to get nice things. And Charlie Coyle as your 3rd-line center is a very nice thing to have. I like that player. It bumps talent down the roster. It allows Ross Colton to not have to be forced to play the middle, where I think he is better on the wing. And just like that, you have a bull in a china shop with Nathan McKinnon, who is arguably the fastest player in the league and one of the fastest, and probably he's the best player on planet Earth right now. And you follow that up with a 6'3", 6'4" center in Brock Nelson, who is as responsible a two-way player as it gets, and he made an immediate impact on that game. First shift, rings one off the bar. He's throwing bodies left, right, and center. He's winning draws. He gets his first assist as an Av in the first period. Like, that guy fits. It took 2 shifts to go, yep, that's an Av. Sign him to an extension tomorrow. So you follow up McKinnon with a big-bodied center alongside 6'4" Val Nichushkin, who is maybe your third most important player on the team outside Nate and Kale. Now it allows Jonathan Drouin to not have to go puck hunting corners, for him to work off the cycle, to feed Nelson and Nichushkin in the middle of the ice, to feed the Avs offense, which the Avs offense thrives off of going low to high and then rolling 3 high. We've gone over that, right? In the corners, puck gets cycled down to a forward. He zips it up top, and then you go D to D across the zone. And after you make that D to D pass, you then start rotating up top. So the defenseman that made the original pass then goes to the middle. The defenseman who receives that last pass then starts to go out to the right side, and your top forward comes up to the left. So you go 3 high to get some, slap shot regatta going on, and then go to the net. They now have net front presence on all 3 lines.
You see the news from Evan is it Rowell?
Rowell.
That EJ is joining the Rushes today at morning skate.
Okay. It's
I think it's a Sammy G pairing?
Probably.
Mance is not fully back yet, is he?
No, Manson's back.
Okay, it might be a Mance EJ.
Off. Manson and EJ, I don't want to have them play together.
I think it was Sammy G.
I would rather EJ play alongside Sam Girard because Lindgren and Manson looked good against Toronto. They looked fine against Toronto, and people were ripping me like, oh, they're going to get beat around the outside. Lindgren and Manson were fine against the Maple Leafs, and that's a high-flying offense. I'm cool with that. And Eric Johnson he's a locker room ad.
It's taking Rushes this morning, according to Evan Rowell, was Sammy G.
Okay, that's perfect.
So look, all things appear like he'll enter the lineup tonight.
It's a perfect team for him to go up against. EJ's a guy who's, like, if you get 9 minutes out of him in a game, that's fine. Eric Johnson was signed for the locker room.
How old is he?
EJ was the first-round pick in 2006 out of Minnesota, which would have made him a 1986. Is that right? No, 1988 birth year.
Yeah, 88 sounds right.
So how old is EJ? 34,
Nailed it.
35?
36 years old. 1988 birthday.
All right.
March 21st, coming up.
He's a locker room ad. That is a glue trade if I've ever seen one. And you could hear Nate. Nate was like, he's not going to play much. He'll play 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes at the very most. Like, he's going to be the best guy in the locker room. I think
so many Minnesotans.
I think it's such a great trade for them to make because it doesn't really impact what you're doing on the ice. He gives you another big body that if you need to be a little bit meaner, a little bit, honestly, slower on the back end to kind of gum it up against a team in the playoffs, EJ can give that to you for 10 minutes a night. But the impact he brings to the locker room it cannot be understated.
He's a big boy.
He's your beers guy. He's your dinner guy.
6'4", 231.
He's your getting the fellas on the course once the season's over guy. Eric Johnson is here to win a Stanley Cup championship and retire.
He's a guy's guy.
Guy's guy.
Is he here to replace what Gabe can't? Gabe can't get on the ice, but Eric can.
Point. Fantastic point. He does a lot of that. He's part of the old guard, right? He grew up with Gabe here in Colorado. He saw Gabe come in as an 18-year-old. It's a wonderful point, KJ, that you can bring in now while you have the leadership core is there. Makar, McKinnon, Taves. There is no question who leads this team in the locker room at all. And they're cool with that. They're fine with moving forward without having a C on anyone's jersey. There isn't a question as to like who the team is taking orders from. There isn't. But you did miss that kind of elder statesman, everybody's best friend, and is also going to be like the class clown because that's what EJ can be in the locker room. You were missing that. You were missing that levity. I love that, man. I think it's a great move from them. It doesn't really impact them on the ice whatsoever. It'll be very exciting to see him tonight. I think he's going to get... I hope Bedsy puts him in the starting lineup because if you announce Eric Johnson, the roof gets blown off tonight at Ball Arena.
Probably be skating there on the first opening lineups. I bet he does that. A little gamesmanship. Why not?
Welcome back.
Some rumors also back to the Broncos and the opening of the free agency period. There's some rumors that Dre Greenlaw is very much in play for the Denver Broncos as an inside linebacker, which would also move the needle quite a bit for me.
We'll take a quick timeout. Hopefully we'll have some breaking news on the other side about Dre Greenlaw. If we don't, NFL notes coming up with KJ Granderson. NFL free agency has opened up with the legal tampering period. We're 1 hour and 20 minutes in. Broncos have re-signed Matt Pert. They get Talanoa Hufanga, the safety coming over from the San Francisco 49ers. That's the latest on Broncos free agency.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Roz, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes, and it is a big day on the gridiron. NFL free agency has technically opened up with the start of the legal tampering period. Broncos' most recent signings are re-signing offensive lineman Matt Pert and bringing over safety Talanoa Hufanga from the San Francisco 49ers. They're also rumored to be in Andre Greenlaw, as well as Evan Ingram of the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, KJ, start us off there.
Absolutely. Adam Schefter reported that Evan Ingram is meeting with the Broncos today. He's a two-time Pro Bowler. He's played 8 seasons in the NFL, and his best season was in 2023. He caught 114 passes for 963 yards. And it is important to note, guys, Evan Ingram has never been a 1,000-yard tight end. In Jacksonville, Evan Ingram was Trevor Lawrence's scapegoat. He wasn't the ultimate playmaker. So if he comes to Denver, would you guys be okay with Evan playing that same role while the Broncos develop their joker tight end from the draft?
I would be great with Evan Ingram as a part of the Denver Broncos going forward because of the physical attributes. I mean, the combine numbers back in 2017 for Evan Ingram were off the charts. The guy put up insane numbers. Was as athletic as you could ever find. Right in the 4.4 range as a 6'3" plus 230 plus pound tight end. I think if available, Evan Ingram is a tremendous upgrade if he can stay healthy. I would love to see if an Evan Ingram is who is signed. I would love to see an additional draft pick of a tight end in the first 3 rounds.
Now the question is, what's the number? Right, because he's the number 1 tight end on the free agency board. So therefore, he gets a little bit of a bump. Last year, Ingram's coming off of a $13.7 million deal on an average basis. 3 years, 41.25 is what he signed with the franchise tag extension 2023 to 2025 in Jacksonville. Now, does that mean you pay him 15? To get him up into the TJ Hawkinson, Dawson Knox type of area? The question's the number. I would be a little scared about the number, but we do know the Broncos aren't going to be forced to make big-time investments in other skill position players, right? Doesn't seem as though you're going to have to overpay for a running back. Doesn't seem like you're going to overpay for a wide receiver because the best ones that you were tied to are now gone.
Well, the good news on Evan Ingram is that his injury history is more recent. In 2019 with the New York Giants, the team that drafted him, he missed 2 games with a foot. Last season, he missed 4 games at the tail end of the season with a shoulder. And so if the Broncos medical staff is able to clear Evan Ingram in terms of the shoulder injury, I do believe that they're going to probably get good value on a player, because he did not finish the season on a high note, did not have his most productive year. He is going to be 31 years old after the season starts. This will be his 9th season playing. I think that you should be no more than $15 million per on this contract.
Your averages for tight ends: Travis Kelce, just over $17 million. TJ Hawkinson, 16.5. George Kittle, 15. Dallas Goedert, 14.25. Mark Andrews, 14. Evan Ingram at 6th, 13.75.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to the physical, because that's what his agent, Evan Ingram's agent, also with some local ties, Mike McCartney, son of Bill McCartney, legendary CU head football coach. But you're going to get that money if the physical comes back positive, that he will be in the $15 million conversation.
KJ, keep it going.
Smiles and glory holes.
Let's talk about who the Broncos lost out on. The Broncos, according to Tom Pelissero, just lost their special teams ace Tremont Smith to the Houston Texans. He is now It was a 2-year deal for $7.5 million. It makes him the highest paid core special teamer in the NFL currently. They also lost out on the number one wide receiver in free agency, Devontae Adams, who signed with the LA Rams, 2 years, $46 million with $26 million guaranteed. And then here's the most interesting one. The Minnesota Vikings brought back running back Aaron Jones on a 2-year, $20 million deal worth $13 million guaranteed. Not a surprise, but Adam Schefter was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and he kind of talked about why Aaron Jones decided to go back to Minnesota and what his agent may or may not have known.
Well, Aaron Jones is valuable to the Vikings, and he's very popular in that locker room. So you pay him $10 million. Like that's the salary of a number 3 receiver. Is it worth it to pay your starting running back? I think it is. And that's the number. And I think it's a fair number. I don't know that he would have gotten any more on the open market. In fact, I would bet he wouldn't have, because the agent wouldn't be doing the deal. The agent has an idea of what he would get. So if he's signing off on $10 million, that tells you either the offers were comparable, the player wanted to be there, time to get it done.
Here's my solution for the Denver Broncos at the receiver position. You're not going to get much better via the free agent market that is remaining. I do think you have a bona fide wide receiver 1B in Cortland Sutton. That's all right. I think that you have a cost-controlled number 2 wide receiver that's your speed guy. And you got to lean all the way in this year if you're Sean Payton. Go all in with Marvin Mims as your number 2. And then your number 3 is the redundancy of the physical nature, similar body type, and give Devon Vele the opportunity to develop further with more opportunities. Because when he got the opportunities, Raj, did he not take advantage of those opportunities? He did. Invest your assets to diversify the look of your talent at the tight end position and at the running back position. And I think the receiver position will be just fine.
Go to the draft, man, for both of those positions for me. At this point, right? Like, the market is kind of telling you what to do. And sometimes it's best not to overthink what's happening in front of your eyes. And I don't think overpaying for Amari Cooper or Stephon Diggs, who are like the 2 best wide receivers on the open market right now, does anything for you. I don't think overpaying for J.K. Dobbins, whose best years have already come and gone in this league, is a good idea, because he's probably the best running back on the board right now. Do you really want Rico Dowdle? I'd rather utilize that money and go out and get a stud linebacker, and linebackers are costing. But linebackers are expensive right now in this free agency cycle. I'd rather use that money, continue to help Bo over his first 2 years with a really good defense, and then when Russ comes off the books next year, that's when you dive into free agency head first. Don't go and sign someone to a crazy deal. You don't need to. Not when it's not Devontae Adams. Now, if that guy was still available, I would have paid him $35 million a year for 2 seasons. Sucks that he's in LA. KJ?
Smiles and glory holes.
Thank God you're not the GM. The Pittsburgh Steelers traded
right.
us.
You are right.
The Pittsburgh Steelers traded a 2nd-round pick to the Seahawks for star wide receiver DK Metcalf. They also gave him a 5-year, $150 million contract extension. Adam Schefter reported late last night / early this morning that Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers is picking up steam, but they're waiting to see if Justin Fields is going to get signed by the New York Jets. If you're Metcalf and Pickens, who would you want as your quarterback, Rodgers, Wilson, or Fields?
DK Metcalf and Russell Wilson were old pals from Seattle. I do believe that Russell Wilson is going to be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I fully anticipate that happening. I think that Justin Fields will be elsewhere. I don't think that he's going to end up being a starting quarterback when it's all said and done, because guess what? Justin Fields has proven, much to the chagrin of DMac in his 2022 draft takes, that Justin Fields is not a starting quarterback in the National Football League. Russell Wilson will be throwing to George Pickens and DK Metcalf and have the defense that the Steelers have. They're gonna go to the playoffs again.
I would love Aaron Rodgers to be done playing football. But,
I would too.
But if there's any coach who can deal with that diva, isn't it Mike Tomlin? He's dealt with all of them.
Yep.
And he's found a way to manage all of that craziness. The A.J. Brown craziness. I just don't understand why teams are still so enamored with him. I understand why Aaron Rodgers might want to go there because those are two really enticing options to throw the football to, right?
Yep. How about DK Metcalf and Pickens opposite each other if that ends up materializing?
You want to talk about they're going to hate each other.
You want to talk about the most unhinged, like extracurricular after the whistle players?
They're going to hate each other
in the National Football League. Those two guys are insane.
But again, the head coach is the only one in the league that can handle that craziness. But I think they will hate each other. And you know what? If you're already putting that into your locker room, why not? Just throw Aaron Rodgers in there. Like, throw some Pop Rocks in there. It could be fun. Sometimes Pop Rocks are great. Sometimes they suck. When was the last time you had a Pop Rock?
Probably was a part of like a dessert where like Pop Rocks were like sprinkled on for a little crisp.
Little tingle in the mouth.
A little sensory experience.
Pop Rocks those are delicious.
A little weird for me. Kind of feel like something's going to happen bad. Like when you eat them too fast and they're still popping in your stomach.
You think what? It's like it's like dropping a Mentos into a liter of Diet Coke.
Yeah, just doesn't kind of makes me a little concerned about my overall health and well-being.
I don't know. If you had to ask me, man, I think Rodgers has a better chance being the starting quarterback in Pittsburgh than Wilson or Fields does. He just feels inevitable. He just doesn't go away. He's a fungus. He likes the fungus.
And there is a fungus among us.
KJ?
Smiles and glory holes.
That was good, Coach. That was good. The Raiders traded a third-round pick to Seattle for Geno Smith after negotiations broke down between Geno's camp and Seattle. Smith has 1 year left on his deal. It's worth $31 million, and the Raiders are taking on that entire $31 million, which will leave the Seattle Seahawks with a $13.5 million dead cap hit. Geno Smith told us this after beating the Broncos back in 2022.
They wrote me off. I ain't right back, though. That's the problem. I ain't right back. Let's go.
Is he ready to right back? Is he going to be the starter? Is he going to be the reason that the Las Vegas Raiders lose out on Shedeur Sanders?
Nope. Geno Smith is going to be your bridge quarterback. He is the Aaron Rodgers to what is going to be Shedeur Sanders being the Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers, where it is a planned bridge situation. You know what's ironic? During the football season, the current NFL quarterback that Shedeur Sanders drew the most comps to was indeed Geno Smith, because of beautiful thrower of the football, improv player, takes a few too many sacks, can at times get a little bit loose with the football, but really you cannot argue with the production, and you can't argue with the ability to move the offense down the field and score points.
Makes sense to do that. I think I also said A.J. Brown instead of Antonio Brown when I was talking about Tomlin and the Steelers, so I apologize if I misspoke. It makes sense.
2 head cases, you okay?
It makes sense to kind of bring an adult into the room in a situation where like Shedeur isn't in full control for the first time in his life, or someone that is very much invested in him and him only is in control. Again, for the first time since he was like 12 years old. Makes sense to bring in a guy who's been there, done that, who has been criticized as being heavily overdrafted in New York. Right? He was booed when the Jets took him. And I think it's kind of the perfect guy to bring in for a year. Does it suck for Geno Smith? Yeah, it kind of does, because you were hoping to get an extension there. This may have been your last chance to get a real lucrative deal, because
you got an opportunity, though. You had more than an ample opportunity to be a starting quarterback in Seattle. Did it for what? Was it 2.5 years?
Yeah, but moving on now to a team that likely will still take a quarterback in round one means you have a 1 year job. You're not getting extended. Now, if he had stayed in Seattle, there was a chance that he would have been on a 3-year deal. Like he could have had the Baker Mayfield deal. It sucks for Geno Smith. It does. But it's the right thing for the Raiders to do if they're going to draft a quarterback this year.
And it sounds like Geno Smith's departure is leaving the arrival of Sam Darnold to Seattle, which is being heavily rumored as we speak currently on the Pat McAfee show, as Ian Rappaport just joins Pat McAfee.
The Lions have signed former Jets cornerback DJ Reed to a 3-year, $48 million contract. That is the next biggest signing coming here on tampering day. One more, KJ.
Smiles and glory holes.
And just to follow that up, star defensive tackle from the Eagles, Milton Williams, is heading to the Panthers.
Oh.
So they are losing their star D tackle on the inside.
And he had himself a day against the Kansas City Chiefs.
That
He made Patrick Mahomes, well, I think he made him see some stars, to be quite honest. And I thought he saw him early in the first quarter.
Milton Jones there were a couple of times where it looked like he was just going to be signed and taken off the market early on.
Yep.
Okay. Milton Jones to the Panthers.
Yeah, he's got his one ring, and he's decided he's going to take the money, which...
Why not?
Whatever, man. You know, I don't want to hear these... Again, goes back to the Myles Garrett situation. Don't tell me you want to win and then take the money.
4 years, $160 million. It's tough to turn down, man. I could live in Cleveland for 160 sheets. Can't you, Coach?
I sure can. The mistake by the lake, baby.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It's a double dipperoo here on Altitude Sports Radio today. The Denver Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second leg of a back-to-back against those same Thunder after falling yesterday morning. You can hear that game on 92.5, 6 p.m. tip, 5:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. And then tonight at Ball Arena, the Avs look to sweep a 6-game homestand as they welcome in the lowly Chicago Blackhawks. That puck drop is set for 7 p.m., 6:30 pregame show on AM 950 with yours truly and Connor McGahey. Take us wherever you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Wrapping up things here on the morning sprint before we hand things off to PhD. PhD, 12 to 3. Nate and Andy will go from 3 to 5:30 before Mark Bertinoli takes you guys into pregame for the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Who knows who's going to play in Denver for this game? We're assuming no Aaron Gordon. It did not look good without Aaron Gordon yesterday, just playing 7 minutes in that loss to OKC early on Sunday. That's a 6 p.m. tip, 5:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5, and part of our double dip today on Altitude. The Avs finish up their 6-game homestand by welcoming in Connor Bedard and the Bedard!
It's a Bedard!
Connor Bedard and nobody else on the Chicago Blackhawks.
Connor Bedard, he's
not
man.
happy about that.
How's little buddy doing? Hey, little guy.
Struggling a little
He's
bit.
just a little guy.
He's not too happy now.
I just want to squeeze his little cheeks. He's so little and young.
It's so funny. I'm so confident that the Avs should win this game by like 7 goals, that they'll find a way to lose again to Chicago.
We don't do that anymore. It's a new team. It's a new Avs.
It is a completely new Avs team.
Yeah, we're gritty. We're rugged. We're big, physical. We skate fast. We score goals. We defend. We play really well between the pipes. This is not the Avs teams that dropped them back in whenever that would have been, like November and December to Chicago.
So
it's a little bit different, Raj.
I tweeted out on Friday, Coach, about what the lineup was for the Avalanche. And Chris McFarland has rebuilt in the middle of the season the following. Starting in backup goaltenders, which had never been done before the calendar flipped years, right? So before 24 became 25. It had never been done in NHL history where both the starter and the backup on day one were gone by the time New Year's hit. He has a new top line right wing, a new number 3 defenseman, a new second line center, a new third line center, and a new fourth line center. And he did all that in the span of like 3.5 months, which is insane to do in the middle of the year. This was the Avs roster back on October the 16th of 2024. Nathan McKinnon, good player.
Still here.
In the middle of Miko Rantanen.
Okay.
Pretty good start.
Yeah, that guy plays for he plays Texas hockey now.
And Ross Colton.
Wow, that was your first
line. So Ross Colton, good player. Yeah. First line player, not so much. Casey Middlestat, we thought Casey was going to be the same guy. Second line center in the middle of Miles Wood, and Callum Ritchie, 19 years old, Your third line center was Parker Kelly in the middle of...
Still an Av.
Still an Av, good
fourth
player.
Liner, fourth liner.
In the middle of Logan O'Connor, really good player, still better fit on your fourth line. And Nikolai Kovalenko.
See ya.
Good player, but don't need you here.
Where's my guy? He's a shark, isn't he?
He is a shark. Do you remember the name Matthew Steinberg?
I'm having a hard time there.
Didn't think you would.
Yeah.
Matthew Steinberg was your fourth line center for the Avs on October 16th. He played in the middle of Yoel Kiviranta, good player, really good bottom six guy, and Ivan.
Oh, I remember Ivan. Where is Ivan?
He's in the American Hockey League with the Avs.
I see, still an Eagle.
Cale Makar, first line D, really good.
Good player.
Really good player.
Yeah, I heard of that guy.
Yeah, underrated guy.
Yeah,
right?
he's going
to be okay.
Yeah, he's created. He's a kind of a point machine.
He's on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, he's having a good year.
Cale Makar was on your first pairing alongside Oliver Shillington.
He's goodbye.
See ya. Second pairing, Josh Manson and Sam Girard, which we could see that play at some point this year.
Yep.
And then your third pairing was Sam Alinsky and John Ludwig. And all of that in front of Alexander Georgiev. And today, they look like this. McKinnon in the middle of Natchez and Lehkonen. Nelson in the middle of Nichushkin and Drouin. Coyle in the middle of Colton and Kiviranta.
Now give it to me.
Drury in the middle of Kelly and O'Connor.
That's your fourth line.
That's your fourth line. Such a joke, man. Like, overnight, they became bullies. And it's not the big bumbling dumb bully that's been held back 3 years and is just older and bigger than all of them.
Good hockey players.
It's like
experienced hockey, like well-rounded collection of talent.
It's like the 4-year letter football player who's going to play, for free at Ohio State next year and is dating the hottest cheerleader and has a 4.0. That's the bully that the Avs are at this point. I'm better looking. I'm smarter, I'm stronger, I'm faster, and I'm also going to be way meaner to you at the same time. That's not a bully you want to go through.
No. Feel a little bit different right now.
I feel so confident about this hockey
Talk
team.
to me about tonight's D pairings potentially.
I think it's Taves, McCarr, Lindgren, Manson,
Lindgren.
Gerard.
Lindgren is a second line D pairing.
They looked really
pretty
good.
awesome.
They looked really good together, Lindgren and Manson. And that was the question, is that like Ryan Lindgren was really good 2 years ago. He has not been as good the last 2 years, but he's had greater responsibility playing on the top pairing with Adam Fox in New York. And the question is, can he return back to who he was as like a 23-year-old when he is given less responsibility and fewer minutes? He looked good alongside Josh Manson. I don't know if that's going to stick as the pairing, but it's mean. And that was one thing that the Avs were missing. And I'll put my hand up. I kept screaming from the mountaintops, like, listen, they're good enough and skilled enough and fast enough to not have to be mean enough. And you know what they weren't over the last 2 years? Mean enough. I was wrong. Chris McFarland went, yeah, I didn't put enough mean guys around my top players. I put too many young, cost-controllable guys. So you know what? Screw them picks, and let's go win a cup. What a move, man. What a move. And then the Nuggets on the other side, as soon as Aaron Gordon goes down, it feels like they have no chance. What are your thoughts on tonight's game? Like, what is going to happen in OKC tonight?
I don't have a lot of positive vibes about tonight's game. And I'm hoping to be proven wrong. Just Aaron Gordon leaving the game 7 minutes in, and now it's a back-to-back. You lose this game tonight, Raj, like if you don't play well and you lose this game tonight, we're going to be back on the air tomorrow, and it's going to be yelling at the clouds, yelling into a mic.
And kiss the MVP goodbye. So, like, if Nikola wants to win it, and I think it's kind of gone at this point, like, he's still the best player on planet Earth. We know that. And I think most people know that. But it feels like the MVP is over. That race is toast. If you lose tonight and Shea goes off again, there's no chance. But if AG doesn't play and Nikola with a bum elbow goes off for a triple-double and 33 points and the Nuggets win on the second of a back-to-back, then I think the conversation's still very much up in the air.
Would this be a season split with OKC?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
Because I know you won in November. You had lost early.
Yes.
This would be a season split.
Doesn't really mean anything.
If you win tonight, Raj, are you still so scared of the big, bad, ugly wolf known as the Oklahoma City Thunder that you spend hours of our radio time glazing this franchise? Just get healthy, Nuggets. Get the game tonight. Just win it. Let's get back to being the Denver stinking Nuggets.
That was fair, Coach. That was well done. Good on you. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. NFL free agency is here. The legal tampering period is almost 2 hours underway. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac have the very latest on Denver Broncos free agency. Don't go anywhere.
Hoofunga!
The Broncos. Oh, sorry. I'm getting excited of a big voice guy. Broncos have made some moves. And most significantly, the Broncos have retained the services of Talanoa Hufanga.
Yeah.
Safety from San Francisco. First reaction to that, and we'll move on to the other moves.
Well, he's got gorgeous hair. Borderline, not quite Troy Polamalu hair, but it's flowing, right? So if you enjoy flowing locks, you're going to enjoy the locks of our new safety.
Okay.
Young guy with a lot of talent, man. He's a hard-hitting dude. He's got good ball tracking skills. I'll be curious to see what the numbers come in at. Just looking up, you brought up PJ Locke before the show, and yeah, that makes sense. Looking at PJ's deal, he's got a 5.19 cap hit and only a dead cap of 1. So they could save about $4.19 million by moving on from PJ Locke. He only signed a 2-year deal. But I do think he's the type of player that you might end up bringing back around either way. But yeah, not a whole lot going on. Patiently waiting for the Denver Broncos to make a significant move.
Well, the guy that you've been hot for,
we got Fraboni.
We got Mitch Fraboni, who becomes the 8th highest paid snapper in the NFL. Good for Jabroni. Way to go. Bring back Jarrett Stidham. Which is good. I mean, it's solid for the room. Don't know anything about Zach Wilson yet. We're obviously following things. In fact, if we have, Dan is not in his regular place today. He is in free agency, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, free agency world headquarters, which is, I don't even know. Dan, where exactly are you?
I feel like I'm on the moon, but I have 12 computers.
Okay.
All with Adam Schefter's face on them. Back here.
Fantastic.
That's all my background is Adam Schefter's face and his Twitter account pulled up.
I feel like tweeting out like the patiently waiting for Adam Schefter to tweet about the Broncos meme, like just something. We're only 2 hours into this thing, but it's been a long 2 hours.
Well, when we have breaking news, you will hear this alarm from world headquarters. It's jarring. Okay. That is jarring. And if the Broncos are involved,
the ship is ready to sail. Is that what that means?
Apparently. And if the Broncos are involved, you'll hear this. Okay, so
that sounds a little weak.
Okay. Well, what if you put the horse with the horn? What if you put the horse with the jarring horn?
I mean, the horse needs a little help. That's all I know. That sounds better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the horse by itself, though, that's not cutting it.
All right. So that's what we got with any breaking news. We got the jarring alarm, and we also have the horse. One of the guys that you've been looking at, Greenlaw, is still out there, and the Broncos have Evan Ingram in the building right now trying to figure that out.
Yeah. So I'd be down with both of these moves for sure. I've been harping on Drake Greenlaw from day one. He's been my dude over Zach Bond. He's been my dude over Nick Bolton. I feel like I was the only one in town to harping on Drake Greenlaw, but I've been in on him. So, I'm not banking on the Broncos signing him because he's going to be highly coveted, and it's going to cost a pretty penny. Although the Broncos do have money to spend right now, so I'm hoping. As far as Evan Ingram goes, look, man, for the tight ends that are out there, first off, Evan Ingram's in town, right? So let's not gloss over that. It used to be in free agency. You would come into town to kind of get a feel for things, see if you like the city. Nowadays, you just come in, you see if you pass the medicals, and I'm sure that the team does want to make sure that Evan Ingram is healthy because he is coming off of an injury. But he's a dynamic playmaker, dude. Last year, obviously, was a down year because of injury, but he's just flat out dynamic.
Yeah, I'm checking for the Hufanga deal. Is that a done deal, or is that close to? I got a lot of close to. Is it done, or is it close to? Dan, I'm going to world headquarters for the Hufanga deal.
Not confirmed yet. We are monitoring back here in the studio.
We've got about 12 people looking at all these computer screens back here.
All right, so we'll let you know when it's a done.
Wait. He just lied. There ain't 12 people behind him looking at screens. It's just Dan.
No,
that's not true.
Did Dan really?
Dan is in.
We've got a special day going on, Scott.
Yeah, he's in world headquarters. He's not even here in the building.
Okay, so y'all want to be liars.
Well, I'm just telling you what we got set up.
Welcome.
How are you, though, by the way, Scott? It's good to see you.
Good. Oh, man, good.
You all right?
Always wonderful.
Well, good.
Dude, we are staying in a weird hotel that has 3 or 4 conventions going. It takes you on average about 25 minutes on the elevators, and then literally about 45 minutes ago we had a fire alarm and everybody evacuated the building.
Oh my God! Did the fire alarm sound sort of like this?
Oh, which one of the 12 noticed this one? Hold on, I'll give you this one. I'll give you an update on that one. Okay, I'll give you an update. Because this one makes me a little bit ill to my stomach. I'm not going to lie. The Broncos have brought back Matt Pert, which I'm happy about. He's a good football player, backup tackle, swing guy. Matt Pert just signed a 2-year deal worth more money than I made in my entire career as a backup tackle. 2 years, $7 million, up to $10 million with incentives.
Sorry, Tyler.
A backup tackle is making more money than I made in my entire career with 60-plus starts in the NFL.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes me ill. It makes me a little bit ill. Yeah.
Well, timing is.
I mean, you freaking kidding me?
That's
a swing tackle's getting a $10 million deal.
Should have hung in there.
God bless it, man.
Meanwhile, in terms of NFL news and rumors, I mean, it's fun. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. Let's start with the Raiders. What do you think the Raiders are thinking with Geno Smith for a 3rd-round draft pick?
Well, first off, it was kind of the first unexpected domino to fall, right? Nobody was really on the Geno Smith train, although maybe we should have been in hindsight. He gets moved to Pete Carroll, which makes a whole lot of sense. I know there's people out there that are acting like this is the end of Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders. I'm like, why? Why would this be the end of Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders? If Ashton Genty's there, I could see them being tempted by it. I think they're going to have to make a difficult decision. Do we want Ashton Genty or do we want to draft the quarterback of our future? And I think the right thing to do would still be to draft the quarterback of your future.
To me, Scott, what's your thinking on Geno to the Raiders?
Good, solid quarterback that if Shedeur is available, you still can draft. And, if he's not quite ready, then you can go a year with Geno as kind of a bridge guy, and he's solid. I don't think he's special. I don't think he's going to bring you to the Super Bowl, but he's one of those guys. I don't know if Tyler, you agree. I don't think he necessarily beats himself. I just don't know how special he is. But yeah, why not? And there's familiarity. You're going to put a whole new system with Pete Carroll in there, and you got a guy now that's been running Pete Carroll's system right for the last couple of years.
I should add that Dan Tanner is dressed in a, as Connor McGahey has suggested, a crisis vest like the Apollo 13 mission. And that, it's very Natalie. It's a vest. It's a white shirt, black tie, just like all the Mission Control people wore there. Dan, you look Natalie attired. You look fantastic.
DMac, can you please stop distracting me? I'm monitoring a lot back here.
Okay. All right.
I've got a lot of stuff going on.
All right. I appreciate Dan at Mission Control. The big fun one, though, is what's happening with the Steelers and the Jets with Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and Justin Fields. From what we've been told, Justin Fields was desired by the Steelers, but put them off to see what the Jets could have packaged for him. This is an interesting one because the Jets GM, Darren Muji, was George Payton's assistant in 2021 when it definitely looked like it was a room divided on who wanted who. So is there a possibility that Muji gets his Justin Fields way and brings him to the Jets?
Sure. The other part of the storyline with the Steelers for Justin Fields is that he asked them to guarantee that I'm the starter. And they're like, yeah, not ready to do that. So we'll bring you back, but we're not ready to commit to you to being the starter. So he did allegedly tell them that he would go back as long as they committed to it. And they've been reluctant to do that. So could Darren Muji get Justin Fields? Sure, anybody could get Justin Fields.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers then.
Makes a whole lot of sense. Wow. You want to talk about a head coach that could handle Aaron Rodgers? Mike Tomlin. You want to talk about a head coach that could handle George Pickens? Mike Tomlin. You want to talk about a head coach that handled DK Metcalf? Mike Tomlin. I actually think it's fascinating, and I really do wonder what it will look like if Aaron Rodgers does land there.
Scott?
Aaron Rodgers needs a win. The question is, can Aaron Rodgers go someplace and trust a coach that's not named Hackett?
Well, I think Aaron Rodgers would be happy to go anywhere and have a job. So I don't know how picky he's going to be.
Well, I mean, he's definitely not.
Why do you say that? But why do you say that?
Because there's approximately one, maybe two teams that might be interested in him.
And how many quarterbacks in the league are better than him now, even at his advanced age?
Well, let's be clear. Aaron Rodgers will be starting in the NFL this year. So
For?
I think it's going to be the Steelers, but I highly disagree with your premise there that he'd be lucky for somebody to want him. He's going to be starting in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the Steelers are one team, and Seattle might be another, maybe.
And Giants.
Well,
the Giants are pursuing him.
Well, okay. So there's three teams that want Aaron. Well, I haven't heard anything about Aaron Rodgers in Seattle, so I should shut up on that. I'm not sure what Seattle is doing. They're blowing their team up. But likely they're going to go after Sam Darnold and offer him the moon to be the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Sam's going to get he's going to get stupid money, man. Stupid money. He's going to get legitimate starting QB elite money. It's going to be wild to see.
I'm guessing it's the Seahawks. Could there be another team?
The Steelers.
Okay.
Ooh.
That would surprise me, but
Why?
I don't. Well, I
They're
don't know
in
where
Aaron Rodgers' business. You
I
don't
don't know
think
where
they'd be
they
in the
are.
Sam Darnold business.
Well, I don't know where they are financially, so I shouldn't say. Well, the Aaron Rodgers business is a dumb business to be in, but I think the Steelers are a dumb organization. I think they do things the dumb way.
Well,
but
would you rather have Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson? Because that's really what it's come down to for the Steelers.
I'd rather have a draft pick and take my chances, but
You don't have that choice. You're at 21.
Would I rather?
You don't have that choice.
Would I rather have Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers? I would rather have Russell Wilson, and I'll draft a quarterback, and as soon as he's ready, I'll start playing him. That's what I would do if I was the Steelers.
And that's fine.
If that's my only choice.
I mean, that's not an insane take. I think a lot of people would agree with you. I think I would roll the dice on Aaron Rodgers personally.
I mean, I'd rather have Zach Wilson if I was the Steelers than Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson.
How you get it ain't
Zach Wilson?
It ain't over, and it could easily still happen. But how you guys feeling about your $10 million per year for Zach Wilson?
For the Broncos?
For anyone.
I'd be fine if I was the Steelers. But I think Zach Wilson's most likely landing spot will be right back here with the Broncos.
I know. My point is he ain't getting 10.
Well,
we'll see, though.
Okay.
We'll see.
I don't know.
I can
no
be wrong.
idea. Scott, what do you think about Russell Wilson? Where's he going to be?
I guess Seattle's out of the mix. I don't know. I think that's a $100 question. New Orleans,
Giants. I mean,
Giants,
it's all the same conversation. So all this is just one giant roulette wheel, and you're going to see where the ball lands for the first guy, and then you just interchange it.
Well, we're off and running. Free agency is underway. We'll have, reaction to everything that happens as it happens. We'll give you the information up until the second. Parker Gabriel will report in for us from Dove Valley in terms of what's going on with any kind of breaking news after 1 o'clock today. And we'll go to the Avs and the Nuggets, which is a little bit of a mixed bag, but we've got it all covered for you this afternoon here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We'll get back to NFL free agency here in just a second. But guys, if erectile dysfunction is part of your story, then I need you to write another chapter. And this will bring love back into your life and intimacy back. And ED can be a relationship destroyer. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you, as they've been there for thousands of men throughout the past decade. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So find them today. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Just call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I think that they're going to look to kind of fortify the defense here. We'll see if they can get it done. Certainly could use another DB in the secondary. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if they can get one done. We'll see. Certainly could use another linebacker.
Are
See if
they in
can
on
get that
Dre
done.
Greenlaw? Is Dre Greenlaw a possibility for them?
I don't know that, but I could see that happening, Vic. Yes.
If they wanted Cody Barton, they probably could have signed him. Now, I'm not saying that they won't, But that's what you can do ahead of free agency is sign your own guys, and they did not get that done. I'm not writing them off completely, but it's clear that they're looking to upgrade something there, or they would have probably got that deal done. So he's still out there, and Greenlaw is as well. But the other inside linebackers, not available.
Wasn't it wild last night? I've never seen anything like this ever in the NFL. The amount of news that broke last night of guys that were signing maybe 8 hours away from free agency. They'd waited this long. They could taste free agency. They could go test the market. And then all of a sudden, about 12 hours before free agency, we've just got a plethora of news rolling in of enormous contracts. I've never seen that happen. I honestly haven't. Normally, if you come that close to free agency, you want to test the waters. So to your point, with a guy like Cody Barton, yeah, you easily could have re-signed him. Very, very easily could have re-signed him, and you chose not to. I'm crossing my fingers on Dre Greenlaw, but what I understand is that the 49ers still really want him back, and I'm not overly optimistic about it, even though I would desperately want it to happen.
Wow. Let's go to world headquarters for a huge free agent signing. Dan Tanner.
The Seattle Seahawks have their new quarterback, Sam Darnold.
Wow.
Has signed with the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
3-year deal, nearly $100 million.
That's actually not as much as I would have thought.
Okay.
I know $100 million is an insane amount of money. First off, I'll be curious to see what the guarantee is, but that comes out to about 33 per.
Mm-hmm.
And
$23 million raise from last year, though.
Well, there you go. But also a $22 million discount from the going rate for a starting QB.
Okay. Scott, your reaction?
Good payday. I don't think it surprises. I think it's tough to jump somebody from $10 million to $50 million. So $10 million to $30 million plus a year. That's pretty good.
I think for the Seahawks, this is a bargain. I think it's a bargain for the Seahawks.
I'm curious what options he had. What options did Sam Darnold have? Why did he choose the Seahawks?
I don't think he took less money. So I'm going to guess that this just made sense to him financially and how it fit. Listen, man, they're in kind of a rebuild mode.
Well, that's my point. You just got rid of DK. You just got rid of Tyler Lockett.
So likely this was the most money by a mile for Sam Darnold. Most likely this is all about the money. It's a hell of a lot more. And it's not tickling the ivories of the $50 million deal, or certainly what Josh Allen just got over the weekend.
Yep.
How'd you like that one?
What do we got here? Oh, $55 million guaranteed from the Seahawks. So they really didn't even commit to him for 2 years. They really didn't. I mean, they would have to overpay to cut him next year, but they really didn't even commit for 2 full seasons.
Boy, can you imagine just hearing that you got guaranteed $55 million and they got you on the cheap? That is that's rock and roll, Scott.
Yeah, good to be Sam Darnold.
Good to be Sam Darnold. Got $10 million this year, played all right, and now is really getting paid. So good for Sam Darnold. Good for the Seahawks. That's one more off the board. So now teams that are in the mix, the Giants, the Jets, and the Steelers most significantly.
It's fascinating because it's really Geno type of money. It's a little bit more than what you're paying Geno, but it's the same kind of fake commitment to QB as you already had in Geno Smith. So you got rid of Geno because you were fake committed to him, and now you fake commit to Sam Darnold.
Well, it's a whole new crew there, though, in Seattle, though, too. So it's maybe they just want to define things how they want to define things. Did the Broncos, I'll start with you here, Scott, did they miss out with Devontae Adams, who's now a member of the Rams?
That surprised me a little bit. I wonder if that now makes have we heard anything on Kupp or any of those other guys?
Not yet.
Does that now make one of those guys now more available? The Rams taking him surprised me a little bit. Did they miss out? Nah, they're all right.
Okay.
I didn't think they were going to be super active here in this first period anyway.
The Steelers got DK Metcalf, Tyler, for a second, and they traded a fifth and a sixth. Surprised by that?
No.
And $30 million a year, too. They're taking on the $30 million a year.
Yeah, and he now becomes the highest paid player in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So congratulations to DK Metcalf. You've never played there, but you're now the highest paid player to ever play there. The value for him, that seems about right. Yeah, the second round and some change feels good.
Broncos could have used that. Broncos could have done that. Did they screw that one up?
I would have been interested. Sure, hell yeah, I would have been interested. Devontae Adams, I never even dreamt about it as a possibility for the Broncos because at this point in his career, he's going ring shopping. And there were a lot of reports he wanted to go back to San Francisco. I know LA's not San Francisco, but he's getting closer to home and just makes sense.
Scott?
I'll say this, DK Metcalf, you leave a solid quarterback because you didn't know that what's name was leaving. And then you get Darnold, which is okay, pretty good. You don't come to Denver that could have been a young up-and-coming quarterback, but you go to Pittsburgh that has none. So when everybody says whatever they want to say, chasing the rings, whatever, sure, it's all about the money.
I was told that the Broncos weren't even interested, that whatever our opinions are, neither one of these guys rang their bell whatsoever. I'm told the Broncos really like their wide receiving crew. Now, I'm not saying they won't acquire somebody or retain other people in free agency, but Godwin goes back to the Buccaneers. Who else? We're talking about Amari Cooper or Stephon Diggs or people like that, and I just don't see that happening.
I don't either. It feels like you're out on wide receivers this year, so good luck in the draft. And now what that means in the first round, keep your eyes on Luther Burden. Keep your eyes on Emeka Egbuka.
Mm-hmm. Scott?
Yeah, no, I agree. You're growing a quarterback. You've got three really young wide receivers that helped you last year. Would it be nice to add a speed demon? Well, I bet they look at that in the draft like Tyler says. You got a good, solid veteran guy that's seems like a good leader in that room. I'm with you guys. I think they're solid with their wide receivers, and they'll try to see if they can find a guy in there that all of a sudden is something special. Then maybe they pull that. Maybe they pull that even in the first round.
If you missed the news, we just announced it. Sam Darnold to the Seahawks in their fire sale, and they get him for around $33 million for 3 years. But what's the number? 55?
$55 million guaranteed.
That's the real money.
Works out to about a year and a half's worth of salary.
Okay, so you still have the drama right now with Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, and Russell Wilson. No news on Kirk Cousins. He's still an Atlanta Falcon as far as we're typing, and you got Geno Smith there with the Raiders. We'll cover everything as it goes from World Headquarters with the Natalie-attired Dan Tanner. We'll get to that in just a little bit. The Broncos do sign DJ Jones. That's the one free agent they got done before everything started. DJ Jones getting done for 13 per, something like that.
I'm glad they brought him back. He's a guy that I was fighting hard for, the guy that I know. Look, I get it. The average fan probably like, DJ Jones, what does he do? He's a nose tackle. What kind of value can he have? I'll give you this. It's a lot to pay a interior defensive lineman. It is, especially in a 3-4 scheme, a true nose tackle. It's a lot of money, but he's a hell of a football player, and I didn't want the Broncos to lose him.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, listen, you had a top 5 defense last year that you hope only gets better with a little more chemistry, and if you can add a playmaker, either in the linebacker or safety spot. So why not keep your stabilizing core together? It'll be interesting to see what they're going to do with Allen. But no, I figured they'd sign him. I mean, listen, if you aren't signing your own free agents, then what does that say about you or about them?
Well, they've signed. Let's go through who their own free agents are that they've signed. Brony was a free agent, signed him. Stidham signed him. DJ Jones signed him. Matt Pert signed him. There's 4. Who else is out there that Barton they have not signed yet? There's big rumors about Hufanga being signed, not official yet, and Evan Engram is in the building. Are any of the tight ends free agents? Broncos tight ends?
I don't know. Say sayonara if they are. Although I say that you might re-sign one. The only player the Broncos have officially lost so far is defensive back Tremont Smith. He's a special teams all-star. He ends up signing down there with the Texans for a 2-year, $7.5 million deal.
Loss, big deal, not a big deal.
Well, he's a great special teams player, and that's why he got paid $7.5 million. Is it the end of the world? No.
Okay. How the Broncos doing so far?
They haven't done anything.
Okay.
What have they done?
They're exactly doing what I thought they'd do.
What's that?
They're not going to be in the first wave, not in the first big wave.
Well, they haven't.
I think
there hasn't been any big money spent yet, unless you want to consider the money to DJ Jones' big money.
So the two things to keep your eye on. Look, Evan Ingram's in town right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And in today's NFL, you don't take visits without intention of signing.
I think he's like the fourth highest paid tight end in the NFL right now, by the way. I'm going to double check that.
Well, he's not getting paid anything right now, but yeah, maybe he was previously. He earned $34.5 million in Jacksonville, so that's a whole lot of money. And keep your eye on that, right? So I would expect the Broncos to get him done. I would expect the main reason he's in town is to clear medically because he is coming off injury. So let's kind of say, okay, we're assuming the Broncos might get Evan Ingram done.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, they address tight end. They are in the business for Drake Greenlaw, although I'm not crossing my fingers too much because I think the 49ers really want to bring him back. But if you could get those two guys done on day one, I'd call it a good day.
Yeah, Mark, Evan Engram was the sixth. Sorry, not fourth. Last year was the sixth highest paid tight end. Kelsey Hawkinson, George Kittle, Dallas Goedert, and Mark Andrews, then Evan Engram. I think Engram would sort of, on the get one, buy one. I mean, that takes out Juwan Johnson, I suppose. They wouldn't be signing two. So, but, Juwan Johnson theoretically isn't impactful. What kind of tight end is Evan Engram when healthy?
He's dynamic. Very, very dynamic. Could he be a joker? Yeah, he could. I think at this point in his career, that type of versatility is probably slipping away from him a little bit. But if you go back to what he's done in years past, even as recently as last year, man, I mean, not last year, the year before that, the dude could put up 1,000 yards per season. Although he hasn't had a ton of them, he's had a lot of years where he's kind of in that 600, 700-yard mark, and then he'll bounce down to a 300, 400-yard mark. So he's inconsistent.
His biggest year was 23 at 963, but 114 receptions, 4 touchdowns. Last year with Jacksonville, he only played 9 games.
Yeah, I mean,
you might have this might be a better than who you had tied in, but because coming off injury and not putting up a lot of numbers last year, you might be able to get him cheaper than a Juwan Johnson.
Maybe. Welcome to the wonderful world of free agency. Although guys that tend to go on the first day tend to get overpaid. They tend to get a little bit more money than most. So
see, I don't think that's George Payton MO. I don't think.
No, definitely not.
I don't think he's afraid to, but I don't think that's what he's necessarily looking to do.
I completely agree. He's a very conservative guy when it comes to that stuff. He's got to get pushed in other directions if he wants to go there. And we'll see what Sean Payton wants too. The Broncos pretty conservative so far. Now we'll see where else they go perhaps today with safety.
The other one I forgot that Dan just put up on the big board. Yeah, safety. You were just bringing it up, I guess. How do you say it? Talanoa Hufanga?
Yep.
How'd I do there?
Good.
Good. He's a good player, man. He's a young guy coming out the 49ers. He's got tremendous hair. I love it. He's got Troy Polamalu type of vibe to him and the way that he plays and the way that he looks.
Hufanga. That's a fun name to say. But listen, Scott, Tyler,
his nickname is Mushroom in the locker room.
It is?
Fungus.
I got it.
I'm here for the subtle humor today.
I know. I get it.
Subtle humor.
I get it. So far, I think the Broncos are doing fine. They didn't have – listen, they weren't ever in on Devontae Adams or DK Metcalf. It wasn't their thing. I get it. I'm fine with that. There's nothing you can do about Aaron Jones. He signs back, and, nothing you can do about that one. They haven't, spent a crazy amount of money, but they haven't done anything dumb. DJ Jones is solid. Stidham makes perfect sense to come back. Zach Wilson, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, they've done a couple procedural moves, but they haven't made a move yet. That's where they're at. A couple procedural moves, re-signing their own guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yet to get anything done, though.
Hufanga would be a move, as would as would Ingram. Okay, fine. But they did some stuff in free agency last year. Just didn't, capture anybody's imagination with Brandon Jones and Cody Barton, who they appeared to be okay to move on from if they get Greenlaw. Greenlaw would be a big deal. Greenlaw would be your bam. That would be maybe double alarm there, Dan, in Mission Control if they could get that one done. We'll see. But yeah, I'm here.
Does the clangers or clackers, what are they called? The alarms thing that go off, do they wane as the days go?
It could get
by Wednesday,
right.
On Thursday, is it a little less intense?
Probably should be, yeah.
Right, that's a good idea. It's very
maybe
jarring.
Just a whistle.
It's very jarring today. By Friday, it's like.
Yeah, I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
Yes,
it kind of feels like how today's going so far.
Well, the wacky world of free agency, it's high impact right away, and then it just kind of feels like the air's out of the balloon. But it's fun, and today's the big day. Today is the big day. And the league year doesn't even start till Wednesday, but how they have these things figured out, and they're obviously cheating on this thing from the jump. How else are they getting all these deals done ahead of time anyways? How does anybody know? But it's fun, and we're here to cover the whole thing as it goes throughout the afternoon. So Ufunga, we hope to hear some confirmation there. Ingram, we hope to hear some confirmation there. Greenlaw would be the big get of the day if the Broncos can figure that out. You've got a lot of drama with quarterbacks in Pittsburgh and New York with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Aaron Rodgers, and we're here to cover it all. Meanwhile, maybe some glasses for the referees where flopping in OKC rules the day, but the Nuggets do have to be better in significant circumstances. Can they get it done? And the monstrous new Avalanche, holy cow. They beat up everybody on their way to school for their lunch money and aren't looking back. Details coming up next. We go to free agency world headquarters before we get to the Nuggets and Avs, because during the break, we had a monumental signing. Dan Tanner.
The New York Jets are signing quarterback Justin Fields. He gets a 2-year deal worth $40 million, 30 of it guaranteed.
Tyler, your reaction?
All 40 guaranteed?
Not all 40, 30 of the 40 guaranteed.
Well, 30.
Yes.
Well, the Jets should be back on track. Way to go, Jets.
Scott, your reaction?
Does not surprise me the Jets would do that.
Here's the real reaction to it. Who cares about Justin Fields? It's all about Aaron Rodgers now. It's all about Aaron Rodgers. Landed with the Pittsburgh Steelers, with DK Metcalf and George Pickens, and what does that look like? Get ready for the conversation to happen again. Everything we were talking about with the Jets being contenders, it's going to happen again. I promise you that conversation, if Aaron Rodgers lands there, the conversation is the Steelers are contenders.
Was Fields what number pick was he in the draft?
He went to the Bears
11,
at,
I believe.
11, yeah, something like that. 11, 12, something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third team so he got traded now. So this is his third team in 5 years?
Well, he got traded to the Steelers. He was a free agent here.
Right. Yeah, well, but it's still his third team in 5 years.
It is,
years?
yeah.
Is this his 6th year in the league? I just think, here's what I say with that news. You just guaranteed at least one AFC team that won't knock you out for playoffs.
Okay, so you're predicting a bad year for the Jets and Garrett Wilson, a little Ohio State reunion.
I think this is just Jets.
Okay, well,
Although,
the Jets are the losingest team in the NFL. They've gone, 13, 14 years without making the playoffs. They are a train wreck, no doubt about it. They do have a little bit of a new energy there. They have a new approach. And Darren Muji likely got the guy that he wanted in 2021 when he was an assistant to George Payton. And it's hard for me to believe that didn't hold some weight as the GM of the Jets. I think Muji got who he wanted to get here.
I'm sure he did. I buy that. I kind of roll my eyes at the whole, hey, let's go back to our draft evaluation of 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Like that's what we're holding on to when we got a boatload of film to actually evaluate the guy on. Now, maybe they evaluated the film, and maybe they liked it. Maybe they're seeing something that I don't see. But holding on to a draft evaluation from 5 or 6 years ago, that's pretty dumb.
Well, we'll see a team that is completely committed to Justin Fields as the starter. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It looks like that was a holdup. The Pittsburgh Steelers were just not willing to guarantee it. It was interesting to hear they really did want to re-sign him. But not for that. He's off to the Jets. I can't blame him. 4-2 as a starter with the Steelers, replaced by Russell Wilson. And as Russell Wilson continued to deteriorate during the season, they did not go back to Justin Fields. I'm not surprised he doesn't want to go there. But it does open the door for Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. Who makes more sense for the Steelers? Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers?
Scott, go ahead.
Well, I think Aaron Rodgers is still a better quarterback than Russell Wilson.
Okay, so
Russell will know the system and the familiarity with it and the guys and everything. So maybe there's some, less of getting used to the idiosyncrasies of a new quarterback, especially one like Aaron Rodgers. So it might be easier, and it might be cheaper.
The Steelers need a shakeup. Plain and simple. They know who they are. They've been stuck in mud for 6 years. They've been stuck in the mud as a playoff football team that's going to lose in the first round. It's who they are. And they know exactly what they're going to get with Russell Wilson if they sign up. And they'll probably be a playoff team. And they'll probably lose in the first round. But you could roll the dice on Aaron Rodgers, and you could say, all right, he's got on year 2 coming back from that Achilles. Can we get this guy back healthy? It's a no-brainer. You go back to Russell Wilson, you're signing up for the exact same thing you've been doing.
I agree. I'd be shocked if Aaron Rodgers is not the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers and their starter. Now, I don't think this prevents them at 21 from taking a quarterback. It's not a great place to be for a quarterback, but I think the Steelers will likely go to that well as well. And maybe that's where Jackson Dart gets taken, because what you saw, I think, with the Raiders is a little guess that they wouldn't even get Shedeur, frankly. I think they might have made that move. Hey, if Shedur's there, maybe they would consider it. But I think they're staring down the barrel of like the Browns taking Shedur Sanders. And look at how they backed up the Brinks truck for Myles Garrett. How funny is that? I'm writing goodbye letters to Cleveland. I can't meet with the owner. The owner won't meet with me. I want to win. Oh, no, I don't. I just want a lot of money.
I told you. Listen, all this is BS this time of year. Ain't nobody. Listen, if you got a choice of putting $40 or $90 million in the bank or winning the ring, what are you taking? Tyler, what are you taking? Come on now.
Yeah, of course I'm taking the money. But here's the thing. Myles Garrett was going to get that if he got traded also. So it does make it a little bit fascinating. If he really wanted to put his foot down, if he really wanted to get himself traded, he was going to get that amount of money no matter where he went.
Well, there you go. So he made a big fuss for nothing, I guess, and money talks. I think they'll draft Shedur. That's my guess. I think the Raiders know it. I think the Raiders, because they know it and they're feeling it, that's why they went out and did what they did. So that makes more sense to me than anything. I think Shedur is going to go number 2 at the worst, unless something else happens. So I think it's good news for Shedur Sanders, frankly. And the Browns are saying, yeah, we can afford this. Why? Well, we're going to draft a quarterback, and they did a restructured deal with Deshaun Watson anyways. I'm looking for Shedur to go number 2 in the draft. I think that's good news for him. Okay, we'll get back to all of it, especially where the Broncos sit, in just a little bit with Parker Gabriel at the Denver Post, who's following things, and our other mission control, the credible mission control. Dan Tanner is at, he's in Dan Tanner land. Scott, yesterday when Chet Holmgren smashed Russell Westbrook upside the face with his hand, and that would have fouled out Holmgren. If that gets called the way it should have got called, do the Nuggets win the game?
It's a lot closer than it turned out. It felt like that was the anchor, dropping the anchor. Instead of going into the water, it went through the bow of the ship a little bit. Kind of a meltdown of that. That's right after coach gets a technical, goal, blah, blah, blah. I think that was that put him at 17 free throws to 2 in the second half or something like that. So, yeah, it was a momentum changer. That and Shea Gilgeous going down the middle and jumping from straight ahead to his right to brush up against a defender and getting that call. Yeah, I mean, I thought they got home courted a little bit. But, listen, the NBA has a referee problem. I've been saying it for years. I don't think the referee can cause you to lose a game. I think it was a 3-point game when Joker came out with 9 minutes to go in the fourth. And by the time he came back in, it was like 13 or 14 or something like that. So the bench was horrible again, and now you've got injury problems. Aaron Gordon goes out, and you're winning the game, and Murray didn't look like he was 100% healthy. Are they going to play? Are both them going to play? I haven't looked at the
Is Jokic playing tonight? How's his elbow?
I saw Joker at breakfast today, and he had his elbow wrapped up. So we'll see. And you know what? That affected the game too. When he got thrown down, I don't know if you saw the replay. I mean, he smashed his elbow, and that's the elbow that he hurt when he missed a game early in the year. Remember? So I don't know. He had a compression sleeve on it this morning. If that matters anything.
Should they shut down Aaron Gordon for the rest of the season and just say, "Hey, man, we need you in the playoffs. What's the point here?
Wow,
we'll just get it done without you the best we can.
I don't know
see
if
you in the
do
playoffs.
Get it done without him."
Well, I mean, they certainly are going to make the playoffs without him.
Well, of course.
And their schedule is such, they're not going to do, I don't think, any worse than 500 the rest of the way. And you may slide to 4th if that happens. Maybe 5th.
Well, you lose tonight, you could go to 4th.
Well, you'd be tied with Memphis. You can't do worse than that because they're a game behind you. And Houston's 2. So.
Did you guys see the shade that Alex Caruso threw after the game?
No.
I thought it was some pretty serious shade. I mean, he said from the beginning of the game today, Denver came in like they were playing against the top team in the West. We came in like it was a noon game against the Nuggets on Sunday. Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, Alex Caruso.
That'll be remembered. According to the NBA injury report, Gordon out, Nikola Jokic questionable, Jamal Murray questionable.
Okay. What do you do with AG?
Which I think you said Friday. They should have done that yesterday.
Yeah, well,
but it's ABC and
what am I? Yeah, right. Like the back-to-back things. The Nuggets are 11-1 on back-to-backs this year. Okay, on the second end, which is amazing.
And the one they lost, Joker didn't play in.
So I don't like it today. I think this is I sort of like these back-to-backs. I sort of don't. But we can dig into it in a little bit. We'll also tell you about the Avs who are playing Chicago. Some interesting, it looks like Wedgwood's in goal, and Eric Johnson will be playing. How about that? How fun is that for the game tonight? Yeah. I think that would be the final D spot. I think that's going to rotate, that like 6 defenseman spot amongst, you got Keaton Middleton, Sam Malinsky, Eric Johnson. I think it depends on the matchup, what you're feeling. So if there's, 18, 19 games left, something like that, maybe you split that up a little bit. But it looks like that Eric Johnson will be on the ice tonight. And yes, if Jared Bednar has a nice sense of drama, he'll put him out there on the ice to start, which would be awesome against a terrible Chicago team.
You just scored 7 points on a pretty good Toronto team. Seven goals on a pretty good Toronto team.
Very good team.
And I'm not sure that once they got down 4-2 early in the second, that game ain't over. Or was it 4-2 after 2?
I forget. It was 4-2 at some point. I forget if it was 4-2 going in the third. It was definitely 4-2 at some point. Somewhere in the second period. I forget. But it was. Let me tell you this. This team, this Avs team,
is different.
Buckle up.
It's fun to watch.
Buckle up. It's so different. It's the most different Avs team I've ever seen. They are the monsters of the Midway, theoretically, the monsters of the mountains. They are a big, physical, fast team. They're the biggest hockey team I've ever seen in my life. Gargantuan.
In Colorado, for sure.
Oh, dude, it's crazy their size right now. Talk about going in a different direction. And we have the game for you tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop. That's over on 950. The Nuggets, 6 o'clock, 5:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Parker Gabriel gives us the latest from the Denver Post next. Justin Fields to the Jets. We're waiting what the Steelers will do. Sam Darnold goes to the Seahawks. Geno Smith, we know, goes to the Raiders. We'll get you updated with everything going on in the NFL, but we focus on the Denver Broncos with Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. Hufanga and Ingram, both in the building, both being looked at and poked at and prodded at and negotiated with Parker. Is that true?
Yeah, actually just in the last minute, breaking news, they've got an agreement with Talanoa Hufanga, the safety from Sanford.
Very nice. Very nice. Can you, any details on that?
Yeah, I don't have terms at this point, but obviously, you know how Sean Payton and George Payton have sort of gone about this the last couple of years where, you know, the guys that they target on this day are typically the top of the board type of guys. And so they you know, George Payton, you guys remember 2022, they went DJ Jones and the nickel, whose name is escaping me at this point, and K'Wan Williams off the San Francisco defense. Obviously, the organizations, you know, there's a lot of shared personnel, shared history in the front offices. And so no surprise that, you know, they're landing Talanoa Hufanga here. I think, you know, they're in on Dre Greenlaw. We'll see what his market looks like, you know, over the course of the day here. But a guy who was an all-pro in 2022 and then has dealt with injuries the past 2 years.
And Evan Ingram's in town, which in today's world, there really is no such thing as a free agency visit. When I was playing, we went in, we saw, do we like where we live? Do you like the town? Do you like all these things? So how much of the Evan Ingram visit is simply about passing a physical and making sure the guy's healthy?
Yeah, I think that's probably at least, you know, part of it. Obviously, he dealt with a shoulder injury last year and a hamstring injury. And so, you know, with a street free agent where you've got a little bit more time, you've got the ability to bring a guy in. And especially, you know, I mean, Sean Payton is a pretty good salesman. You have the opportunity to call a guy and say, hey, listen, we have real interest. Why don't you come out here? We'll talk. We'll check it out and kind of go from there. So, you know, we'll see if they get a deal done, you know, whether it's today or early this week. But obviously, you know, if he's healthy, sort of a similar story with Talanoa Hufanga, honestly. If he's healthy, he gives them production that they don't otherwise have at that position.
Does it also, are you able to get him maybe a little bit cheaper because of the injury status over the last couple seasons for both guys?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, you know, we'll see where the Hufanga deal comes in. Safeties have been getting paid so far today. So but yeah, I think you're right. You know, you're sort of betting. It's interesting, and we'll see about Greenlaw, you know, wherever he ends up. But you're sort of betting with both of these guys and also potentially, you know, whoever lands Dre Greenlaw on the bounce back sort of thing. And so, you know, free agency, you don't want to pay, you know, A, money for B, talent. And a way around that is to maybe take a little bit more risk with guys that have been hurt in the past. Obviously, that can burn you, but it can also lead to outsized value if you get a guy back to good health.
Are the Broncos interested in any free agent wide receivers?
I think they'll probably add one. Now, remember last year, you know, with Josh Reynolds, it didn't happen until, in fact, I think it was going down at the owners meeting. So that's like end of March. I think the deal was maybe announced in early April. And so you guys have been watching it all day. It's been interesting to see who's getting paid, what deals come together fast. And there just haven't been a lot of receivers that have come off the board so far today, I don't think. And so, you know, we'll see how that moves. I tend to think that they'll, you know, be in the market for a veteran type of guy. But if you look at the room with Cortland Sutton, who they've talked about working on an extension with, and then the three young guys, Marvin Mims, we say young, he's going into his third year, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, and Devon Vele, you don't need this, you know, you don't want to overcrowd that room either. Obviously, no one would be surprised if Lil Jordan Humphrey's back eventually, whether he's as a receiver or a kind of hybrid tight end. And then you kind of go from there in terms of, is there one guy that you like, maybe in the Josh Reynolds type mold, or do you address that in the draft?
I know we don't have the details. Wow, it actually just came out literally. Dan just pulled it up from Adam Schefter. It says Hufanga signed a 3-year contract up to $45 million, $20 million guaranteed at signing.
Wow.
So quick math there. I
Damn.
don't know how you're doing on math there, Parker, but how are the Broncos doing financially right now? How much money do they have?
Yeah, they've got plenty. Obviously, cash is not the issue with the ownership group. You know, they're literally by far the wealthiest ownership group. And then from a cap perspective, you know, when you sign these guys, you can hold the cap number down in the early years of the deal. And so I would imagine, you know, I don't know what the signing bonus is for DJ Jones. That he's probably in that like $5 to $6 million cap hit range for year one. You know, Stidham and the other guys that they've brought back, Matt Parrott and Mitch Raboni, obviously nothing too dramatic there. So they've got plenty of room to operate, and they'll create more too as the offseason goes along. If they get an extension done with Zach Allen, if they get an extension done with Cortland Sutton, obviously the commitment to them cash-wise will go way up, but the cap number, at least this coming year, will go down. And then when you look forward to, as those deals start to get more expensive, next year, you've got another $32 million in the Russell Wilson dead cap coming off the books in 2026.
Well, it sounds like, and we talked about it all the time, DMac, when Pat was here, the only knock on Pat was
cash.
Wasn't necessarily cash rich.
No.
As far as getting things, but it seems like now if you can throw cash at it early, it may help your cap in the long run.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Parker, any other tidbits?
Hey, I got one more real quick. Sorry. So last night we saw something kind of radical happen that I've really never seen. I've never seen so many guys sign with their own team the night before free agency, right? And usually you get that close, you want to test free agency. Well, the Broncos do have 3 guys that all want extensions right now: Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, and Cortland Sutton. Should we expect any news out of those guys in the coming days?
I think a lot of the, you know, in terms of, I think a lot of teams looked at the market and saw sort of a mediocre free agent class, and that's why you saw the rush of players going back on deals. So like DJ Jones was about to be a free agent, and then suddenly he wasn't. But in terms of the guys that get, you know, extensions to bring a cap number down at this time of year, the Broncos didn't have to do that because of where they were cap-wise. So now you look forward, and you're going to create more flexibility with extensions, but the Broncos don't have to do that now. So in a way, you don't get pinned into having to have it done by the time the league year starts. Still wouldn't be surprising, but like last year, I think Quinn Miners got done over the summer, kind of during the offseason program. That could be your range for Cortland Sutton, for you know, Nick Bonito or Zach Allen. But obviously, you know, if you kind of like where the market is and you come to an agreement, any of those could get done sooner than that.
Great job, Parker. We'll read you in the Denver Post and follow him on Twitter for all the updates. Parker Gabriel. Thanks, Parker.
Yep, see you guys.
Okay, and just to bring you up to speed, Justin Fields now a member of the Jets, and we win Sam Darnold, now the quarterback for the Seahawks. Surprised by the deal for Hufanga? Yes, no?
It's pretty healthy, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a healthy amount of money. They clearly value the guy. I think they value the age a lot. I think it's going to be a very significant upgrade over PJ Locke, so I'm down.
Okay. I'm seeing some other deals here.
They got to get a linebacker some way, somehow.
Well,
man.
Greenlaw obviously would be the big get.
You don't want to go into the draft needing wide receiver, needing tight end, needing running back, needing linebacker. You got to address at least one more significant hole, and it would be great if you could fill that on defense.
Is there anybody besides Greenlaw that would ring your bell?
Well, I'll look right now, but I'll tell you the going rate for these linebackers, it's a lot. So I'm not going to be shocked if you get priced out of the Drake Greenlaw. Look, man, linebackers are making $15 to $20 million per year. That's what they're getting these days. I don't know if Dre will get quite that much, but it's a lot. So I'll take a look. I'll see if there's any others. Because we got Zach Bonds off the board. You got Nick Bolton's off the board. We're waiting on Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, and there's one other guy. Oh, gosh, I'm forgetting his name. He's gone as well. But yeah, Scott, Greenlaw would be – I mean, if not Scott, you'd be bringing back Cody Barton. Would you be okay with that, or is that a step down?
It's not a step down. It's a step sideways, right? You're in the same position you were last year. I thought Cody had a good season last year. Mm-hmm. Do I think he's a special guy in that position? And do I think there's probably others that may be better? And will not. And I'll ask Tyler this question: how hard is it for inside linebackers to transition from college to pro?
I I don't know. Obviously, schematic fit means a lot. Getting a 3-4 guy versus getting a 4-down guy, that means a lot. I do feel like you see guys take a little bit of time at that position. It can take a year or two. So I guess we'll see what happens there. I'll tell you this. If you don't get Drake Greenlaw, I would expect the Broncos to announce an extension with Cody Barton very quickly.
Yeah, I would too. Boy, heck of a place for Cody Barton to be hanging out in, just sort of sweating that out and seeing where that's going. But life in the fast lane, that's sometimes how it goes. And I don't think they'll be bringing Greenlaw in for a visit or anything like that.
Nah, you'll just get it done.
Yeah, or not, I suppose, one way or the other. But you needed to see what's what with Ingram. We're waiting for official word for him, and we have confirmation that Talanoa Hufanga has signed a 3-year deal worth up to $45 million, but gets $20 million guaranteed to be right now sort of the biggest news signing for the Denver Broncos as NFL free agency gets going. We have another update. What's going on, Dan?
No, that was just for
Hufanga?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to tease y'all.
Okay,
we're busy back here.
I understand.
Clearly not that busy.
The horse is a little delayed. What?
Yeah, obviously not stressful busy.
It would have been funny if you just threw that in when Parker was talking. He would have no idea whatsoever what was going on. But yes, that is the sound of a Broncos update if we have one for you. And Dan, maybe play the jarring sound effect so people understand what's going on if they weren't listening earlier. This is if something else happens. But you got
to put the horse in there.
Well, the horse is for a Broncos. Well,
true.
Right.
My bad. That's my bad.
So listen, if you hear that something has happened, you never know what's going to happen next, but we're here to react to all of it as it happens, plus the Von Miller question. When we return, it's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, hope you had a beautiful weekend out there. Maybe you went car shopping and you didn't find the car of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, I'm telling you, the dealership you want to go to is my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I value relationships in life. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL because they always take care of me. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That'll be unique to every customer who walks in the door. What I love about Phil Long Ford is it is one-stop shopping. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams over at Phil Long Ford. And guys, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love your ride for a very long time. Feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities here. The way it was described to me is that there'll be some fun options for him. I don't know where he's going to wind up, but it certainly sounds like he'll be moving on, and he'll have a place to play somewhere else.
Adam Schefter with the boys this morning talking about Zach Wilson. Haven't heard anything yet, but I assume that's a deal that we'll hear about, later. But great having Adam on. Adam will be with us on Thursday, so Adam, a busy guy, no doubt about it. The Broncos have signed Talanoa Hufanga as a safety. We're awaiting word about assigning Evan Engram. We'll see how that goes. And we're hoping that the deal with Dre Greenlaw could get done. That would be some big news for the Broncos. Anybody they're missing out on here, Tyler?
Last night a handful of those names hit. They were like, okay, they were dream dudes for the Denver Broncos, but it was always dreams. In terms of actual signings that have gone down today, not really. I mean, Chris Godwin was a fascinating one. I don't know if you guys followed what's going on there. I did want Chris Godwin, but I was very realistic about it the whole time. I said I thought he was going to re-sign with Tampa Bay. And that dude turned down an extra $20 million to go to the Patriots to stay put with Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
How about that?
Which that is radical. I mean, it's one thing to turn down $3 or $4, $5 or $6 million. $20 million to stay home? Damn.
Guy must have a nice place on the water or something.
I guess.
Must really love Tampa. Really likes Baker Mayfield. I mean, maybe that's a dude who just has a pretty sweet life down there in Tampa. It's a beautiful area. It's a hell of a lot nicer than Foxborough. I've been to both of them. I'd rather be in Tampa as well.
No state taxes again, right? I mean, we were talking about
that's true.
The one guy that was staying in Texas, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, how many jet skis can you have? How much money do you need?
Another one? A dock full of them?
Different strokes for different folks.
A boat to carry the jet skis?
Well, with that money, I think he can probably afford anything he wants in his life, and he wants to be happy. So there you go. I mean, you're lucky if you're a team and you get a guy like that, that's for sure. Von Miller. Would you bring Von Miller back for one lap around the sun?
Well, what type of price?
You could get him cheap. Money ain't an object on this one. It is the absolute equivalent of the Avalanche getting Eric Johnson. It's a guy
But you got to remember, but here's the difference with EJ. Everybody that was still on the team and coaching the team was there when EJ was there.
That is true.
Ain't no one hardly left on the team when he played here,
fair point.
Nor are there any coaches or ownership or management here that he played for. So their loyalty to him isn't what I think the Avs are for an Eric Johnson.
Vaughn was actually reasonably productive last year. I know he gets hated on all the time for the amount of money that he was making out there in Buffalo. He did end up with 6 sacks. I mean, if you look up DeMarcus Ware's stats from the Super Bowl year, I bet it was 8, something like that, somewhere in that ballpark. Nothing radically different than that. And although I do think he can still be a productive member in the NFL, I say this as respectfully as I can to my friend, a dude that is a member of the Super Bowl team, a dude that I don't have a ring without. No, I probably wouldn't do it. Doesn't make sense at this point. It's just not a position that you need the help at. If we had holes at that positional group, sure. I mean, I'm interested, but we got young dudes that the last thing they need is anybody getting in the way of their playing time.
Scott, would you bring him back or not?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm not sure that he's still not better than your backup dudes anyway.
Okay. Well, you're in trouble if that's the case. That's for sure. It's a pretty deep position for the Broncos right now, honestly. I mean, he would just be a pass rush specialist.
Well, would you rather have Von Miller getting 15 snaps per game or Jonah Ellis getting 25? Would you rather Von Miller get 10 snaps per game or DeAndre Tillman getting 12 snaps.
It'd be something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Those are the questions.
And I happen to think we've got two studs, and Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited about Jonah Ellis's growth, and I don't want anything getting in the way of that. And even DeAndre Tillman, who's like not a world beater by any means, probably more productive at this point.
I just want to take a heat check with you guys to see where you're at. It doesn't. I think you bring up a great point. That is a difference with EJ and Vaughn. It's what the Avs are hoping to get to is getting back to the culture that EJ had when he was here. Like, they look at that as a positive. I'm not so sure that's how Sean Payton feels about a culture that, frankly, he wasn't even part of. So, although their playing roles as positional specialists would be very similar, you're right. The culture of the teams is significantly different.
I'll tell you a team that honestly makes a lot more sense than the Broncos, the Rams. Going back to the Rams.
For Vaughn?
Yeah.
Do you think he's got one more year left? Do you think he could
I do. Yep.
Get a little something, get a little bit more juice out of that lemon?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Played in 13 games, 6 sacks, 7 tackles for loss.
Yeah, he was kind of set up for success there with the Bills. Like, every situation he was basically part of was like, hey, man, this is going in your favor. Like, he didn't have to play 85, 90% of the snaps. I mean, he played a fraction of that. And most of the time when he was in there, it was, you had a lead, third and long or something like that. Vaughn can wreck some shop, which he did occasionally. So, and you never know how the season goes, by the way. You never know how the season goes with Vaughn. You just don't know. So
8 Pro Bowls in his first 9 years, pretty good.
I think Vaughn's a first ballot Hall of Famer, Ring of Famer, Bronco forever. Vaughn has spoken many times about wanting to be in management with the Broncos. And I'm not suggesting that you put him out to pasture quite yet. Is that different, though? If Vaughn were to hang it up, this is a what-if scenario. If he were to hang it up, is he the type of guy, like the Avs did with Andrew Cogliano, that you would say, come on, man, come back to the family, be part of our management organization?
Well, again, there's no relationship really, right, between
there's not.
Group
there's not.
And Vaughn, and I think that's the one thing that hurts him.
So I'd like to see him sit out a couple years, and enjoy retirement and get hungry. And then absolutely. But in this, let me be clear, what I'm about to say, I'm not saying this about Von Miller. This is a generalized statement. When you're about to employ a dude that lives a private jet life, it's a pretty good life, right? And so you got to be careful when you go after those things. And that's not a statement against Von Miller, but it's a statement like, hey, man, the dude's living on private jets, right? And so I would say, Von, take a couple years off, get hungry. Once you've enjoyed the retirement tour, you've done everything you need to do, I'd welcome back with open arms, but I'd give him a little breather.
We'll have No Dumb Questions coming up in 15 minutes, and you can submit that on YouTube. If you subscribe and like, we'd appreciate it. Also on Twitch, throw your questions there and order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. It was confirmed today that Eric Johnson will be in the starting lineup, or he'll be in the lineup. Don't know if he's going to start for the Avalanche tonight. Did you guys get a chance to watch the Avalanche on Saturday afternoon?
I did.
Scott, I know you might have been flying or traveling a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure if you caught up on him or not. I don't know if you did. I guess I should just ask. Did you catch the new look Avs?
No, I was flying and then watched highlights and followed on the whatchamacallit.
Guys, my God. I'll tell you this, man. If you can't win the Stanley Cup with this group this year, I'll be disappointed. I don't know what else you really need to win the Stanley Cup other than what you got right now. You got depth. You're healthy. You're huge. You have the top scorer in the NHL.
The one thing this team has always been is just been an offensive juggernaut, and You've retained all that.
Well, they're back. They weren't, but they're back recently. That's for sure.
Yeah, you didn't have to.
Well, Nichushkin got a hat trick, right?
Nichushkin had a hat trick. Yes, he did.
You didn't have to lose out on that. Now you're an offensive juggernaut with a physically imposing hockey team.
Oh my God, it's wild. It's like watching the monsters right there in the Looney Tunes movie.
Eric Johnson in his presser says, what's your role? He said, listen, I'll play 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Heck, I'll even go shovel snow in between periods.
Yeah.
So you think that's a guy that's glad he's back home, isn't he?
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. He is thrilled. And then I think this will probably be it for EJ.
Well, he's in year 112.
Correct. I mean, I think of the other like Parisi and Kovalenko and Tomas Tatar and Trenton was a big guy last year, but like there were a lot of like small dudes. That every guy we got was kind of like some sort of undersized small dude. And holy cow, it's land of the giants over there now. It's pretty awesome.
What was my complaint the last 2 years, Dan? You remember?
Sam Girard.
Yeah, Sam Girard was definitely one of them.
That was your complaint.
He's still there.
No, because everybody was too small. Their whole team was too small. They had no size up front, especially when Nichushkin out. They had no size on the blue line. Dude, they first of all, we're forgetting this because we got all sweatpants excited right before the trade deadline. But we got to go back. I'm telling you, November, December, when they upgraded their goaltending to better than they've had maybe since I've been here. As far as the starter and a backup, and now you add size, and you really you didn't kill your speed.
Oh,
come on, man!
Not at all.
Come on, man!
No, listen, they got down 4-2, and it was like, okay, this is going to take a second for them just to get it together. Yeah, it did. It took them a second to get it together, and then they rolled off 5 unanswered goals, and like you said, Nichushkin had a hat trick. And seeing him on the line with Nelson and Drouin, fantastic. They're top 6 right now. I put him against any top 6 in the NHL. And you've got, you've got a situation where you have Miles Wood just healthy scratch, did nothing wrong. Bednar said that. He hasn't been playing poorly whatsoever. We just got to make some tough choices here. And Eric Johnson, he's not going to play every game, but they'll use him uniquely. Mackenzie Blackwood's been great. I think Wedgwood's going to get the start tonight. And I get it. Chicago actually has a couple of surprise wins over the Avs this year. Not tonight, friends. Not tonight. And when they get their 6th out of 6 wins in this homestand, goodness gracious. And they have snuck out of, by the way, the wild card spot.
The wild card.
They are. They're 3rd in their division now. They passed Minnesota. How are you guys feeling about the Avs?
Excited,
dude. I think they're gonna. I'm with you. I'm gonna be almost disappointed if they don't win it. I think they the front office was fabulous. Got to still knock wood. Everybody's got to stay healthy, but they realize you're in a window, and the windows are closed during the wintertime. So right now is the spring of our youth. Let's go for it, and they have opened the windows wide for this chance to win another cup.
By the way, remember when I said, Nathan McKinnon, you need to, be more of a leader and get out front? You realize he's been great since the Miko trade, right? Like, he's not shied away from everything. Come on, guys, come talk to me, whatever. He is happy to be the face. It's like night and day. It seriously is like night and day. So any complaint that I had, gone. Like, it's gone.
Well, did you see the thing I sent you from Rob Brendamore talking about his time in Carolina, short-lived? He said Rantanen came in there and said, he showed up and said, there's 4 teams I'll go play for, and you're not one of them.
Wow. I did not see that. He told that to the Canes?
According to Rob Brendamore.
Wow.
Come on now.
Wow.
Do you? And I hate saying this because I don't like talking bad about players when they're out the door. But if you're not part of the solution, then what are you?
You are the problem, or at least a significant part of it. Wow. Well, that trade's looking better and better, ain't it? That's looking like you got rid of a bit of a malcontent there. That you got to get.
Also, they read that the TNT broadcaster gave gave the Avalanche roses for getting out of the Miko thing as fast as they did.
Wow.
Well, that's what I was just going to bring up, man. What Chris McFarland's been able to do, starting with the goaltenders and then getting ahead, and I mean really getting ahead of the Miko drama because he saw it, he could feel it, he forecasted it, he knew what the market value was going to be, and now all these moves, dude, I mean, we'll see how it all ends up for the Avalanche, but if it goes the way we think it could, this is a GM performance of the century.
Here's what Brendan Moore said.
Interview that really stuck with me.
There's not been one guy that has left here because they didn't like it here. That was except for Miko, and he did not like it. When he showed up, he said, "There's 4 teams I'll go play for. Well, you're not one of them."
Oh my God!
Talk about arrogant.
Wow. Oh boys, I don't know if y'all get to many Avs games, but can I circle one for you? I mean, we're talking about Sunday at 1:30 at Ball Arena, Dallas at the Avs. Woo! What is that going to be?
Sexy.
That is going to be sexy. That is one sexy-ass hockey game right there. Tonight is kind of a, hey, man, what a homestand.
Tonight, you do your business. Tonight,
Right.
Be a championship team and go do your business. That's what tonight's about.
Right. You get it done. You sweep your homestand, which is crazy good. I'm so glad they finally got some movement in the standings. You go on the road for a couple, and then you come back for a weekend tilt with Dallas that is going to be as exciting and as big of a regular season game that you've had here in years and years and years. So pretty freaking awesome. So tonight it's against Chicago, then you're in Minnesota. That's a big game too, actually, which is tomorrow night, Friday in Calgary, and then Dallas on Sunday. Oh, my goodness gracious. Fantastic. In terms of what's on your brain, let's go for no dumb questions on Twitter, on the text, on YouTube, however you want to reach out to us. We'll get to it coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Looking at YouTube right now, Scott, should we sit Gordon until the playoffs start, even if it means dropping down a few spots in the standings? That is not the first time I've heard that question.
Listen, this will be the 27th game this year he's missed, so over a third, right? You played 63. Man, I don't know, man. If you tell me that he would be healthy, then fine. I probably wouldn't play him tonight. Well, he's not. And then who do you got Wednesday? Don't you have somebody Wednesday? Minnesota Wednesday, Lakers Friday.
Without
and then
LeBron.
a back-to-back with somebody, Chicago or somebody on that Saturday, I think, right? Or somebody.
I can look it up here in a second.
Yeah, it's a back-to-back Friday, Saturday.
You got on the schedule, yes, you have tonight, of course. You're in Oklahoma City. And then the rest of the week looks like this. Home against Minnesota on Wednesday, home against the Lakers, and then home the next day. So three games in 4 days and 4 games in 6 days, and you're home against Washington on Saturday. You have a day off, and then you go on a bit of a road trip at Golden State, at Los Angeles, at Portland, at Houston. So you do have quite a few games coming up here.
And then a back-to-back against the Bulls after the Houston game on Sunday.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Well, no LeBron, right, for a while.
That's right.
So, and you probably need AG for that. I'd look at probably at least this week and maybe not playing again until Golden State.
What if Aaron Gordon?
I mean, they've sent him out 3 and 4 games at a time, and he still comes back and it's still hurt.
Right.
What if he never gets healthy? And we're talking about the playoffs. So we're just talking about the season. What if he's just never healthy? How deep can this team go?
Oh, if you don't have him for the playoffs, you're out. You need
First
Aaron.
round?
I don't know first round, but you can't.
It depends
you can't
on matchups, of course. But
you can. I don't believe you can win a championship without Aaron Gordon. Scott,
are you getting the 3 games where Porter was getting 30 a game, or are you getting the 2 for 8 from the 3-point line, Porter?
What do you think?
Probably somewhere in between.
Yeah, what do you think?
You're probably getting a little bit of both.
Well, I don't think Murray's healthy either, and that's why he's questionable for today. Joker's, I'm almost thinking none of them play tonight, but I don't know.
You know, I'd actually be fine with that. Sure, I'd like to have a signature win on the road, but whatever. You can't go around killing yourself. I think these back-to-backs are pretty stupid. Oklahoma, who knows if you could beat Oklahoma City with a full squad anyways. You certainly didn't yesterday. And, whatever. I'd rather win 4 out of your next 6, even if you were to lose tonight, Scott. Wouldn't bother me whatsoever.
Well, listen, you've got 3 this week at home. I think it comes down to this. After tonight, I think you gotta sweep this week again at home. And then you gotta win at least 2 on the road of those 4 games you play the following week, and then win that back-to-back home game against Chicago.
No dumb.
I think if you just take care of home business the rest of the way, you're going to be okay.
I'm looking on Twitch right now. No dumb questions. Will this free agency be a failure if they don't get Dre Greenlaw? I don't know if it's going to be a failure, but I think that's somebody they're gunning.
It would feel like a letdown. I mean, failure is a strong word. That there's a lot of ways to build a football team, and depth is certainly one of them. But it would feel like a letdown if you didn't get a big name, right? Like you go through free agency, you've got money to burn. It's not a matter of you just don't have a choice. This isn't like the Nuggets. We were talking about them in the middle of the year. Like, what choices do they have? No, the Broncos have got all kinds of choices. They could choose to overspend on anybody. They could choose to budget. They could choose to do whatever they want. And I'll say this, I do think it'd be disappointing if they don't get a name like Drake Greenlaw. It doesn't have to be at linebacker. But they need to get a dude. Just it feels good. It feels good.
On the text line, no dumb questions. Are the Avalanche Nichushkin proof?
That's a fun one.
Oh, I think they help themselves with that, don't you?
Yeah.
Guys, he can't miss a third playoff series, a third year in a row.
They're not Nichushkin proof.
Let me tell you this. They can't win a Stanley Cup without Val Nichushkin, okay? So if Val goes off the rails for the third year in a row in the playoffs, they're toast. As good as they've improved themselves, they need Val Nichushkin.
Yeah, to win championships, you need superstars, right?
Yes.
But they certainly have positioned themselves to weather a storm here and there without him. But to win a championship, that's a different story. There's somebody on the text line asking, Tyler, why doesn't anybody consider center a position of need on this team? I think our centers suck and are a huge liability.
Wow.
A couple things on that. Number one, you have a budget for a football team, right? And yes, you could overspend anywhere, but as a part of your overall budget for a football team, you kind of say, how much money do I want to spend on wide receivers? How much am I going to put on offensive line? How much am I putting on linebackers? And you have invested in 4 out of your 5 positions. And although I would love to see an upgrade at center, your budget is done. It's over. You don't have any budget that's left. And here's the other thing. Center is just not a position that, quite frankly, is important enough to overspend. If I had to tell you who the 3rd highest paid center in the NFL is, take a wild guess. And I'll see if you can even remember his name. It's a former Broncos center.
Conor McGregor.
Lloyd Cushenberry. Lloyd Cushenberry, making $12.5 million, is the 3rd highest paid center in the NFL.
It's not Conor McGregor?
Not Conor McGregor.
Oh, damn. Well, good for Lloyd.
Is Lloyd Cushenberry worth $12.5 million?
I don't know. It's
is
a
there
center.
That big of a drop-off from Lloyd Cushenberry to what we got going on right now?
How can you even tell? I have no idea. You tell me, man. Center. I don't know.
So, my opinion,
Lloyd was great as long as he didn't leave his gap and try to help somebody that didn't need help, and they always get burned on it.
Center, to me, it's one of the most mentally taxing positions on a football field outside of QB. Probably the most mentally taxing position on a football field. Physically, it's by far the easiest of the offensive line.
On Twitch, no dumb question, what's better? Late night snack, cereal or potato chips?
Ooh. Well, if you're if you're out drinking, potato chips. If you're out danning, cereal.
Danning? What? Oh, what's Danning?
Danning. Tannin.
Okay.
Dan Tannen. If you're out Dan Tannen.
I mean, if you're
cereal,
in Dan Tannen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you're Dan Tannen, you're looking at the Fruit Loops or Captain Crunch. But if you're just out beering, then probably potato chips.
Why is Dan so skinny?
That Dan is pretty skinny. Dan's in pretty good damn shape. Dan, you want to defend yourself here?
He eats the cereal, but he goes for grape nuts.
I'm sorry, what kind of nuts? Oh, grape nuts. Grape nuts. Okay, cool. All right. No dumb question. Should the Nuggets have traded Michael Porter Jr.? Sorry. Should the Nuggets, in light of the Avs, should the Nuggets have traded Michael Porter Jr.?
Ooh. Well, if you win an NBA championship, the answer is no. If you get beat in the first round, the answer is yes.
Is there something to be said to look at the Avs and all the moves they did and to say, hey, man, why did the Nuggets do nothing? Is that fair, or is it really apples to oranges? 2 different sports, just a different dynamic, different contracts.
Here's the big difference. With the convoluted salary cap that the NBA plays under, there's so much posturing and movement, and you're hiring lawyers and accountants to work in basketball offices. In the NFL, it's a hard cap. You've got this. This is all you got. You got this. And the NBA is so different. So I think there's more restrictions on trying to do. I mean, have you ever seen really an NBA team do what the Avs did?
No.
And stay as a contender? I mean,
Have
you've
not.
seen teams dump. Utah 2 years ago was dumping everybody. But have you seen a team do what they do that thinks they got a chance to win and end up bringing in three starters run out, a starter, and four, five really big, important backup guys?
I don't think it gets more shocking than what Dallas and the Lakers did this year. So I don't know if that's comparable or not. But
that's one guy. I mean, that's a big trade just because of the names involved.
Right.
But it was big guy. Okay, big name.
By the way, do you see Dalton Knecht is actually playing quite a bit for the Lakers? How weird is that? That he was going to be traded to.
He did get traded.
Right.
And then he failed the physical, or he didn't fail the physical. What's his name? The 7-footer.
Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Williams.
Yeah. Who's playing, but okay, he failed the physical. I just think
and that's all coming out that the Lakers just had cold feet. And they realized, what
we
are
screwed
doing
up.
Here?
But what a weird spot for Knecht. And now he's actually,
He was playing before he got traded.
I know. It's a weird spot. All right, we have so much breaking news. We'll get to all of it. And the Broncos have signed a couple of new guys. If you missed it, stick around. Details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talking about erectile dysfunction, that's not like, the most lighthearted of conversations, although we can have some fun with it. Likely it's turned your relationship into a mess, or you just say, I can live without it, and that sort of thing. Well, listen, get love and romance back into your relationship with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail. Most treatment rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. So that's love back into your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. More about the Broncos and free agency coming up next. How are the Broncos doing so far in free agency? They've signed DJ Jones, Tulanoa Hufunga, safety, Mitch Fraboni, Jarrett Stidham. They're working on finalizing a deal, we think, with Evan Engram. They missed out mostly on guys that just signed back with their own teams, and they were not interested whatsoever in DK Metcalf or Devontae Adams. Who knows right now with Dre Greenlaw? How are the Broncos doing so far?
It feels very procedural in nature, what the Broncos have done up to this point. Look, you did go out and get yourself safety, which is cool. There's really only two positions on defense that you needed to address. You needed to address safety, and you needed to address inside linebacker. So you got one of those two knocked out. You're in the running for Dre Greenlaw, although I'm not expecting it. It would be awesome, and I hope that I'm wrong. I would expect we're probably going to end up re-signing Cody Barton, quite frankly, is going to be my best expectation there in terms of inside linebacker. I'm not overly excited. I'm not overly down. It just feels very procedural in nature.
Scott?
They're not jumping the process, which I asked if last week sometime if because you won maybe a little quicker, had a little more success with your young quarterback than you thought you were going to, do you skip a process? Do you skip a step in the process? And it looks like they're not trying to. My biggest question is you're going after Greenlaw and you signed the safety, and there's nothing wrong with that. But San Francisco did have the 29th scoring defense last year in the NFL, and you're going to take two guys off of their defense, and one guy was hurt, and maybe why they were the 29th because the dude was hurt a lot.
Greenlaw, boy, he had the saddest injury of all time as he ripped his Achilles running onto the field in the second quarter of the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Any nerves about him and his injuries, Tyler, or is this just, free agency? You're always going to be dealing with something.
Football players get hurt. So I think it's tough to find dudes that don't have injury history. If that's going to be a defining factor for you, good luck, right? Now, there's certain injuries that are worse than others, and I'm not going to deny that he's coming off of a big deal here. I think he's young enough.
But it'll be his second season off of it now, right? This will be
it
2
is.
years away from
it. It is, yep.
I think he's young enough that I'm not overly concerned with it. Look, the hard part with free agency is you see teams, there's two teams right now that are just crushing it in free agency. It's the Washington Commanders and it's the Chicago Bears. And you see teams that are still just making moves that are unrelated to free agency. They're making trades. Washington Commanders just got a trade done for Laramie Tunsil. They're going to improve their offensive line. The Chicago Bears going all in on their offensive line. They traded for Joe Thuney. They just signed Drew Dahlman out of free agency from the Falcons. They just signed Grady Jarrett out of free agency from the Falcons. They brought in 3 offensive linemen now. Jonah Jackson is the third one. They're crushing it. Washington Commanders are crushing it. And then you see the Broncos, they're just hovering. They're hovering right now. But this is what free agency is, and this is who George Paton is. George Paton is a day 2, day 3 free agency guy.
Justin Fields goes
Which I said last week, and you guys both poo-pooed me.
Well, what do you mean we poo-pooed you?
Well, so no, I see them being strong that first round. I don't think they will.
Well, they still could. Dre Greenlaw could get how much per? 24, 25?
Yeah, it's going to be plenty. I'd probably not that much, but it's going to be plenty.
22? I don't know. What are we talking about here? I mean, getting Greenlaw, if they were...
Probably less than 20, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Greenlaw would sort of fit that bill. Listen, getting DK Metcalf and Devontae Adams, when Sean Payton talked at the Super Bowl about musts, wants, and needs and that sort of thing, he was telling the truth. He was telling us we like our wide receiver room. He wasn't lying about that. He doesn't lie because he's one cocky son of a gun. He's Slim Shawty, man.
Well, then you should expect an extension for Cortland Sutton sooner than later.
I would, actually. I think he likes his room. He likes his draft picks. I think they'll add somebody in free agency, but it maybe is benign as just signing little Jordan Humphrey back up again, something like that.
Let's be clear. If you signed Evan Ingram, you just improved your wide receiver room, even though he's a tight end.
I totally agree. He is the definition of a wide receiver tight end. Nobody's even playing games about need him to block the whole thing. If he wants to block every now and then, fine. But he's always been a receiving tight end, always. And when Evan Ingram's been healthy, he's been pretty dynamic. But like all these guys, as you get into your NFL career, how healthy are you going to be? And everybody comes with a few issues. And those who don't likely get signed up by their team. And we saw that. You mentioned it. Last night for about 3 hours, it was crazy. For about 3 hours, it was insane last night, seeing everybody sort of get tied up, including Josh Allen, who didn't even need to get a new deal done. And the Bills made him the highest paid football player of all time.
Yeah, it was wild. I've never seen anything like that. Ever. I've never seen so many dudes that could taste free agency. They got to make it 12 more hours, and they're going to go to free agency, and they can try to get 2-3 different bidders and try to get that value to go up. And then right at the brink of dawn, they end up re-signing with their own football team. But all those guys that re-signed, they signed for monster, enormous deals.
That's right.
That they felt like was the equivalent of free agency.
That's right. And then you look around at your mansion, and you look around at your car, and you look around at your beautiful wife and your beautiful house with your beautiful kids, and you realize, what the hell does $4 million over the next 5 years mean when I'm about to make $100 million? And the answer is, it doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot, Scott. Life is pretty beautiful and sweet right now. So I think I'm going to stay here. That's what happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Allen was a surprise because you're like, well, didn't you just get paid a season and a half ago or something like that? I mean, didn't they up him just a year or two ago or something? So maybe this is more friendly and you can move money around. And you know, I said something about a while ago how the NBA's got this convoluted salary cap. The NBA, with their extensions, play with the money against the cap and what's this here and let's move this to this year and bang. And if guys live up to the length of their contract, then all's well and good. It's a problem when you push money around, then all of a sudden the guy stinks and you're stuck on the vine for, a $25 million dead cap hit because you just can't play no more.
Well, go ahead.
I just saw a text that I do think is fair, okay? All this conversation about the Broncos being ready to compete for a Super Bowl and whatnot, when you're ready to compete for a Super Bowl, free agents want to come here. Okay. And right now we are recruiting the hell out of free agents. And you might convince Evan Ingram, who really, let's keep it real, that's really more a day 2 or day 3 type of free agent. But Dre Greenlaws of the world, that gets a little bit tougher. Yeah. Devontae Adams, that gets tougher, right? And you're not seeing those because guess what? Players in the NFL don't view the Broncos as contenders right now. They're an up-and-coming football team that they respect, and if you recruit them hard enough, maybe they'll say yes, but they ain't coming here just to come here.
Well, the Greenlaw one, I think, is a great example. The Broncos never were in on Devontae Adams. They didn't care.
Sure.
So, but Greenlaw is a fair argument, and your other guys, Nick Bolton and Zach Bond, I mean, like you said, Aaron Jones, another one, theoretically you might have been interested. They're happy just to stay where they're at. And they got enough money to make it happen and live a good life. So that's it.
The one dude that I was crossing my fingers on, because I wasn't huge on Nick Bolton, and I never thought Zach Bond was going to be a possibility. The one dude I was crossing my fingers on, I just find fascinating. He made one of the most crazy decisions I've ever seen, if it's true, was Chris Godwin out of Tampa Bay. I found it unlikely that we would get him, but I was hoping and I was praying that he might become available. And the reports are Chris Godwin decided to go back to Tampa Bay, taking $20 million less than what the New England Patriots offered him, which is nuts, dude.
All right. Other NFL news. Your reaction.
But Chris Godwin has a ring, so he's not chasing anything. And like DMac said a while ago, he might just like Tampa.
I like.
And does that $20 million over? Do you save that $20 million over the 4 years by no state taxes?
You're still probably going to make an extra 10, but I don't know.
Dude, I was down in Tampa when the Navs, first time I was ever in Tampa for the Avs Stanley Cup run. It's a nice place. You get a place right there on the water, a little jet ski, a little dock, a little pool. No state tax, right? No state income tax there.
Guys, you can always come back to Tampa after you make the extra 15 mil.
The intercoastal waterway doesn't go all the way up to Tampa, right? I mean, that's just down the Miami.
Oh my Lord! Oh boy, there's some little river thing there, man. I know they have boats there, and Tom Brady's hurling the trophies to Gronk. That's right where we stayed there in Tampa, right near Amelia Arena is right all there. I don't know what that's called, but it's kind of cool. It's a pretty neat place, I'm just telling you. If you're happy, you're happy, man. If you're happy, you're happy. I mean, it's got millions and millions of dollars. So could there be more? Sure. Maybe even a lot more, but maybe he's fine. Maybe he's a simple dude. Who knows? Got me. Meanwhile, Russell Wilson, let's go along some quick hitters here. Sam Darnold in Seattle is what?
It's an interesting decision from Seattle because they parted ways with Geno Smith, the guy that they were halfway committed to although it's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, a 3-year $100 million deal with 55 guaranteed for Sam Darnold, that's a lot of money. They really just replaced one dude they were halfway committed to with another dude. They guaranteed a year and a half worth of salary for Sam Darnold. I would have actually understood that move a whole lot more had they not just gotten rid of DK and had they not gotten rid of Tyler Lockett. I would have understood it more. Now it feels a little bit weird to me.
Scott, Sam Darnold is what?
If Sam Darnold can build on what he did last year, they improved at the quarterback position.
Justin Fields
shall see.
Justin Fields is the new starting quarterback for the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one AFC team you don't have to worry about competing for a playoff.
Geno Smith is the new quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders.
That's interesting. Look, I do think the Raiders are still in the running for Shedeur Sanders. I think they're going to have a very difficult decision to make if they're deciding between Ashton Genty and Shedeur Sanders, because if they feel like they can compete with Geno, hell, they might just go with the running back. But Geno Smith is arguably one of the more underrated quarterbacks in NFL history. Combine that with Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly, I think the Raiders are a significantly improved football team.
Scott?
Yeah, yeah. Again, I don't think Geno costs you games. I don't know how much he's going to go out of the way and win you games. But let's be honest, this season, they had quarterbacks there that cost them games.
The next,
and ironically, Shedeur Sanders comps, one of the ones that he's comped to the most is Geno Smith.
Yep.
The starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers next year will be?
I know what I would do, okay? I would go with Aaron Rodgers because it feels like the decision for them is between Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. And if you stick with Russell Wilson, you're going to be the same team that you've been for the last 7-8 years. You're going to be a playoff football team that's going to lose in the first round. That's who you are. They got to shake something up right now. They just got DK Metcalf. They got George Pickens. I think that there's ever been a head coach that knows how to handle the most personal fouls ever out of those two wide receivers. And an enigma, I guess, is what we would call Aaron Rodgers. I think that the Steelers have got that dude. So I would go with Aaron Rodgers if I'm them.
Scott?
Yeah. I think that would sure be an intriguing matchup. That'd be interesting to watch. That would be an intriguing watch right there.
The Giants don't get Rodgers. They don't get Sam Darnold. They don't get Justin Fields. They're third in the draft. Who is the quarterback for the New York Giants?
Well, if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, it could very well be Russell Wilson.
Wow. Why are the Giants looking?
By the way, another name to keep an eye out for right now is Daniel Jones. He's still out there. Might end up with the Colts.
To the Giants?
No, definitely not to the Giants. Definitely not to the Giants. I'm just saying he's another QB to keep your eye on.
Okay. Fascinating stuff here today. And we'll await word about hopefully a final announcement of signing Evan Engram. We're hoping that Dre Greenlaw can become a Bronco. I think that is a recruitment. I think you're right about that. He'll have choices for sure. And when it comes to the very top free agents out of position group, you're right. It is about recruiting. There's not a lot of guys that are like that. Most guys like Myles Garrett can simply be bought with cash no matter what they say. But, occasionally, you have dudes that have to make a decision. All right, let me put it out there. Should the Broncos go crazy for Dre Greenlaw? Should they make money the deciding factor? Like, don't forget it.
Well, it's your only chance.
We got to get him. So let's go.
Yes. I mean, the answer is if you want the guy, yes. And I do want the guy. So I would do whatever it takes because the only way to recruit that dude right now is with money.
Because, frankly, at this point, what else are you spending your money on?
It's not going to be a receiver.
Nope. It's not going to be an outside pass rusher. It's not going to be an offensive lineman. They're basically done at safety, I would say. It's not going to be a running back.
I mean, at the end of the day, ask him what he wants. And give
Kind
it to him.
of, yeah. So if it does turn out to be 23, 24, if it's way above what would be justified, you just say, hey, man, that's free agency. That's the way it goes. We got our guy.
It's the Mike McGlinchey deal. You get a really good football player that you're paying elite money to.
Okay. And perhaps that's what we're waiting for. Perhaps that's what it's going to take.
If healthy, Drake Greenlaw is an elite football player.
Let's football go. Dan Tanner with the latest coming up next. Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance in the free agent command center, wherever that is. Dan, Buds, Quins, command center, Tanner. Let's Football Go.
All right, fellas, the Denver Broncos are bringing back their backup quarterback Jarrett Stidham on a 2-year, $12 million deal, $7 million guaranteed. Adam Schefter said today on the morning show he believes Zach Wilson will leave in free agency. Fellas, did the Broncos make the right decision bringing back Stiddy over Zach Wilson?
It was easy. I mean, it's just an easy move. You got Jarrett Stidham done, who you go back 2 years ago. Sean Payton made it clear he really, really likes Jarrett Stidham. Made it very clear. He's getting paid a healthy amount of money, not a stupid amount of money, but a healthy amount of money. And it's just the dude that Sean Payton trusts the most. So, I mean, I'm fine with it.
Yes, it's the right move. It's the best move for the room. The chemistry with these guys is both on and off the field very solid. And while Zach Wilson is a nice piece of the puzzle, he's a third wheel both in the quarterback room and perhaps on vacation.
Wow.
I disagree with that. I think that he's more of the same age as Bo Nix is and probably closer to him. I think this is a way of making the safer pick and a less threat of a guy that if something happened to Bo and he has to miss 2 or 3 games, Stidham, as Tyler says, knows the offense. You're going to go 0-3, but, he likes him because he's safe.
Also, keep in mind, I mean, Jarrett Stidham might have just been the easier one to sign because Zach Wilson's probably, I mean, I think it's wishful thinking here, but he's having wishful thinking. He's going to end up in an opportunity to compete for a starting job where Jarrett Stidham, he probably sees the writing on the wall of what the rest of my future looks like.
I'll tell you this, if the Broncos have a chance to bring Zach Wilson back in that capacity.
No, you don't need
although
to.
It seems unlikely, I think they'd be more than happy to do it.
I think it'd be silly. I mean, you did it for an entire year. You had absolutely no reason to do it.
Got you to the playoffs.
It did? That did?
It was all a package.
How do we know?
It was a good room. And it's one of these years because of the Now, you wouldn't be able to do this forever with Bo Nix because you're going to have to back up the Brinks truck at some point. But the money you're spending on your quarterback room right now is like nothing. So who cares? Sure. If they could do it, I think they would. I mean, but they're not going to do it if it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying if there's nobody else out there for Zach Wilson, do not be surprised if he's back with the Broncos as the third string guy. They're going to have a third guy, period, whether it's Zach Wilson or somebody on the practice squad.
I'd be very surprised by it.
Next up, Dan.
Fellas, safety Talanoa Hufanga and the Denver Broncos have agreed to a 3-year, $45 million deal with $20 million guaranteed at signing. So he was a third-round pick by the San Francisco 49ers and was a first-team All-Pro in 2022. He did suffer a torn ACL in the 23 season, returned to play 7 games last year for the 49ers. So here's the Broncos secondary. Pat Surtain, Hufanga, Riley Moss, Brandon Jones, Jaquan McMillan. Zach Stevens from DNVR says it's arguably one of the best secondaries in the NFL. What do you guys think?
I think it's a great signing. You had 2 positions you needed to address on defense, safety, inside linebacker. That's really it. That's it. You need to add some depth at corner, which is easy to do in the draft. You've now addressed one of them. You've addressed safety. You got a young football player. He's 25 years old. Yeah, he's had some injuries. Who is not? But he's a hard-hitting dude. He's a ball hawk, and he's got gorgeous hair.
The Aminuore, and I think I'm screwing up his name, but the athletic freak at safety, is he off the board now as a first-round pick? Because
yeah, absolutely,
that's done.
Done.
Okay.
Over.
Next up, Dan.
All right, this is a little interesting. Tyler sent us this over. Connor J. Hughes, who covers the Jets and Giants, is reporting that the Tennessee Titans are among the teams targeting veteran quarterback Russell Wilson. Why would the Titans be going after Russell Wilson?
Because he's better than the dummy they got there now.
It makes.
I mean,
I can tell you where it might make sense. It might make. They're certainly going to move on at some point from Will Levis. That's the dummy they have there now. It might make sense if they are going to draft Cam Ward and they're looking for some veteran mentorship. Now, is Russell Wilson the perfect guy for that? Not in my book, he's not, but okay. But if you're trying to make some sense out of it, that's the only thing I can conjure.
Yeah, I can't make sense out of it. Russell Wilson's still going to cost you a pretty penny, although actually not really because he's still getting paid by the Broncos. I take it back. He's not going to cost you anything. Cam Ward's going to start from day one.
Fine, but that's still, you got a veteran mentor. I mean, all right. Do you think Russell Wilson will accept the Andy Dalton, Joe Flacco life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually.
Well, eventually would be now.
I mean, right now he's going to want to land in a position that he feels like he has a great opportunity to start.
If he is willing to be Joe Flacco, Andy Dalton, then I think Russell Wilson can bang around as that mentor guy for a few more years. I mean, Andy Dalton and Joe Flacco, and who's your guy there, Scott?
I do think Russ loves ball. I do.
I do too.
And so to answer your question directly, I think eventually he will accept whatever role he's got.
Yeah, I mean, did we hear that he was a big annoyance or was really, a pain in the butt there in Pittsburgh? I didn't hear that. Did you?
Mm-mm.
Scott, did you hear that with Russ in Pittsburgh?
Nope.
No, I mean,
it looked like. From the surface, it looked like it was pretty good. I think he's better than Will Levis. And if they were to sign him, maybe they forgot. Tennessee forgot that it's the lying part of the year, and you're not supposed to tell the truth. But maybe they are still looking for that, that player, that DN, that linebacker, that what they call it, a career type player. Maybe they are really going to go for something.
If they really do that, they are so stupid. But signing Russell Wilson would not be stupid. It wouldn't. And a Russell Wilson, Cam Ward sort of thing to me makes perfect sense. I have no idea what veteran leadership Will Levis would offer.
I actually disagree with you because although, yes, I think eventually Russ will accept that role, I don't think mentally he's there. So for Cam Ward, you don't need a competition. You need a mentor. Russell Wilson is going to view himself as competition. That's it. Right now, Russell Wilson is going to think he's the best quarterback to go out there and win a game for the Tennessee Titans. And that's not what Cam Ward needs. He needs a Jameis Winston. He needs something like that a dude is literally there to support him. So I actually, maybe in 2 years, Russ could fit that mold. Right now, I don't see it.
Hey, Tennessee could just be stupid. I mean, they ended up at the bottom of the barrel for a reason, right? I mean, they could be just a dumb organization.
Done like nothing in free agency, for the record.
Yeah, so I don't want to give Tennessee too much credit on being a bright organization. We'll see. There's a reason they have the first pick. I suppose the question, like when Eric Johnson said he would shovel snow.
It reminds me a lot of the year we won. I think we're really deep. I don't think we had that strength down the middle since Nas left. I just feel that 1-2-3 punch down the middle now with Nate, Brock Nelson, and Charlie Coyle, and then Drury and Kelly.
Eric Johnson just came here and he looked at it and he said, "I'll do anything, including shovel snow. I'll do whatever it takes."
I'm a little bit older, but still feel like I offer some value on and off the ice. And didn't play a ton this year in Philly. Loved my role, accepted it, enjoyed it every day. And I'm willing to do anything here in the same role or play 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever you need from me, I'm going to do it. And if you want me to shovel snow between whistles, I'll do that too. Like whatever you need, I'm here for the Avs. And, at the end of the day, it's not what's best for you, it's what's best for the team. And that's just my attitude.
You don't think Russell Wilson's going to have that attitude yet?
Not right now. No.
What else would he need to get to that level?
What year is this for Eric Johnson?
To have a year where he's not a starter. Russell Wilson hasn't played a year of football where he's not a starter in the NFL.
Okay.
Sorry, I just yelled.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's there, bro.
How could he be there? He's never been a backup.
I think I gotcha. But you have to be the backup 1 year to be your first year as a backup, don't you? At some point, you got to accept who you are.
I've never accepted a backup role until I was a backup.
Okay. Well, I think Russ is there. That doesn't mean he might not start if he goes to Tennessee in the beginning. But if they draft Cam Ward and they got Russell Wilson, his role in his life is written for him. He's not going to be a starter anywhere else.
But again, I asked the question: what if they were telling the truth and they go after that defensive end guy,
Abdul Carter? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. What if they're telling the truth there? They get Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And I mean, he started 6-1 as a starter last year.
Finished 6-6. You're right. It started 6-1.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
6-5 in the regular season.
And lost the playoff game. Finished 6-6 as a starter. And that's after a pretty mediocre career there with the Denver Broncos.
He lost his final 5 games?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's why people were calling for Justin Fields to start in the playoffs.
And that was completing 67% of his passes and 16 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah. All of that is true. I don't know. Are there still big Russell Wilson fans out there? I mean, listen, in terms of experience and hopefully bringing positive energy to a young guy, hopefully he's got some of that in him. And if he doesn't, then forget it. Because you're right. I'd rather have, Jameis Winston, who clearly has accepted that role as an NFL guy. Clearly, Jameis Winston is there. But Tennessee, hey, man, you do you. You do whatever you got to do there.
They're saying Jameis Winston, the 2 teams hot after him right now, San Francisco 49ers and, gosh dang it, it was another Chargers.
Okay. It's a good move.
Oh, I'd like to see him with Harbaugh.
It'd be fun.
Those two, oh my gosh.
It'd be great.
Could they like rap battle of like weird sayings?
That they would be a blast together. I mean, all Jameis Winston does is bring positive energy to any team that he's on. That's all he does. And, do you need that on your team or not? And if listen, man, if you have to go with the backup, wouldn't you rather have a guy who could kind of go for it? Frankly, as a backup, Russell Wilson might not be bad. He's not going to be scared of the situation. He's going to go for it. Jake Heaps is going to be coaching football at Legend. He's not going to be hanging around the facility. Russell learned. What? Am I wrong about that? I don't know. That's what I heard he's doing.
I think one job pays a little bit better.
I have no doubts about it. Well, I'm just assuming he stays with Legend. Unless I.
Oh, you think Legend pays better?
No. I assume they don't. I don't know. We'll see what happens. How do you think Justin Fields will do with the Jets?
I mean,
they ain't gonna make the playoffs.
More of the same. You're going to a terrible organization. Like, is Justin Fields gonna all of a sudden be better by going to a bad situation?
Aaron Glenn, new coach, Darren Muji, new GM, still a terrible organization?
It's going to take time. I mean, what happened in Dan Campbell's first year? It didn't happen overnight.
They got better quickly, but no, it didn't happen overnight. It happened the next year, though.
Yep.
And they got close the first year. You saw signs. You definitely saw signs.
Sure.
Well, I find it all pretty fascinating. Scotty, are we losing you here, or are you good for the end of the show?
Well, I'm going to the end, baby.
All right, so we'll get to the Nuggets. Do we have an update with injuries with the Nuggets? Do we know anything more? If you do, hang on to it for a second. We'll come back and we'll preview what's going on with the Nuggets in Oklahoma City. We'll look at where the injuries stand, and we'll also give you the up to the last second, up to the last minute, just as soon as it happens, information with NFL free agency on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, I know it's a bad feeling. And you might have already gone online and you're looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to, and you're looking for answers. How about you just make a commitment to get your hair back by committing to Call Advanced Hair Restoration? Call Advanced Hair, ask about their Advanced FUE, because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found in Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff. They're simply the best of the best of what they do. You'll be in a calm, relaxed environment, and they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
NFL free agency. Woo. All right, so the big moves today. Talanoa Hufanga, safety from San Francisco, is now a Denver Bronco. As far as we know, and if there's anything to know, let me know.
I'm so glad Dad got so much usage out of those sound effects we got prepared for the show.
He was ready with them.
Come on, George.
We have Evan Engram probably going through a physical and trying to figure things out with the Broncos now, but nothing official.
Although the longer that goes, the more suspicious I get.
I got you. Listen, if it doesn't work out injury-wise, physical-wise, I would assume Juwan Johnson will become the next tight end for the Broncos, but we'll see. He hasn't gone anywhere else that I'm aware of. The Broncos were never all that interested in Devontae Adams or DK Metcalf. The Jets now have Justin Fields as their quarterback. Sam Darnold is with the Seahawks. Geno Smith is with the Raiders. It makes the draft a little bit more interesting.
I'll tell you one thing. All these very mediocre quarterbacks on the move right now, it does tell you a little bit something about what the NFL thinks about the QBs coming out of this year's draft.
Not strong, clearly.
I mean, we got dudes on the move that are not coveted QBs.
Yep. And
Justin Fields just got $40 million.
Hey, man, count your blessings for Bo Nix. What can I tell you? It was a great pick. It was probably long over. Oh, and J.C. Horn became the highest paid cornerback. You see that? Carolina made him the highest paid cornerback. Jalen Ramsey 2 and Patrick Surtain 3. That happened as well.
Renegotiate.
Well, if you can figure it out one way or the other. What else? Anything else I'm missing here? Free agent-wise, Josh Allen becomes the highest paid player ever in the history of the NFL. For now, we'll see where else that goes.
Feels like all the realistic wide receivers are off the board. I have zero interest in Amari Cooper. We already talked about that one, but go ahead.
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil went to the Commanders, like you said, did a ton of stuff.
Yeah, Commanders and Bears have been the two most active teams.
Goodness gracious.
Commanders are interesting. I would give the Bears the A+. Commanders are kind of the geriatric team that's saying, hey, we're still going all in on the geriatrics, thinking that they're still good enough.
Putting that all-star team together.
Yep.
We'll see how that goes. And now we're awaiting word about Dre Greenlaw. The Broncos apparently are in on him, but so are a couple of other teams, including his own team, the 49ers. So we're waiting for some big news, and that might be a recruitment and might be a little bit tricky.
It feels unlikely to me, especially if the 49ers really do want to retain his services. How does he, I mean, outside of us just paying $5 million more, $3 million more than anybody else per year, how does he end up here?
Well, we're fixing to find out. It'll probably happen before the end of the day, I would assume, as will the Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson stuff that happen anytime.
Real fast, let me go the Greenlaw thing.
Yeah.
If you had to put an arrow up or down, how would you put the Broncos right now? Their arrow going up or down?
In terms of their team, I'd say up.
Yeah. Okay. San Francisco.
They have a lot of good elements, but it ain't the same team.
No, I mean, look.
Feels like it's going down, though, doesn't it?
Feels like,
yeah.
Well,
to Scott's point, for the first time in Kyle Shanahan's career as a head coach, they're resetting here a little bit. They're putting some people available. They're letting them out there. Yet there's a familiarity, right? And if you're home, you're happy, you're familiar.
I will say though, picking Santa Clara over Denver, Colorado, to me is an interesting choice. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with both areas, and if you're comfortable there, you're comfortable there. I just think it's a lousy place to live. I really do. Scott, how much time you ever spend in San Jose, Santa Clara?
Not much, but I'm going to spend 48 hours in San Francisco.
Hey, guess what? It ain't San Francisco. I learned that's the first thing I learned after spending.
I'd rather live in Santa Clara than San Francisco for sure.
Okay, fine. Well, good. You'd be happy because that's where you'd be. Listen, it's not a bad area. I'm not saying it's bad. There's just nothing special to me about it. And I think that part of the state is completely overcrowded. and just made up of strip malls and is not that interesting. I just don't think it's that interesting of an area. I think Colorado's a way more interesting, cooler place to live than San Jose. Way better. And by the way, that's where they are. They're in San Jose. They ain't in San Francisco.
There's very few free agents outside of staying home because they love where they're at. Very few dudes pick it based off destination.
Okay, well,
they just go to money. They just go like the days of free. Like Evan Ingram is weird. He's here on like a recruiting visit. They're checking out his medicals, all those sorts of things. Dudes signed contracts without ever even seeing the facility.
Tonight we have a double dipperoo. We have hopefully Eric Johnson in the lineup. Well, he's definitely going to be in the lineup. Jared Bednar confirmed that. And Wedgwood would be your starting goalie against a terrible Blackhawks team that's gotten lucky over the Avs this year. I expect a slaughter tonight.
Who just traded their best defensive player, too, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, they're garbage. The Avs are so fired up. And this homestand, not only has this homestand been great in terms of winning and all the moves they've made, you realize they haven't had any back-to-backs for 6 games in a homestand, and they had a weekend off. Like, you can't get more rested on a homestand than the Avalanche have been. And the reason they pulled that off is scheduling-wise, for whatever reason, they had so many more games than everybody else. Well, now that's all caught up, and the Avs have had room to breathe. So I expect a slaughter tonight. That game's on 9:50, starting at 7 o'clock. 6:30 pregame. Tonight at 6 o'clock, 5:30 pregame, it's the Nuggets in Oklahoma City. Scott, tell us what we need to know for tonight. Injuries, expectations. Where's the team at after a pretty disappointing game yesterday?
Gordon is out, definitely. Questionable Joker, questionable Murray, and I'd be surprised if at least one of them, if not both, missed tonight also. But I don't know for sure. I won't know till I get over there.
What is today? Was yesterday an MVP-defining game?
Well, I'm sure for the national media and muggles, they might have thought that, yeah.
And what do you think?
I think that Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was going to win it no matter what happened yesterday.
Do you think he deserves to win it?
He is the best one-on-one scorer in the league.
Do you think he deserves to win it?
His team's number one in the West.
Do you think he deserves to win it?
He's not the best player in the world.
Do you think he deserves to win it, Tyler?
Look, we're talking about a MVP defining moment. Is 30-20-20, is that not defining? It
was a hell of a night, let me tell you. Being in live and present for that one was, Scott, that's one that you do tell your grandkids about.
Joker's having another put a notch in my Hall of Fame career on the board this year, and Shea is putting up a MVP season. Two difference.
Okay.
I loved Jokic's quote after the game. Yeah, it'll be cool when I'm sitting on my couch to say I had a cool game. I had a good game.
Well, you see, it was pretty funny. He goes, I'll tell him I scored more.
Son, I didn't really feel like I did anything out there.
It was pretty funny. Well, it was funny. Nobody really had. First of all, he doesn't get to that number if they don't go to overtime. He had 2 assists in overtime, and they were on fire in overtime. They couldn't miss in overtime.
So he would have just finished with 20 assists instead of 22.
He would have finished with 19. I think he needed. Let me go. I should go double check that.
I thought he had 21 rebounds, 22 assists.
He had 22 assists, but I think he got 3 assists in overtime. I think.
Well, now it's 3.
Yeah, but whatever.
Well, listen, in the third quarter, he was 13, 10, and 10. So from the middle of the third quarter,
it was unbelievable.
To the overtime, he ended up with 18, 11, and 12.
You know what's incredible about that 31, 21, 22? They needed every single one of them. They needed every single. None of them were. It was in the flow of the game. They needed all of them to win. It was hell of a game. I'll say it.
Well,
I think yesterday was a showdown for the MVP, and unfortunately, it didn't go our guy's way. And their guy listen, man, they got the top record. The dude threw down 40 points on national TV. They won by 20-plus points. I actually do think it was kind of a defining moment. And, I think the national thing was going his way anyway. Well,
he was going to he was going to win it before that, and he dropped 40, although I didn't see Shea guard Joker.
I gotcha.
Much.
But that dude is something else, and they got a great team, man.
No, he is the best one-on-one scorer in the league right now.
All right,
over Steph.
What do you got tonight then? Can they pull it out tonight or not?
I think there's no pressure tonight, especially none of those guys play. Just go out and play hard.
Okay. They're
Jalen Pickett for 18 for Jalen tonight.
Okay.
And if Joker and Murray both don't play, and Gordon, and then Porter, a chance to really take this team on his back tonight.
You never know. They are 11-1. Of course, the one they lost, Jokic didn't play.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tyler?
There's a lot of dudes. It's a lot of pain.
Tonight could be tough.
It's a lot of pain.
Tonight could be bad.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Maybe Avs. Focus on the Avs.
Yeah.
Perhaps we focus on the Avs tonight. Scotty, have a great call on Altitude.
All right, boys.
Berto and Andy Lindahl with all the free agent breaking news coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Condor Beatdown.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Get man coverage on the outside if they like it.
What's up? To get Hufanga. Whoa! You can see him coming, tiptoeing, sprinting, hitting. Big loss on the play. Talanoa Hufanga.
Well, it's only about the 50th time I've seen it so far. You would think somebody would account for him in one of these games, but they don't. But he really times it out, and it does remind you of Polamalu. Totally. You know, I mean, Polamalu used to get to the point where he would time out and jump over the pile and make plays on 4th and 1. He has a little bit of that magic as well.
I love Tiny Troy.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
We welcome you to what is usually one of the biggest Mondays of the year, the old legal tampering period. I don't know if it's always on a Monday. I feel like it's bounced around a little bit, but it's Mark Bertinoli, it's Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman off to call some Mountain West basketball this week. He'll rejoin us Friday.
Springer turned me up. Thanks, bro. I was shouting into the void.
Sound? I don't know. I haven't heard. You know?
Yeah, I was about to say, how is he feeling? Like, how's he doing?
No idea. Spring, we didn't talk to him really. He was jumping in our chat a little bit, which is unusual.
That is shocking because it feels like you and Nate would converse like every day.
No.
Really? It's
we
not.
Literally, we have a call as we both drive in, and we have yeah, that's it.
Really? Because I thought you guys would be like an old married couple. They're like, what are you doing? Nothing.
No,
what are you doing? Nothing.
That's Hastings.
Okay.
Hastings and Stink, I stay in touch with that way. That's about it. So, yeah. Not
a couple texts a day just to see what's up?
Yeah. Just, I don't know. We talk more than we probably talk to our spouses at home.
Do you think you've definitely texted Scott Hastings more than you've texted your wife in your lifetime?
Easily.
Right?
Well,
and what do you think that says about you as a person?
We're when you get over the 20-year mark,
right. They're
we
like, you're on
know
the
what's
same.
going
I was
on.
about to say,
the
right,
text is, "Are you getting kid A or not?" That's about what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, the other thing kind of runs itself. Anyway, all right. Let's. Normally we do have a signing to talk about. Is the Broncos signed a safety?
Oh, it's official now.
It is official. They've signed the safety from the 49ers. Help me out.
Play the highlight again.
Whatever.
We had a highlight of the brother.
Yeah.
Play it again. Yeah. Tiny Troy.
Tiny Troy. Tiny Troy. I like that. Tiny Troy is a great one.
Ufunga.
That's a Ufunga.
You know what? The safety position in the NFL is
interesting.
Not what it once was, but especially with the Denver Broncos, you're gonna sign this dude and say, "Welcome." Now all you have to do is be as good as Steve Atwater.
Well,
because this guy does like to hit dudes.
No, you're right. But yeah, so it's Talanoa Ufunga. Ufunga. Here's the deal. Yes, here's where I love NFL. Look, I love all things NFL, right? Mm-hmm. I watch preseason football for God's sake. I've got a problem. I'm addicted to it. I'm like most of the people out there. Can't wait for these kind of things to happen. This one, I was talking to DMac about it in the green room. This day got a little bit interesting because whereas we're ready for the big splash, so many guys signed back with their teams yesterday. A lot of the sexy was taken out of it, right?
Yeah. Some of those numbers that got thrown around yesterday, you're like, damn, $330 million for John, and they didn't even need to pay him, right?
They didn't need
What?
Josh Allen.
What's the benefit of paying him a buttload of money now instead of 2 years down the road?
I would tell you, because we watch this all the time. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald at 420. He tells you all the time. It never gets cheaper for a quarterback. It just doesn't. And Josh isn't falling off anytime soon. Now, look, you risk a massive injury, but outside of that, he only was going to be more expensive. At least now, you tear up the deal, you give him new money, $200 million in new money, so he feels good.
$250 guaranteed, right?
Well, but they said to the deal that he had, because this is not an extension. We should be clear to a lot of folks. Like what Patrick Surtain signed, I believe kicks in after next year.
And it's going to be the same with Josh?
They tore his old contract up.
So this is a brand new deal starting this season.
A brand new deal.
Okay.
So, yeah. So basically, he got $200 million new dollars he didn't have.
Okay.
And so, but think about it. you got a chance to lock up the league MVP. Yes, the gaudy numbers, everyone's saying $330 million, but all they had to do was commit $200 million more to him to have him locked up for the 6 years or whatever. Whereas what would that number have been in 2 or 3 years? I mean, look at Dak Prescott. He was getting $60 million a year.
Yeah.
Josh might have been pushing 70 by then.
It was just last year when I was freaking out. I was like, are the Niners going to have to give Brock Purdy $300 million? And Buffalo just handed Josh $330 million. We're going to hit a $400 million quarterback in the next 4 years.
Well, technically, you've got it with Mahomes. He had a $500 million deal, but it just keeps resetting the market. Like his is so weird because his agent was smart, made sure he was paid in the top 5 of the guys and this and that. I mean, his agent did a lot of gymnastics. I can't even remember it all. All I know is bro's making it so much money. He bought part of the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
But
And Sporting KC, he bought a chunk of the MLS team too. He owns, I don't know how, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the king of Kansas City.
He's going to probably own the Chiefs at some point, right?
Yeah. I'm sure he's one of those guys that you invite into the organization once it's all said and done.
All right, let me just give you, in case you're just tuning in, again, the safety moves all the Broncos have done. They've got Evan Ingram in the building, but we'll see. That's a guy that's been beat up a little bit, so I think that's going to be a guy where the Broncos want him, but want him at his price. Everybody thought it was going to be Juwan Johnson, the former Saints tight end, that maybe they went after first. Maybe they're kicking the tires on Ingram first because if healthy, and that's the big thing about all free agency, is the quotes, if healthy. A lot of the guys that are in this class have had injury problems, the younger guys, and that's why their teams, including Ufunga, is probably being allowed to test the market because, bro, we've paid you, we love you, you're never healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think as a fan, when you see what the guy can do, and certainly there's a lot of guys out there, including Evan Ingram, when healthy, hell yeah, you're a great addition to the team. But I remember, like any old Bronco fan, remember Rod Bernstein? He came to Denver after being a Charger early on in free agency. This is like the mid-'90s. He shows up in Denver. He was a bigger back. He and Marion Butts were just this massive, massive running backfield for the Chargers. Rod Bernstein showed up here. Bro could not stay healthy. Ever. You were lucky to get double-digit games out of the guy. And I don't know, maybe you go back and look at it, but he just was constantly missing with nagging stuff, So that's one of the things you worry about. Injury histories don't go away.
Is he won't stay healthy.
Yeah, he's been hurt a lot.
9 games.
Matter of fact, look, Dre Greenlaw may be the Broncos' next new middle linebacker, and it'd be really exciting.
That'd be great.
He does.
Yeah, do it.
But this dude, he had like an Achilles injury.
Mm-hmm.
The Ufunga's got a knee injury, had a wrist injury. Greenlaw's had a number of injuries that have limited his participation. Again, if you're past it, fantastic. There's no guarantee. You don't typically get healthier as your NFL career goes along.
No. But with Ingram. With Ingram, they're checking up on him right now, so I'm sure he's going to be healthy. I'm sure he's going to check out just fine. It's the fact I need a tight end to catch touchdown passes. You know what I mean? He's catching a lot of passes, but he's not catching a lot of touchdown passes, man. And it was Trevor Lawrence throwing to him. You can't catch touchdown passes from Trevor Lawrence.
So let me tell you this. Here's why they need a tight end bad, though. I was talking to Leggy. I had lunch with my guy Leggy today before all the craziness of this week. He goes, here's your stat of the day. And he said he was looking up at all the guys ranked in yards after catch. The guys that, the entire NFL, receivers, tight ends, the whole time. Do you want to know what number a Bronco showed up at? And I forgot to even ask him which guy it was, probably Lucas Kroll. Do you want to know where the Broncos tight end ranked, their top tight end ranked in yards after catch?
Oh, no idea. Dead last.
211th. 211.
That's not ideal, man.
Yards after catch. That's why you need a warm body in here.
Nix could get, right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest. Even I don't even know what Ingram would look like if Sean Payton is considering him to be, play him at the joker position or move him around and get him a lot of touches and see what he can do with the ball. But I mean, the tight end position is going to help Bo Nix out more than any other on that football field, right?
Every top team has a game-changing tight end. Think about it. George Kittle when San Francisco was going to their Super Bowls. Travis Kelce, obviously with the Eagles. Gronk back in the day. When the Broncos were last good, the Broncos' best offenses, Shannon Sharp, Julius Thomas. Owen Daniel was no game breaker, but look, he was as reliable as could be for the Broncos when they won their last Super Bowl. He caught the 2 touchdowns you threw in the AFC Championship game. So you got to have a good tight end. The hell with the Joker. They need a tight end. I don't care if he's a joker or not. You just need a reliable pass-catching tight end. That will help the Broncos and Bo Nix convert more third downs if you've got a guy in the middle. Because what happened? Go back to the Cincinnati game the Broncos lost near Christmas. They couldn't keep Gesicki under control. He just kept getting open for first downs. The guy, typically the tight end, if you can run your receivers deep, he can get underneath, work the middle of the field, the impossible 5-7 yard pass to stop. They need a guy that can do that. It's amazing to think how long it's been since they've had that.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
I'm assuming they're going to draft a couple here coming up here as
well,
right?
It's supposed to be a deep tight end class. It's supposed to be a deep running back class. The one I'm a little worried about, the guy that really broke my heart yesterday was Nick Bolton. Spring and I talked about Nick Bolton Friday. I think we all wanted Nick Bolton, and it looked like the Chiefs. I kept thinking, all right, maybe the Chiefs are in too much cap hell to get something done with him, and then he signs late last night. My prediction is, had he not signed late last night, that probably would have been the dude that Sean. Do you remember when, I remember the coach of the Titans at the time showed up at, or no, maybe it was from Washington, Albert Hainsworth, allegedly, I think it was Hainsworth. They were right at his door at midnight trying to get a deal done.
Yeah.
So
I remember Albert. Yeah. Big fella.
Gigantic fella. Didn't work out so well for them.
Didn't work out
See,
at
that's
all.
the funny thing about free agency. Half these deals we see now, these are the guys getting released in the next
but
year
I mean,
or two.
you get paid in something.
Yeah, good for them.
Like I mean, it was DJ Jones, right, who had a great season, but he had the best season of his career in a contract year, like a lot of players do, which makes me a little bit nervous. We're like, man, you wait to step up until you need that money?
I think he's been a solid player for them his entire run. So I'm not upset about that. I would rather you pay your own guys if you know they're productive in your system. How about that? Like, to me, with what's gone on in free agency now, you know what? Give Benito his contract. Give Zach Allen his contract. And let's move along.
Yeah,
and then
just
we go to the
re-sign your
draft.
guys and yeah.
Because look, they didn't make any big splash last year, and they had a lot of really just good, savvy free agent signings. That's
but
really
they
what
could
you need.
make. I don't think they could make it.
No, they could.
With that cap
but it
hit.
worked. I think it was the old blessing in disguise. You couldn't get stupid with money with players that are just okay.
And I don't know, would you have handed a free if you didn't have the whatever it is $32 million cap hit left over for this year for Russ? Would you have taken a massive swing on somebody? Right, like, and who would it be?
It would have been T. Higgins, but again, you never got that crack. T. Higgins is the only guy that I probably would have been heavy after.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about T. Higgins, because they still have yet to sign Jamar, and they came out and they were like, we're going to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in this league. Guess what Myles Garrett just got? Now you got to pay him more than Myles if you're going to keep your word. The Myles got $40 million a year, right? $40 million a year.
$40 million a year.
$40 million a year. So now you're going to have to give Jamar Chase $45 million.
Now 41. Still, no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's what you get for popping off.
See,
before
this
you
is what
signed him.
This is what I'm saying. This is why the Bills going ahead and giving Josh Allen more money now. In the NFL right now, nothing ever gets cheaper. The market just always goes up for the top free agents, and especially look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's a nice player, 33
Can
a
you
year.
imagine what Jet fans were thinking when he was crashing out there in New York, and now he's a $100 million quarterback?
Wait till we see what Geno's new deal is.
Seattle-
Allegedly, I saw a tweet that said they offered Geno the $33 million. He turned it down.
Did they really?
Oh, according to a tweet.
Seattle ain't playing, man. Mike McDonald and that crew ain't playing. They're changing everything. And they won 10 games last year, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they win 10? And now they're like, let's go crazy. Let's just send people out and bring people in, and we're gonna get a brand new quarterback. That's crazy, man. You know what? I have a question for you.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
You ask it, and we'll probably answer it after the break.
Yeah, let's do
Give
that.
me a good tease here.
All right, here you go. What's the most punk move a professional athlete can do? And I only say this because Justin Fields signs with the New York Jets.
Yep.
And it sounds like Justin Fields was asking teams, I'll come play for you, but you have to guarantee me that I'm the starter. And that is the biggest punk move I have ever heard of in professional sports. You're QB1, man. You should be like, bring it on. Bring on all the company. Bring in prime John Elway. I'll beat him out for this job. Instead of guarantee me that I get the starting position, that is a chump move, man. That is a clown move.
All right, let's talk about it on the other side. We've also got to talk some Avs, man. What a game Saturday night. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Love the new look Avs. If
They
you
can put
haven't
7
heard,
on Chicago tonight, too.
Yep. Eric Johnson's in tonight, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And we got to talk about the Nuggets. There's a lot of things I don't love for a lot of different reasons of what I saw yesterday. Reffing among them. Yeah, but man, this Nuggets team, I want to buy in. I want to dream. And now we got to talk about what did yesterday do to that dream. A lot ahead here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Because if you are, Colorado Off-Road's your place. They've got, of course, the bed covers, the step rails, the floor mats, remote starts. You're going to have guess we're having more snow at the end of the week. And so if you want to get that car warmed up before you get out there, the remote start's the way to go. Jerry's got those. It takes about an hour or so to put those in. I remember that being real quick. And what an addition to my truck. I'm so happy I got that done a few years ago because it is always great to get the car warmed up before you go out there in cold weather. And that's the way that you got to do it. Camping season is going to be upon us here real quickly. So if you want to get that tow hitch or fifth wheel thing, whatever you need for camping, to be able to pull that up the mountain, they can get you hooked up with that, tie downs maybe so you don't have to take so much. Maybe you want a truck topper, the old camper topper or whatever, to put on the back of the truck so you can hold more gear. He can get you set up with all that as well. And he's got the new Workforce Pro topper for our commercial guys. That is an exclusive dealership of Workforce Pro toppers. Give Jerry Jones a call, the owner of the business, 303-761-1264, and talk him about that topper because they're very popular, and he's an exclusive dealer for it. Find him 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC, and on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road. Well, we return and we have a little bit of breaking news.
Ooh.
Broncos have lost their first free agent of the year.
Ooh.
As they're all now putting it out there. Titans are signing linebacker Cody Barton to a deal.
Okay.
So the Broncos lose one of their inside linebacker options. Now,
What did Cody get, does it say?
Let's see here.
Oh, man.
$21 million deal. 3-year, $21 million. So $7 million a year. I think he played here for 5 last year. Cody was interesting because Cody got signed as a free agent or a special team stud and ended up playing, I think, a little more than they expected with Alex Singleton there. So the Broncos have a need at middle linebacker. There's no doubt about it. You know, now I liked what Peyton had said out at the Combine. You want to sign enough free agents so you can go and get the best guy on your board at your draft pick at 20. You don't want to have a gaping hole.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Dre Greenlaw maybe becomes a little bit more important. Look, Dre Greenlaw is a hell of a player, and allegedly the Broncos are in there. Now Uafunga, the safety they signed from the Niners, and Evan Ingram were actually in the Bronco building today. I've seen tweets saying the Broncos are in trying to negotiate for Greenlaw, but the Niners want him back. I'd read that yesterday, so
the Niners need to do something. San Francisco is bumming me out. They're like, I don't know what San Francisco is doing.
Well, John Lynch is basically, I read an article about last week, I want to say midweek last week, where John Lynch everyone's up for sale right now.
We're going to reform this team.
All their guys are hurt. Remember, Ayuk got hurt, ACL. He may be a middle of the season return at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They shop Debo. I don't know. Look, you brought up a great point. I'm not sure they know what they're going to do if Brock Purdy decides he wants to be top paid quarterback, which his stats say it's a fair ask.
Right,
But yeah, I mean, you look a lot different when you don't have Juszczyk and Kittle and
you can't give Brock Purdy Josh Allen money, man.
I'm with you. I wouldn't do it.
But I mean, if you don't have a starting quarterback, you're nowhere. You're nowhere in this league. It might be worth it. Like, all these guys are getting overpaid, right? All these quarterbacks are getting overpaid, right? Josh Allen ain't worth $330 million, but I guess he might be to Buffalo.
It's fair enough. Is he worth it? That's a fair question. You got no Super Bowls with him.
Yeah, right.
Same thing with Lamar Jackson.
I feel like
same thing with Joe Burrow.
I was having this conversation yesterday here in the
Joe
studios. Like, Myles Garrett has decided, I'd rather get the money than win a Super Bowl because he's never going to win. Now he's going to spend the rest of his Hall of Fame career there in Cleveland making $40 million a year and winning nothing. But you know what? At the same time, I'm like, I guess, you know what, Myles? I get it.
Here's my question with Myles Garrett, though, because, look, Jeff Legwold was telling us this for the last couple weeks. The Cleveland cap situation is so jacked up. Moving him was going to be – they could not afford the dead cap hit. You can't do anything with the dead cap. The cap is fake until it's time for dead cap. Then you're kind of in trouble, as we're learning a little bit in Broncos country, right? So if you can't afford the dead cap hit, you can't trade him. So I'm sure the conversation probably went like, look, dude, we can't afford to trade you anyways. So how about we just give you a little bit of, give you a little more money, shut up about it, and let's go about our lives so we get out of the Deshaun Watson mess.
Right, because it was the report just a couple of days ago that Garrett was like, I want to meet with the owner. I want to meet with the owner. And the owner was like, no. Talk to the football people. And everybody was like, well, that seems kind of contentious. But then when he talked to the football people, they were like, you want a bunch of money?
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I want a bunch of money.
Here,
and I'll stay.
We'll soothe your feelings the way we do in professional sports.
Yeah, I
Here's
mean, one of the
money.
greatest defensive players we've seen in forever, and he's just going to be stuck in Cleveland, man. Which, I get, go ahead, get paid. Get your cash money and do your thing. But it seemed like, didn't he was like, I'm about winning. I want to win. So
I want about my legacy.
Yes, not anymore. As soon as that $40 million came up, he was like, nah, never mind.
Yeah, well,
I don't need to
he's
win
got
anything.
a legacy. He'll be a rich man legacy is what that will be.
And I mean,
you'll be
put
a cheap elite
statue of him there in Cleveland or whatever, but they're not going to win, man. Not with that ownership.
All right, what do people think of what Birdo said? I do want to jump into that. You asked, was there a bigger punk move?
That is a clown move. That is a chump move. You are a professional athlete, and you're asking teams to guarantee you the starting position? Oh, hell no. This whole thing is about competition, man. You got to beat me. You got to beat me out to get that job. And you're asking it to be handed to you? Nah, I'm not sure I'd want that guy on my team. Right? You want a guy who demands the starting position no matter what, no matter how he looks at camp, no matter how he starts the season, he has to be the starting quarterback.
Yeah, well, it is funny that would be the case because Aaron Glenn, that was the whole thing. He told Aaron Rodgers, I'm not going to give you that guarantee. Who, remember, Aaron Glenn's the new coach with the Jets. I'll say this, yes, I agree with you. On the principle you're asking me about, yes. I think a lot of us that are old school would like to see you compete for the job and win it. That's the way this is all supposed to work, frankly. But that said, I will give Fields some grace on this. It does not feel like he was given a fair shake in Pittsburgh. There were reports that broke a week after the season that even though Arthur Smith wanted to put him back in there because Russ was driving him freaking crazy, that Tomlin overruled him and told him, you're playing Tomlin. And so I think Fields, and look, Russ did not play well near the end of that season last year, and I kept wondering, when are you going to give Fields a chance? And they just wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I think that's why Fields is asking what he's asking.
It's such a punk move, but now that you mentioned it, maybe he did get burnt so bad by Russell Wilson where he's like, I'm never going through that again.
Right. Now look,
so I need some guarantees, but it's a punk move,
both
man.
of them are flawed quarterbacks. Okay, both Russ and Fields are flawed quarterbacks. Period. That's why Fields is about to be on he's on his third team, and it may be fourth before it's all said and done. It is amazing. You know, it's just so funny, the promise of what these start of the new league year is, the draft and all that. To go back and look at the draft that Fields was in, which was the 21 draft where you got Trevor Lawrence. Zach Wilson's going to be on team number 3 because it doesn't appear he's going to sign with the Broncos by all the reports, nor would I expect him to. I think Zach Wilson is hoping to be the next Sam Darnold that spends a year in a system that's right for him, probably West Coast based, and then he goes out and gets the $100 million deal next year, whatever it is. So Zach Wilson's on a new team. Justin Fields is on a new team. Mac Jones is on a new team. Who am I? Who did the Trey Lance? Lance was the other one in that draft class.
That draft class went Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penny Swell, J.C. Horn, who just got paid.
All right, we got
Patrick
another deal.
Surtain.
How about this? Now, this is not Bronco related.
Ooh, what happened? Yeah,
the Browns are acquiring Kenny Pickett from the Eagles in exchange for Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
What? They're trading DTR for small hands Kenny?
Yeah.
For
Kenny
baby
Pickett
hands
is now
Pickett?
going to the Browns.
Man,
that might tell you Kirk Cousins might not get released after all. We all thought Kirk Cousins was getting released by the Vikings, and because of his Viking tie to Stefanski.
What the hell is Cleveland doing? You can't have Kenny Pickett as your starting quarterback.
Yeah. That may mean that may, guys, I'm telling you, the draft class is just not, they're not dying for these guys. For once, it feels like the quarterbacks in the draft, and we were told a year ago how bad it is. It does feel like the NFL is holding to that, yeah, we don't love it. Now, look, man, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders have not worked out yet. So that may change some stuff, you know? And so maybe the Browns just want a starter, so if they do draft someone at 2, they don't have to feel forced to play whoever it is.
You're right.
This is also a sign Jameis Winston will not be back in Cleveland.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. And yeah, so that just means Cleveland's going to take Cam at 2. You got to take a quarterback at 2. If the
Shedeur.
The only dudes on your right, or Shedeur.
Because the Giants, it's probably still in play. The Giants go up and take Tennessee's pick and draft Cam Ward.
Ooh, you think so? And then so it goes Cam Shedeur, because then Cleveland has to take Shedeur unless they just dislike Shedeur for some reason. At that point, just take Travis, man.
By everyone I've talked to, they just don't. Everybody loves the athletic ability of Cam Ward over Shedeur. Can I tell you what's really going on here today, though?
What?
Guess how tall Cam Ward is?
6'1".
6'2".
Okay.
You know how tall Shedeur is?
6'2".
6'1".
Oh, really? So it's one.
So here's the thing.
Shedeur looks big, like he plays big, right?
But
again, he's big in the pocket.
For most NFL GMs, 6'3" is like the cutoff. They want you around 6'3". And you take a guy like Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan was here for a while. He was under that regime with Josh and with Foxy afterwards, and they like bigger quarterback. They want the 6'3", 6'4" guy. I think the fact that two of the top quarterbacks are shorter dudes is also playing into this thing.
Yeah, I don't know if is there, but like, what's Jackson Dart? Is he a big dude?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you, I think this is why. I think this is adding to the fact that a lot of teams are not overly enamored with this draft class. And so you're seeing some QB moves this year.
Man, but Cleveland's crazy. You do have the number 2 pick in there. So you just take Abdul Carter at number 2? Although he might go number 1.
Yeah, it depends on who goes number 1.
And then you have Kenny Pickett as your starting quarterback.
Listen, we could get Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter 1-2. How about that? Two defensive players to start the draft. When's the last time that happened?
I'd be super bummed if Travis went to Cleveland, though, man. I'd be super bummed if he ended up in Cleveland.
It could happen.
Because we were just talking about Miles. Like, listen, man, like he could have an amazing career. You're never going to win. You're never going to win. Not there in Cleveland. So no, man.
Although
I'd
Travis
rather see him
were
for
to
the
go
Giants
to Cleveland, maybe they'd let him play both ways.
Would you rather see Travis in Cleveland or New England?
New England, because I think for sure that who's our guy there? Who's the coach? Brewski knows what he's doing. Not Brewski. Who's the Vrabel? Yeah, his teammate. Vrabel knows what he's doing.
I don't like those former Patriots. I can't get behind those dudes. Where's my man Matt Patricia? Where's he now?
Where is he?
I think he's the new defensive coordinator at Ohio State.
Yeah,
that's where it was.
I knew he went
because
back
I saw
to college.
him talking about something, and I was like, oh, I forgot. Oh, that's what it was. Matt Patricia lost. He's doing that Ozempic thing.
Yeah.
The dude weighs like 95
He's
pounds
down
now.
150.
I'm like, look at this dude, man. Look at him now. Remember when he was picking on that tiny reporter? That tiny reporter could stomp him now.
Yeah. Well,
Patricia's like
funny?
75 pounds.
He ended up being on Good Morning Football one day, and I'm like, who is this cat?
And you're like,
who is this
that's
guy?
Patricia,
and they finally
man.
had to say, yeah, because he shaved his beard. He didn't have a ball cap on backwards.
Crazy, man.
So yeah, his beard makes him look even thinner.
He doesn't look like a football player anymore.
All right, for the Broncos, we got to talk some Avs and Nuggets next segment, but we're running short on this one. For the Broncos, do they have to start thinking about linebacker? Do they have to do anything in your mind?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, there's still a lot of. What about receiver? It's starting to feel like maybe there isn't going to be, which I'm not terribly shocked. Legwold had been warning us they like their room more than maybe we like their room.
But does that mean are they going to pay Cortland? Are they going to
well,
give
yeah,
him
I
a
think
little?
they're going to have to.
So,
I mean, look,
and you're
it's
happy
not done.
if they don't get another wide. If they don't draft one or sign
No,
one,
I'd
you're
like
okay.
you to draft one. It's a deep class, but you need a tight end. You need a running back. You need better starting options at tight end and running back, don't you?
Yeah, no, I think it probably goes tight end.
Hey,
inside linebacker.
Spring sent us a tweet over the weekend that little Jordan Humphrey is trying to become big Jordan Humphrey and be a tight end. Trying to pack on them pounds, baby.
Thank God.
Heaven
forbid the Broncos lose Lil Jordan Humphrey.
No, bro. You know how much weight you'd have to put on to play tight end in this league?
Hey, man, Nate Jackson did it. Shannon Sharp, people forget Shannon Sharp was drafted as a receiver. He was a receiver when he first got here.
Shannon was a big dude, though, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was yoked up, but he was an H-back forever. Like they took a while to start calling him a tight end. Someone with more smarts than me. What's the difference? I ought to hit up Sanford.
Like Shannon also, like I would have, if I was a coach, I might have played Shannon at running back. He just looked like a dude who just like, all right, here you go. Here's the ball. Go smash into some guys and get me 10 yards after contact. See how it plays out.
Do you realize that he's John Elway's leading receiver from his career?
Shannon Sharp?
Yeah, that was his leading receiver as a tandem.
He's one of the top 5 tight ends of all time, right? I mean, there's a couple
everybody said he was the top tight end when he retired.
But now you have this generation with Kittle and Kelsey in the crew that have probably overtaken him. Just like, I mean, how many balls would Shannon Sharp catch in Sean Payton's offense if he was playing tight end for the Broncos next year? What would that even look like? And I always make fun of Scott Hastings because with Scott Hastings' game, if Scotty played in the NBA today, he'd make $100 million.
Yeah, it's before his time.
He would make $100 million at least playing in the NBA
He's
today.
a silky smooth 3-point shooting big man.
Right. He was just born a little too early, man. A little too early.
He's thicker than some of the guys they got now.
Right. Scotty would have had 4 homes and a beach house.
So, there's no doubt.
You know what I mean?
In Denver radio.
He would have been great. So that's
have you ever played ball with him?
No.
He's hilarious because he doesn't want, people trying him because that's what he deals with. So he hangs out and just rains threes all day. And the problem is, because I have played with him, good luck trying to bother that shot.
Right. When the release is like
6 foot guy, you got to jump just to get in his eye space, much less try to get the ball.
Way up there.
Oh yeah,
way up
because
there.
it's sweet.
Well, yesterday during the Nuggets game, during the pregame show, I asked Scotty, I was like, what's the closest you ever got to a 30-20-20 game? Because Joker just went crazy and put one up on Friday.
Friday night was incredible.
And he was like, well, not really that close. But he did mention that when he was in high school, like his mom found an article and it had listed his stats from high school. And 1 year in high school, he averaged like 28 points and 16 rebounds and 7 block shots a game. And I was like, you know what? That's a fairly dominant senior season for Scott Hastings,
That's
man.
what happens, right? That's how you get in. That's how you end up at Arkansas playing basketball.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll keep you updated on all these free agent moves as they happen. Again, if you're joining us late, the big Bronco effect, they signed Ufunga, the safety from the Niners. He's in. Evan Ingram is visiting. People are saying they want something done with him, but we've heard no news about that recently. And they lost Cody Barton to the Titans. Cody Barton goes to the Titans on a 3-year deal. So we'll keep updating you on that throughout the day. We're going to come back, kind of talk some Avs and Nuggets in particular. Is it important the Nuggets get this win tonight after yesterday? Because I'll be honest with you, I'll give you all the people I might sit tonight. We'll talk about that next. roll on here. Kreckman and Lindahl, pleased to have you along. By the way, Jeff Legwold at 4 o'clock. My apologies. 4 o'clock with Jeff Legwold. Just have that other time just dialed in, but it's 4 o'clock, so we'll talk to him next segment. Lots to get to here. Lots to get to. Charvarius Ward is going to go and be a Colt. We're trying to keep you updated on all the moves of the day. Again, if you're late to the party, Cody Barton has agreed to a deal with the Tennessee Titans. Dre Greenlaw is apparently someone the Broncos are interested in, but no word of him actually taking a visit yet. Sam Darnold is a member of the Seahawks, as many predicted. He got a $100 million deal. If you missed it, the Raiders traded for Geno Smith over the weekend, giving up a third-round pick. And now we find out Kenny Pickett has been traded from the Eagles to the Browns. That just happened within the time that we got on the air. So lots of moving pieces. No new word on Evan Ingram just yet. I've got notifications going to my little Apple Watch. If any of our top insiders in town decide to tweet something, we'll see what Leggy knows about it to this point when we talk to him in about 15 minutes. All right.
Josh Dobbs agreed to a 2-year deal with the Patriots.
The Pastronauts.
I was about to say, how many? Josh Dobbs, man.
So does that mean Jacoby Brissett is about to be on the move again?
Hopefully, right? Who knows? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what that quarterback room looks like now.
Well, it's their guy from last year, Drake May,
and then
now
who?
the Pastronaut.
And now Dobbs.
I got to imagine Jacoby Brissett's like, hey, man, let me go try to get one of these
Was he on the Patriots before, or is this like his 9th NFL team? This is just a redo? He's basically played for almost every team. He's played for half the teams in the NFL
stop by here yet with what we had going on. So again, we'll keep you updated on all the moves. Let's recount a couple of things here from the weekend. First off, let's go to the Avs. Let's start with the real good news. Now, the Nuggets were amazing Friday night, but unfortunately, there was a game against the Thunder yesterday that kind of ruined that.
Yeah.
And I do want to tell you the guys that I would sit tonight, although I've got the standings pulled up, so we're going to have a discussion about this. But let's start with the team that's probably the easier discussion. Holy cow, do they look different. Now, I thought it was funny. They finally got some bigger, more tough to play against defensive forwards in the lineup, and somehow you give up 4 goals to Toronto there for a second. But what a game, man. That was a nutty game the other night.
Yeah, they're just listen. The Colorado Avalanche will win the Stanley Cup this year. I don't know who the hell is in charge of the parade. Like, is that the mayor? Do I have to call the mayor? But he needs to start planning that now. The Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup. This is their most talented team since the 2001 Cup. Like Eric Johnson, when he was talking after he came back, that was Saturday afternoon. He was in town and he talked to the media, and he compared this team that the Avs have right now to the 2022 team that won the Cup. But I think it's more like the 2001 team, because there's this that you have you probably have the most talented team in the NHL, if not one of the most talented. You are loaded. You are loaded from top to bottom. You are big and you are bad and you are nasty to play with, and they're going to win the whole damn thing, and this will be great. How many losses did the Avs have in that run in 2022?
4.
Because they never
16
trailed.
and 4.
They never trailed in a series, right? They were tied, I think, once with Edmonton, but they never trailed in a series.
They swept 2 series. They lost 2 to the Blues and they lost 2 to the Lightning.
That's what I'm expecting this season. 4 or 5 losses on their way to a cup, just steamrolling their way to the Western Conference. I don't know who they're going to end up playing from the East. Maybe it'll be Toronto, but this is a cup-winning team. This is it, man. It's crazy. It's crazy how loaded the Avs are right now. I mean, that's a lot of pressure, but I don't think you don't think the pressure of now being like, you guys are the favorite. You guys, if you don't win the cup, we are all going to be disappointed. We have loaded this team up with talent. Do you think a little extra pressure for the Colorado Avalanche going down the stretch run here?
Well, maybe a little bit, but they're built to handle it. See, to me, you know what I love? I'm big into number synergy. Like, some guys will wear a number of a former player. You know, for example, I didn't love it when Brock took 6. Brock Osweiler took 6 for the Broncos, because it just felt to me like the thing with Cutler didn't go so well that first time. So I love that Brock Nelson's wearing 11, because I think he's a bigger version of Andrew Cogliano, but a guy that's going to make any play you need him to on the ice. He's going to bring the leadership. He's the guy that hasn't won the cup that's hungry for it, that's going to remind guys in the room. And I think even Eric talked about that. I think it's good for you to have guys in the room like Coyle. Charlie Coyle to remind you, hey, man, I don't have a cup yet. So I really, right? He's been with Minnesota, and then he doesn't have a cup yet, right? I think having veteran guys like that to remind you as special, don't take opportunities for granted, don't take series for granted, don't take any of this for granted. I think it's good. So, and to your point, they're bigger and they're not fun to play against in the playoffs. Now, I don't know if I'm all the way to jump on. I'm not sure I'm ready to jump on with you just yet about 0-1.
It's a done deal, man. Put the house on it.
No, well, let's be careful about that.
No, man.
Bet what you can afford.
No.
Give up your coffee money. Maybe give up a month of coffee money. Let's be responsible, Berta. Now, the 0-1 team, though, we could have a big debate. Maybe we'll do that later in the show. I mean, you got to remember they had Foote and Blake and Bork.
Well, no, I mean, that 2001 team had
a lot
of
good talent.
Five
Hall of Fame goalie and, Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, Joe, Pete, Waugh, Rob Blake, Ray. That's 5 Hall of Famers right there, and I just got started. So, there's
Hayduk, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, let's move to the Nuggets because I want to get them in before we got a chance to talk to Leggy. Who would you sit tonight? The Nuggets are a game ahead of the Grizzlies in the win-loss column.
This is your
They're
win,
a game
though.
behind the Lakers.
This is your win. This
I don't
is where
know,
you get
man.
the win.
After Jokic took that hard fall on the elbow, didn't shoot the same way.
Yeah.
I think about letting him, dude, his ankle allegedly, whatever he's got going on. Probably I'm sure we're not going to see Aaron Gordon. That thing's got me of utmost concern.
Yeah, Aaron's whole lower body, like he had the hamstring, then he had the ankle, and now he's got the calf. So you might want to give AG a
and
little time
sometimes I
off.
worry, does calf mean the Achilles?
Yeah.
That's what freaks me out.
I just you need Aaron Gordon against the Oklahoma City Thunder. First off, get out of the 3 spot. Go ahead and get on the other side of the bracket of OKC.
Well,
you know what? You're going to lose.
Okay with that right now.
You're going to lose 2 games to OKC just on free throw shooting alone, man.
If they could stay in the 3, they're okay. They'd face the 2.
You're right. They'd face, well, if
it's
the Lakers
the 4
came
you don't
out,
want to drop.
right, you don't want to drop to the 4. As long as you got out of that side of the bracket, you'd be doing all right. So, catch the Lakers, man. Catch them. Here's two things. One is the Nuggets are absolutely amazing on the second night of back-to-back, so go ahead and try to win this one tonight. Split it. And that if you win this one tonight, you will have split the season series against OKC. You would have won 2, and they would have won 2. You feel pretty good about that going into the playoffs, despite the fact that, you cannot contain SGA. The dude you cannot stop him. He just gets into the paint. He creates contact. He gets to the free throw line, and they were making their free throws. Nuggets shot 55% from the free throw line yesterday. You can't do that, man. Can't do that and win these games. So
it'd
get
be nice if
away
they got
from
a few
OKC.
more. I mean, I would love it if the Nuggets had one player that could get the touch fouls that some of these guards get.
Yeah, but you're right. They don't have Jamal's not going to do what SGA.
Well, he nearly
creates
hurt
that
himself
contact.
trying to flop yesterday on that one Jokic call. Frankly, I would have laughed if you hurt yourself dedicating to the flop.
There was 45 free throws in that game yesterday, which is I'm not here for a free throw shooting contest. Let's play some basketball.
Jason Kosminski mentioned it in the second, it was 16-2 differential at one point in the second half.
Yeah. But that's what you get. This is Oklahoma City's game. This is what you got to deal with when you get Oklahoma City. But tonight,
I would think about sitting Jokic, man. And I know it's tough to say because, again, you and the Grizzlies have played the same amount of games. The Lakers have 2 in hand on you. And you've got 1 win over the Grizzlies right now that separate you from the 4th spot. But
you lose 2-3 in a row, you're going to fall to the 5.
No, I'm with you. But see, that's just it. You can't afford to lose 2 or 3 in a row. And if Jokic is beat up, man, the man played pretty much the whole game into overtime the other night.
Yeah, Malone
You only
talked
gave
about
his
it.
typical 8 minutes off.
Yeah.
And then you tried to do it last night until you just had to give it up because you realized he's hurt and tired. I would think about resting him. I really would.
Malone brought it up.
And I might even manage Murray, too, tonight.
I don't even think he was asked about it. Malone brought it up yesterday in the post-game press conference where he's like, and he knew the numbers. He's like, listen, I played Joker 45 minutes on Friday. I played him 42 minutes tonight or whatever the number was. He's like, that's too much. That's too much. But he didn't have a solution either because, you have to play Joker to win those games. Like it was yesterday versus OKC where he switched up the rotation where usually at the start of the 4th quarter, he brings Joker out. You know what I mean? He gets that extended rest between the 3rd, the 4th, and the start of the 4th. But yesterday, he just kept him in. He was like, stay out there.
He was trying to keep the game in reach. Then I think once they got to 6 or 9 points, he's like, fine, I got to get my guy out of there. He pulled him out of there. Next thing you know, it became a 3-point fest for OKC. The Nuggets also have got to be able to get some more consistent outside shooting. It just drives me crazy. MPJ had another game where he can't hit his open threes. That's massively frustrating.
Mike was a minus 33.
33. Can't have it. Can't have it. Not going to win games that way.
I mean, and he had a double-double. He had like 24, 26,
Yeah.
and 15 or something like that. And he was. I don't know if it was the nature of OKC's offense that they were targeting Mike, or if they were targeting Mike on purpose, but they were cooking him, man. And that's tough, because usually Mike plays good defense within the team defensive scheme. He's not Gary Payton. He's not going to, slap the floor and get down but he usually plays good defense within the flow of the Nuggets team defense. But man, they were targeting him, and I don't know what was going on. Like, Peyton Watson played 6 minutes, and then Malone was like, nah, sit down. They were like, was he hurt? What happened? He was like, nope, he was fine.
Wasn't effective.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man.
Look, Zeke Najee has moments too where I'm like, Zeke, man, you're so physical. Get physical. You've got a man's body. Use it. Use the dang thing, dude.
Is not having Julian Strother that important? Because the Nuggets bench was non-existent yesterday.
Well, again, when guys can't hit shots, it's just beyond frustrating how easy it is for this team to go into a coma at the three-point line. All right, we got to talk to Jeff Flegwald. We'll get you updated on all the free agent moves. That's ahead here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, spring is the season of new beginnings, the season of new hope, hopefully some new love maybe in your life. But if you've got erectile dysfunction, you may not be seeking out that new relationship like you normally would. And if ED's affecting you, whether it's your confidence, maybe it's a relationship you're in right now, hopefully it's not a marriage, because ED is something that can lead to divorce as you pull away and maybe don't talk about your problem. Don't let it be a relationship destroyer. Don't let it be a confidence destroyer. And you don't need to laugh it off if it's been something you've been going with for a while. You just need to go and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that'll work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's how it goes. Your first visit's only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and then you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, that visit is free. They have an expert staff, and you've got nothing to lose. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to your old self the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Our guy is here. His name is Jeff Legwald, here to update us on what has been a nutty first day of free agency. Although, Jeff, I think you and I have done so many of these together, I don't remember a quiet first day of NFL free agency. I don't know if that's ever happened, but give everybody the rundown of what they're getting in the safety from the 49ers Uafunga.
Well, you're getting a really good player if it's 2022. You know, I think that's the if they have good fortune with him and he's healthy, always a big if in the NFL. That's a spectacular addition, you know, and you're hoping if you're the Broncos, he tore an ACL to end the 2023 season and he had a wrist problem this past season. He only played 7 games. So he's played 17 games in the last 2 years combined. So if you get that player, you're getting a guy who produces when he's on the field. But if you're getting the 2022 version or even something close, you're getting a really, really good addition into their defense. So this is really one of those health questions. You know, when he takes the physical that makes the deal complete, you know, that I think they'll have a good handle on where he's at physically. But they obviously went to a big enough number to feel good about bringing him in and hoping that he bounces back from the last 2 years of injuries.
What do you think about Evan Ingram? We hear he's in the building for the Broncos.
Well, you know, again, a really veteran guy at a position they need big time. But, you know, again, he's got a lot of suitors, and, you know, I don't know that they're at the front of the line right now, or at least that's my understanding. So we'll see where that goes moving ahead. But that's certainly a position they're looking at. And if they pull it off, he plays immediately, and they hope they get some production.
Jeff Legwald's interviews are always brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. It has been a bit of a crazy day. You and I had lunch a little bit earlier, but none of the quarterback stuff was really blowing up when we did. Now, all of a sudden, the quarterback stuff has blown up. Justin Fields to the Jets, Darnold to the Seahawks. There's been a couple of trades. There's at least a trade where you've got Kenny Pickett going to Cleveland. What's left on the quarterback market for the team searching, and how is this being affected by the potential draft class?
Well, I think what the Browns did shows you they may not be, you know, guaranteed fired up about the quarterback class, or they don't believe they can get the one guy they want. I mean, that's a pretty big hedge, you know, going into the draft to trade a 5th rounder and one of your backup guys to get a former 1st-round pick. So I think that shows a team at the top of the board is making just in case moves at quarterback. So I think you may see a lot of that, you know, sort of that feeling about what is basically considered a two-man 1st round at quarterback, and where those guys should fall in the 1st round. There's really divergent range of opinions on that. But I think what Cleveland did is very telling. I mean, they sit at 2, and they made a pretty big, a fairly big move. They surrender a pick and a player to get Pickett. So I think that's a little bit of a sign. I should add on Ingram, you know, Berto, I failed to mention, I was told the Broncos are not like at the top of his list, that they are one of his favorites, but he is still, or at least of 45 minutes ago or so, is still kicking around in the building over there. So probably a sign that they are trying to hang in it.
All right, real quickly back to the quarterbacks. You know, the size. 6'2" is the size we've got for Cam Ward out there, 6'1", I believe, for Shedeur Sanders. Is that another reason why some of these NFL teams are maybe not as hot to trot about these quarterbacks? There's always something every year, right, Jeff? I don't like his hand size. I don't like his hair color. I don't like he's not the firstborn or whatever. Whatever it is. What's the deal with the size in these quarterbacks in this class?
Well, again, you know, we're not in the, 1990 when, prototypical, 6'5", 6'4" was a must. But when critiquing these players, and look, the 6'1", 6'2" quarterback has found a home in the NFL, definitely, but he has to have the mobility component with that. And I think that's the concern with Shedeur, because at the combine, he measured at 6'1.5". So that's, fairly small, even in today's NFL for a quarterback. I'm just looking at 6'1.5" and 212. So that's not a bigger player who doesn't, he's got good pocket mobility, good step up mobility, good move around, throw on the move mobility, but not mobility as a runner. So I think when you have a smaller quarterback that doesn't have the mobility as a runner, that's when you just see the sort of the criticism dings come in. And Ward was 6'1.5", but he's generally considered sort of a better pure runner than Shedeur, by some.
Why do you think the Buffalo Bills did what they did yesterday and made Josh Allen the highest paid player in the history of the league?
Because as we've seen today, Berto, with people chasing quarterbacks all over, Sam Darnold just got $100 million, a deal worth $100 million. If you've got a guy you don't have to worry about approaching his prime years, coming off an MVP season, you're going to keep him, and you're going to do whatever you have to do to keep him. Because I think even now the tier of the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, I think that tier is above a lot of the other guys. And if you've got one of those guys, you're not going to let them escape no matter what.
What other tight ends are out there if Evan Ingram isn't available? We've heard about Juwan Johnson. I mean, there was a guy from Jacksonville I didn't even know was out there, but he got a note today. How about this? Give me tight ends, and what other middle linebackers are out there too? The Dre Greenlaw situation's interesting, but there's another guy that's been hurt. It feels like with Cody Barton going to Tennessee, both the tight end and the veteran tight end and linebacker class could be a little thin.
Well, especially if you want a receiving tight end, it's really thin. If you want a young receiving tight end, you forget it. That's basically where you're at. And I think that's why that's going to get a lot of consideration in the draft, whether it's a guy like Fannin down the board or they use an early pick for Colston Love, because veteran tight end, yes, out there. Proficient receiver with fairly good age, not really out there. I mean, Ingram's 30, and I think that's probably why they're pushing so hard, because he is the best receiver with even remotely close to still good years to play. I mean, Tyler Conklin is almost 30, but he's not really considered a top echelon receiver at the position. Juwan Johnson has played for Peyton before and has the receiving component, but he's only 28. So, I think the options are limited at tight end significantly.
What about linebacker?
Well, I mean, it's on the interior, you're just not going to see that many guys hit it. When Bolton resigns, I think that takes the market, a totally different place. And I don't know that they're going to be able to get even a player other than Greenlaw. I mean, Greenlaw's got a resume, but, Cody Barton's production, look what the money Cody Barton got, and that tells you what the inside linebacker market is right now, because he didn't start the season for the Broncos even as a full-time starter.
Is there a free agent signing today that surprised you, or a team that's made moves today, like whatever Washington is doing and what Seattle's doing? Is there one of these teams that is surprising or shocking to you today in free agency?
Well, I think, I'm never stunned by, the cap's higher than it's ever been in history. And it was a huge jump from already a record from, last year. So the money, I think that's just going to happen. Early in free agency, these are the players who get the money in free agency. So I'm not surprised by any of the money things, but the Texans deal in Tunsil, I'm kind of, unless you're certain whatever left tackle you're going to pick in the first round is a long time starter. That's a little odd to me. Or maybe they were afraid they were going to lose him at some point without any compensation. So that one surprised me a little bit, and because it is, a pretty big combination of picks and players to get the deal done. That surprised me. Washington has surprised me a little bit, but I think they're in that mode where quarterback on a rookie deal, limited draft resources. I think they're trying to, move it as fast as they can to get the rookie quarterback window. But this is an awful big dive into free agency. And if it doesn't work out when it's time for Daniels to re-sign, you may not have the capital to keep putting the team around him where he wants to stay. And I think that's always the toughest thing when you're trying to, like where the Broncos are at. You want to run in this rookie quarterback window to make as much happen as you can, but you also want to be good enough to be able to keep him when it's time to re-sign him.
Last one for you. What about receiver? I think that was another one people thought something might happen. Do you think they visit about Cooper Kupp, or they just hold tight?
Again, that draft's a place where you can get a bunch of them. And that's, I think, running back and receiver today in free agency, we've seen that people like the draft there. Teams speak with their actions, Andy. And I think, again, that we're not seeing a lot of movement at the deepest positions in the draft. Milton Williams got paid in the defensive line, but he was one of the best free agents available overall. But overall, defensive line, running back, receiver, those are deep positions in the draft, and I think it's being reflected today. Corner is not. You're seeing some corners sign. You're seeing some safeties sign. The money's going to where the draft isn't particularly strong.
He's Jeff Legwald. We talk to him every Monday and Friday. Jeff, have a great weekend. I can't wait to see what we talk about Friday by the end of the week, although it'll probably be quiet by then. But we'll talk to you then, Leggy.
You know how it goes, Andy.
Yep.
This is a couple days. The players have the leverage, and then it's musical chairs after that.
Yep, it's all about the teams. We appreciate Jeff. His appearances are always brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. All right, we'll come back. We'll update you on all the moves, although I think we've kind of quieted down compared to how my phone was going off, just about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, nothing.
We'll recap
fancy.
what the Broncos have done. We'll get back in. I want to get back into this game tonight. We need to talk fuller about what the Nuggets need to do, where you think their ceiling is. We've had a lot of people come on and say that they are a contender. Is the Oklahoma series, are the Oklahoma City games bothering you at all? Do you believe this team is a contender? We had our buddy Zach on from The Athletic last week saying, I still buy them as a contender. Are you worried about this? Is your Nuggets confidence higher or lower than it was a year ago? We'll discuss it next. on? It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Only it's Lindahl and Berto. So we're here the next couple of days. As Nate Kreckman's off in Vegas. Going to do a little Mountain West basketball. I don't know how the voice is sounding.
He's up 600 now. He's up 600-700 right now because he's been there for 2 days.
Did you hear him the other day? I don't know if
no,
he's up
I didn't,
anything.
but I was asking Springer about it. I was having this conversation
Thursday
with
was a
Polumbus.
rough day.
Yeah, Polumbus was like, man, can you imagine you're about to spend a week in Vegas and then you get incredibly sick?
Yeah.
That's what Kreckman's doing.
Oh,
right
it was
now.
one of Thursday. I was like, dude, I may have to move to the other side of the restaurant. Luckily, we were at a restaurant. We weren't in the sealed room.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was like, what is going on? So anyway, hopefully he gets it going, and then we'll check out mountainwest.com, I think is where you can see the games, and we'll see if he sounds any better. Hopefully he is. This is his annual event that he does. But yeah. All right. The Nuggets. Let's get back into this a little bit. No new moves to report about over the break, and that's just kind of how this thing does. Although, how about, well, we'll get into some baseball news later. Garrett Cole to get Tommy John. How about that? That's a lot of money going to Tommy John.
You know what? Good.
All right, but it's the Yankees, so you know what?
Right.
Just taking a quick double check of all the moves today. Make sure there's nothing that we need to update. Again, if you've missed it. Oh, what do we got here?
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, we could have a new one. A little breaking news.
Ooh,
Could have a new one coming.
What we got?
From the Twitter account of Adam Schefter, the Rams are planning to release Cooper Kupp after the start of the new league year unless a trade materializes, and it doesn't feel like with his injury history that'll be real easy. So if I'm the Denver Broncos and you don't want to give, now I would be interested in Cooper Kupp. We just got done talking to Jeff Legwold about that. But again, I've always said, give me Cooper Kupp at your price, not the one he's currently under.
Yeah.
And again, I think there'll be teams interested in Cooper Kupp, just not at what his current contract calls for. That's why the Rams, I don't think, are super interested.
Rams are doing things, man. They bring back Sanford. Yeah. They bring in Devontae, right?
Devontae Adams. Today they re-signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember when basically Devontae's talking about how to get killed out there playing with Garoppolo during the Raider days? So that's kind of an interesting pairing again.
Yeah, so listen, man, the Rams are going to be good again next year, aren't
Puka Nacua and Matthew Stafford. And
yeah, they're going to be all right. I guess they're going to take 1-2 more shots at it and then have to hit the rebuild button. But for now.
Hey, look. The Geno Smith thing, you need to pay attention to that. It makes those Ashton Genty mock drafts to the Raiders at 6 seem a lot more real.
Yeah, it's going to happen, man.
That could make things a little more interesting than we want in division.
Well, then, I mean, if he doesn't go to the Raiders, he's going to go to the Cowboys, right? If he doesn't go at 6, he's going to go at
Cowboys, Jets, Colts. I've seen about 100 different destinations for him now before he gets to the Broncos. Now, there's still a couple mocks out there saying somehow he gets to 20. I'm not believing it.
Would you rather take, I'm sure you and Nate have had this conversation, but would you rather Broncos take Tyler Warren at 20 or Ashton Genty at 20?
Yeah, that's been the big discussion.
What would that be for you?
I might lean
generational
Genty.
Running back or
I might lean Genty.
Crazy athletic tight end.
I might lean Genty. Now I don't know. See, here's the thing: like
6'6" tight end, 5'8" running back.
No, I get you. But so maybe I don't know. I don't know a ton. Let me tell you what made me fall in love with Brock Bowers a year ago. The reason why I was out there pounding the table for Bowers.
Yeah.
Because Nick Saban said that's the dude that was impossible for me to defend. He's a problem. He's a dude. He's an issue every time you face him. I haven't heard a legendary coach say that about Tyler Warren yet. If I hear that from a coach, then I'm all in.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's something about Genty with his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, run the football. Like, again, I think the two that are maybe more, they could both be generational, but Genty feels like he might likely be more generational than Warren, but I don't know. I don't know.
You're right. Well, it'd be hard to be like Brock Bowers just had one of the greatest. Like Brock Bowers is already going to be. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, man. He's going to be a Hall of Famer if he stays healthy. He's going to be in the Hall of Famer. At least because the records
it's a possibility. Yeah,
the records he broke last year as a rookie tight end. All those guys, those records he broke, they're all in the Hall of Fame. Man. Those are all great guys. So. I'm not sure you're going to get another Hall of Fame tight end in the very next season when Tyler rolls around. With Genty, it certainly looks like that guy has generational talent.
Yeah.
But can you if you can't treat somebody like Genty like a joker, which Sean is looking
you
for,
could,
right?
Because he could catch the ball out of the
backfield.
Oh, yeah, you could split him out to be a receiver, I think. I think he's got that kind of versatility.
Okay.
Boise State fans, tell me if I'm wrong. 303-504-0925.
Can you have Genty do a little bit of everything for the Broncos?
Yeah.
You can just run them out
But
wide.
look, Tyler Warren, frankly, though, I've seen where Tyler Warren would line up as a running back. I think he could be your little, your sneak fake tush push quarterback guy if they don't outlaw that thing. I don't know, man. Either way, I will admit this. Didn't love, as people know, the Bo Nix pick last year at that spot. But, man, the quarterback thing really is bad. I don't know that I've ever seen it, how it looks this year. So I can't argue with what they did a year ago. Looking at what this now, I
mean if
still
the Broncos
like
are looking for a quarterback right now?
I still like Shedeur. I still think Shedeur. I like Shedeur better than most, but there's no way Sean Payton, I think, would sign up to have Shedeur Sanders.
Probably not.
Because Shedeur is
Probably
not like Nix is a processor. He reads, he goes through the progression. I'm not sure that's Shedeur necessarily.
Right,
Shedeur did a lot of what Sean Payton basically suggested he didn't like about Caleb Williams.
The only dude who's going to have swag on the Broncos is Sean Payton. He ain't here for nobody else having swag, and that's what Shedeur
that's
had.
him.
This has nothing to do with anything, but that the mock draft I saw that had Tyler falling to the Broncos at 20 had Shedeur falling to the Steelers.
Yeah, 21.
At 21.
Yep.
And I was like, man, but Shedeur, and I'm sure Dion and Shedeur would be like, great. I can throw to DK. I can throw to Pickens. And I got Mike Tomlin as my head coach. Let's go. I'm sure Shedeur would sign up for that.
Yeah. And I think they could make it work. Look, we'll see how this. I would tell everybody too. The only cautionary tale I will give the people that love the mock drafts, and I get that because I love them too.
They're so great. They're so great.
I love it all.
I love them.
By the way, Tier Tart goes to the Chargers, according to Adam Schefter. I believe he's a defensive lineman. But to the mocksters, to those, let's wait till they get the pro days out of the way. What do we got?
Oh, dog! Former Broncos quarterback Zach Wilson has reached an agreement, according to Schefter, on a 1-year, $6 million, fully guaranteed deal that could grow up to $10 million with the Miami Dolphins.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Miami gave him $6 million guaranteed and $10 million with bonuses to go play down there in Miami. So Zach Wilson, 1-year deal to play in Miami.
That is an interesting destination.
Yeah. That's your boy Mike and the crew down there, yeah.
I mean, look, dirt cheap for him.
Yeah, that's a crazy division.
But remember,
too,
that's Tua.
Zach,
That's Tua's spot.
So
he must be banking that Tua's going to get hurt at some point and at least give him a couple games.
And Tyler Huntley was the backup. And
yeah.
So, I'm assuming Zach's now the back. Like, Tyler's gone.
All the spots, that I would not have guessed Miami.
Well, you know what he's doing? I mean, Tua's going to miss games. He's going to miss games.
You're probably right.
So Zach is like, let me make this $6 million, and I'm going to get playing time, and I'm going to play some regular season games.
Yeah.
Because there ain't no way Tua plays 17.
No, you're right. Jack writes in and says, Geno only has 1 year left. Why wouldn't they draft Sanders? Jack, the report is the Raiders want to make Geno. This is a report over the weekend after the trade. They want to make Geno a contract offer, and they want him to be the long-term solution. Again, Jack, to also answer it, a 77-year-old coach or whatever Pete Carroll is, they ain't looking to develop a lot of guys. Okay?
Right. He doesn't have that kind of time.
And look, maybe the Raiders still, again, maybe the pro days happen, and Shedeur's arm gets everyone's attention again, and you look at the tape, because I think Shedeur is going to be a good quarterback.
Well,
really
if that's the case, then he goes in the top 5 because there's too many quarterback-hungry teams in the top 10.
Well, you'd think somebody would trade up to do it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So, so there you go. So we'll see. Look, man, Genty to the Raiders. I hate that. Anyway, all right, let's talk some Denver Nuggets. All right?
Oh, wait. You know what? I have some breaking news on that too.
Wow. Okay. Who's in? Who's out? We got
Shams was reporting that, according to Shams, quote, Nikola Jokic, questionable tonight. He's dealing with issues, not just his left elbow, but also his right elbow. So both elbows are bothering Joker.
Man, he went down pretty hard yesterday.
He's been dealing. I think he's been banged up for a while now. Like he's just been dealing with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, he just plays.
But and I bet you he plays tonight. I bet you he goes tonight.
All right, guys, how are you feeling about this? Let's just go ahead. 303-504-0925. Straw poll on the text line. Send us a tweet at Andy_Lindahl on Twitter. whatever you get it, Mark, whoever your favorite person is. Just tell us on the Twitch line, text line, whatever. Are you more confident in the Nuggets than you were a year ago? Now, listen, I'll ask the question. I'm going to be shocked if we get a lot of people saying they're more confident this year than they were a year ago. But what's funny, when I talk to Hastings and we do our podcast, Hot Mic, on the Altitude Sports YouTube channel, subscribe to that. You'll get the daily shows. You get these podcasts. That's where you can find DMac and Coach Sanford during the year. DMac does post some of the extra stuff. Some of our best segments from the day are found there. The Altitude Daily's down there. So subscribe to the YouTube page, Altitude Sports. But when I asked Hastings about this last week, because we've got kind of what we call the parade track around here with me and Nate. And it's been flipping back and forth as to who you got the better feel about who's going to give us the parade. To your point, in our parade tracker right now, and I'd be with you, it feels like the Avs are more likely to give us the parade than the Nuggets right now.
Lock it up. Put it on the board.
So
100% parade for the Avs this summer. Just plan for that now, Denver. If we have to have a second one with the Nuggets, we'll get to it. But we're definitely getting one.
Okay. I'm going to be shocked if anybody tells us the parade tracker is being led by the Nuggets right now. Look, man, the outside shooting just feels so inconsistent.
Would you say that if Sunday never happened? If the Nuggets were coming off that game where Joker goes 30, 20, and 20 against Phoenix?
Game was driving me crazy. You shot lights out for yourself last week, and then you still let him catch you.
Yeah.
But you couldn't continue to shoot lights. Now, listen, I get it. It's tough. I said it to Nate when the Boston Celtics blew that big lead to Cleveland a couple Fridays ago. We were walking out of here as the Celtics were up like 30-3 or something like that. And I go, well, that's going to be tough to maintain. There's something in sports where you jump out to the big lead, and I don't care what the sport is, you see teams kind of let down. But the Nuggets, they answered back a couple of times, and Phoenix just wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
They wouldn't go away. And the Nuggets, I'm so sick of these games happening on ESPN where then we got to hear all the ESPN people tell us their terrible opinion about the Nuggets. But one thing I can't argue with that national opinion, Kendrick Perkins was out there Friday night going, there's no way the Nuggets are going to keep this up. There's no way. And so, I just feel like I don't love the just launch three era of the NBA that we're in, just shoot for three all the time. But that's the era we're in. You got to be able to win in the era you're in. And the Nuggets go to the hoop, and some of their best guys going to the hoop, like a Peyton Watson, like a Russell Westbrook, they're a little hit or miss on even the layup, finishing that off sometimes. Yeah. CB's their best finisher at the rack often, right?
Yeah. Well, he's the best fast break player in the NBA.
There are just games like yesterday where I just ask myself, do they have enough three-point shooting to really get this done?
In this era of the NBA, we've had this conversation before, and Kaz always talks to the coaches about this because he always asks, especially – in the two games that the Nuggets played Boston, because he was like, Boston averages 51 threes per game, attempted, not made. And the Nuggets average 33 threes a game or something like that. They shoot them at a lower pace than anybody in the NBA. But the point is that you don't go away from what you do so well. The Nuggets are so good down low with Joker and those kickouts that you just got to keep doing it. With the pick and roll, you got to get into the lane and keep on doing it. You can't suddenly turn into a team where you're like, hey, Mike, I need you to launch 15 threes a game. Hey, Jamal, I need you to launch 13 threes a game, something like that. I am more confident about this team going deep in the playoffs than last year's team, simply because last year's team hadn't run into what happened in the second round. You know what I mean? Like, I think now this team knows. They're like, we can't do that again. We can't ever do that again. We can't ever have that feeling again of blowing a 20-point second-half lead in a Game 7 on our own home court to a conference opponent, to a division opponent. We can't do it. Can't do it ever again. So I feel like they went into the playoffs last year ready but fat and happy. They're going into the playoffs this season desperate. You want to know why? Because if you don't win the whole thing this year, this team is not going to be together next year. They will blow this thing up. The Nuggets will do what the Avs have just done. Once the offseason comes around, if this team doesn't make it to at least the Western Conference Finals, and they probably need to make the NBA Finals to get it done.
What was the lead they blew to Phoenix Friday night? Yeah, it was in the 20s. I'll go ahead and answer it.
23-point lead?
Yeah.
23-point lead?
They may
And
know they don't want to blow a
Well,
lead ever
you know what's
again, but
crazy?
do you have the shooting to stop it?
The Suns had the largest fourth quarter comeback in the history of their franchise the game before. They came back from 19 points down in the fourth quarter to beat the Clippers.
Yeah, and they were trying to do it again.
Right, and the Nuggets coaching staff was telling them, like, hey, man, they will come back. They will come back on you. And then they did it anyway. But it does, I mean, you still hung on and won that thing, right?
Okay, but with the shooting and look, man, I'm not buying into the Laker thing. I still think the Lakers' lack of size over a 7-game series could get them knocked out in the first round. But if LeBron and Luka are on one, especially Luka, and look, yesterday it was mainly SGA, and then who was the other guy?
Jalen
Who was
Williams.
the second? Jalen Williams finally got going in the second half.
They combined for 50% of the offense yesterday.
They got
SGA
all their
and Jalen.
threes going at one point, you know. My concern is if you go up against a good 3-point shooting team with your inability to shoot 3-pointers, that this is going to cost you at some point. That's what do you have confidence right now? I want to believe MPJ is going to round back into that 4 or 5 game form that he had going on right before he pulled the hammy or whatever he did. But he hasn't hit it yet.
No, he's been
And
struggling
I keep
since
waiting
he's
for it
come
to
back.
show up.
Even though he keeps putting up decent numbers and good numbers, it still feels like sometimes he's the weak link. Like, you know what I mean? And the problem is when you get a night where both Jamal and Mike are off and AG's out, because I love the Denver Nuggets. I don't think you beat the Oklahoma City Thunder if you don't have Aaron Gordon.
I think
you
we
need
all feel that
somebody
way.
to bug SGA, man.
Yeah.
Otherwise, did you see what he was doing yesterday?
Yep.
He was just lollygagging into the lane, man. They could not stop him.
Yep, late help coming left and right.
Yeah,
Nobody could get over.
And that's not a successful way to play Oklahoma City.
Well,
You
no,
just
it
can't let
isn't.
SGA
Yeah.
get everywhere he wants to go. So I don't know, man. I think they probably the Nuggets are so good they're 10-1 on the second game of back-to-backs, and this is the second game of back-to-back. But it is.
Yeah, but this feels different, man. You got to get Jokic right. See, again, I know we all want him to beat Oklahoma City. I know you want to split the season series and all that stuff. The biggest, easiest statement to say on a sports program is if Nikola Jokic isn't right, you're not doing anything. And if he's got both elbows bothering him and whatever was going on with the ankle or what it was after remember, we all forgot about the ankle because we're not talking about that. The ankle was just a problem beginning of the week.
Yeah.
So the guy needs some rest.
But
and even if he plays without AG, and I don't think AG's going tonight after that long rest yesterday.
Yeah, Aaron is out.
So
tonight.
then, are you sure you're going to beat him anyway?
No,
Maybe just take your medicine and worry
Here's
about
the
the
problem.
games in the middle of the week.
You have a tough schedule coming up. It is a
I get
nasty
it.
schedule.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, the only good news about it is that you play the Lakers twice in the next 8 games, or the next 8 games or 8 days, something like that. And LeBron's going to be out. He's going to miss both those games due to injury. So at least you don't have to deal with LeBron in LA. But you have to keep winning. You have to win 7, 8 out of 10 games in the upcoming months, or you're gonna just 1 month left till the playoffs, or you will plummet in the Western Conference, and that's fine. I don't really care about where you land, but you got to be in the top 4. Don't fall out of the top 4,
top
man.
Top three. You don't even want to be 4.
You don't want to
4
deal
could
with
buy
that
you
nonsense.
the semifinal round matchup.
Like
with
you mess
OKC.
around, the Lakers, Grizzlies, and Rockets will all be past you, and then you'll be trying to stay ahead of Golden State.
I get that, but Berto, you can't overextend Jokic tonight and then not have him for the next few games. I mean, again, even with Jokic tonight, I'm not sure you're winning.
But
so
you got to beat
just
Minnesota.
rest him.
Minnesota's on Wednesday. You got to
Yeah.
win that game. Then the Laker
I know,
game is
so
you got to win that Laker game.
Jokic on back-to-back days. You've already played the guy 1 million minutes this weekend.
Now, I guess you're right, but I bet you he goes tonight. I bet you he doesn't rest. Unless Malone just says
we'll
to hell
see.
with it and rests
We'll see.
everybody, but I bet you they don't.
We'll see.
Yeah.
A whole lot of we'll see. All right, we're going to update the free agent tracker board. And how about this? Audio coming out of Carolina as to what really went down with their motivation to trade Miko Rantanen. How about you listen to this next? You just heard it right there. You can watch the show on Twitch, order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors, and we appreciate them sponsoring the Twitch feed. All right. Does look like Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray will play tonight, but we'll have some updated audio from Shams Charania coming up for you at 5:20 on the plight of Nikola Jokic, so something that you want to listen to. But our old friend Miko Rantanen, and you know what? I don't know. Look, I don't know how you feel about this. I get it. I get the frustration. I don't think any of us wanted to see Miko back in the Western Conference, but it is what it is. I just feel like the Avs are in such a better place not signing him. I'm not going to hold a grudge against the guy. He brought you a cup. I had a lot of fun watching him. You know, now all this will change if you go off for the Dallas Stars in a playoff series. But as of right now,
they're gonna play that.
Could be the first round matchup.
That's gonna be the first round matchup. It's gonna be Avs and Stars. You're gonna have to beat Miko in the first round.
How about this? So we kept hearing, and I brought this up Friday when Spring and I were hosting the show, but I kept reading things that said culture shock, culture shock, culture shock, all this stuff for Miko Rantanen, and we were trying to figure out what he might be dealing with as he got traded to Carolina. Here's what here's some insight from Rob Brindamore, the coach of Carolina. Here's what he said Miko told him in their first interaction.
There's not been one guy that has left here because they didn't like it here. That was except for Miko, and he did not like it. When he showed up, he said, "There's 4 teams I'll go play for. Well, you're not one of them." So there's 28 other teams he wasn't going to. And when the better question is, should we have known that before we signed him,
right?
Or attempted to sign him? You know, Gensel was a totally opposite thing. We offered him the contract. We offered him at the end. He's here.
Right.
Well, we didn't for whatever reason. That's a different conversation. And all the other guys that walked out of here at free agency is because they got paid a lot more money than we were offering. They all wanted to stay. Right. So Mika was the only one that I've been associated with that said, I don't want to. This is not for me, and I think there's other circumstances on that. It's not because of the hockey. It was because I think his family, it wasn't for him. Mm-hmm. So good, and I appreciate that he let us know that. We probably should have known that before we made the deal. Maybe that changes how we go about things.
Yeah, you should have known that before you traded for a guy when you gave up Marty
Rod
Necas.
DeBod just throw his own GM under the bus?
A couple of times. Basically saying now when we lost Gensel, we just didn't offer him enough money.
How did they not know? How do you not have that conversation? Man, the Avs got over on Carolina if that's the case, because they never would have done that deal if they would have known that. You know what? After the trade deadline, the GM of the Hurricanes got up there, and they were like, how come you guys didn't make more moves? You're a contender. And he was like, it's Miko Rantanen. Miko Rantanen's the reason we didn't make more.
He took so long to make a decision with Dallas that it held us.
So the GM is throwing Miko under the bus.
Yeah.
Rod is throwing Miko and the GM under the bus. What the hell's going on in Carolina? It's crazy, man. This is exactly the kind of information that you would ask the dude the first. He was like, I only have 4 teams that I'll play for on my list, and you guys aren't one of them? I want to know who those other 3 teams are, right? Because
Dallas and Florida were out there. He probably would have been angry to return to Colorado.
Right.
And then who knows?
Right.
The Oilers, he was rumored to be going to the Oilers. Vegas might have been in there. I saw rumors of him going to Vegas and Edmonton
that would have made me
well.
angry, too, if he would have ended up in Vegas.
Would you have been more mad if he ended up in Vegas or Dallas?
No,
because I was getting hacked
more
off.
angry that he's in Dallas.
Yeah, I hate Dallas.
Because you're going to run into him constantly.
Well, you'd be running into Vegas plenty too, right?
Yeah.
When it matters anyway.
Yeah,
So-
but they traded him back to the division, man. You're going to see Miko 4 times a year.
All right. By the way, he got rocked numerous times against the Oilers in his first game as a star, but then it got a goal at the end. But Dallas didn't end up winning that game, right? Didn't they lose?
Well, yes. The Avs are now 6 points behind Dallas for the number 2 spot, which they could catch. They're not catching Winnipeg, but they could definitely catch Dallas before the month is out.
All right.
The playoffs
We
begin.
asked this question last week, which all that would matter at this point is who's got home ice for Dallas if you overtake Minnesota, right? You would have home ice over Dallas.
The Avs have the tiebreaker on Minnesota, even though they have the same amount of points. So the Avs are in 3.
But
and
Minnesota has a couple games in hand, don't they?
And you play Minnesota tomorrow.
Yep.
You
In
go
Minnesota.
to Minnesota, right? You go to Minnesota tomorrow, so that's a massive game. You got to house Chicago tonight. Springer, have they lost twice to the Blackhawks?
Yes.
They're one of the worst teams in the NHL, and you've lost twice to them?
A month ago, we ranked things on Tuesday. You'll be with me for that tomorrow. We ranked just random things now that the power rankings are out of our life in the NFL. And I ranked the 5 losses that drove me the most nuts. And believe me, the Chicago loss was on there.
Yeah.
That
so
one
you got
where you had no business losing.
kick those turkeys tonight, beat Minnesota tomorrow, and you're on a 7-game winning streak at that point. If you do that.
Yeah. Which they easily could do. I believe in this. I believe in this team more than any team I believed in since the Cup team with who you've added. You got bigger, you got veteran guys. You're not going to be a fun team to play against in the playoffs. So then let me ask you this question, okay? Would you rather go Dallas and Winnipeg or Edmonton, Vegas? Because part of me isn't so sure I wouldn't mind the Edmonton Vegas deal. Which I know sounds insane. But Edmonton will play wide open with you. Winnipeg, Dallas don't want to do that.
Yeah, I've already guaranteed that the Avs win the Cup this year, so I don't give a damn who it is. Bring on anybody, man. Bring on the 86 Edmonton Oilers. I don't care, man. Bring on anybody.
All right, this team in the 2001 Avs Cup team, who wins?
2001, props.
Hey, 2022 Avs versus 2001.
I think the 2025
Avs.
team wins that matchup with the 2022 team. Like, what did that team have that you don't? Nas. But this team is Nas brought the nasty. This team is probably harder to play against than that team. You probably have better goaltending on this team than that team. Like, yeah, I
22.
I take the 2025 team over the 2022 team. Yes, absolutely.
Familiar spot possibly for an old CSU Ram, Michael Gallup visiting the Commanders. So there you go.
Man, Washington
Just
ain't
got
playing,
that.
man.
No, they're not. But again, when you've got the rookie deal, you got to sign all the people and
Man,
go try
the
to take
Commanders
advantage
are
of it.
making moves.
They are. Gosh, every time I look down, there's something else. And Darius Slayton stays with the Giants. All right, we've got more news ahead with our guy. Mark Springer is going to bring you the high five. That's ahead. And we've got some audio updating us on what Nikola Jokic is dealing with Shams at 5:20 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Burton only filling in. Nate Kreckman doing some Mountain West basketball work, and we've got the high five on tap for you on a Monday.
Dude, I just hit the stop button instead of the play button. What the hell?
What are you doing?
Something's happening. I don't know what's going on.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Can't do it without the music. We got to have the verbal cue so everybody knows.
All right, it's the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's run through some Broncos news. We'll start with their free agent signing, their big free agent signing. They have agreed to a 3-year deal with safety Talanoa Hufanga. It is $20 million guaranteed, could be worth up to $45 million.
Okay, here's the nuts and bolts of this. And frankly, this is modern free agency. You're all smart NFL fans. You know this. If he's healthy, Hufanga's a tremendous player, an incredible upgrade, and a guy that I saw an article or a tweet that said the Niners did want to keep him, but their cap help prevented it. The negative, the reason why he made it to free agency, he had an ACL injury in 2023. He had a wrist injury in 2024. He's only played 17 games the last 2 years. But taking a risk on an injured player, getting out of bad injury luck is kind of what you do in free agency now.
Who's the best safety in the NFL right now?
Well, that's a great question. Who would it be? I don't
Mika?
know. Probably.
I don't know either. But what kind of I don't know what a great what a difference a great safety makes in this
the old
league
Notre
now.
Dame kid for Baltimore,
Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton,
Okay,
he's
yeah.
probably it.
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah.
but like, what does that
15 million a
do?
year is not bad.
Right. What does that do for your defense?
Well, they needed to get stronger up the middle. This allows Brandon Jones to be more of the free safety type, who you signed a year ago. And look, from what I read about, Hufanga loves contact. He loves to lay big hits. He's a closer to the line kind of. We all know the strong safeties become kind of the hybrid linebackers out there. And he's up there to play physical. When you're in a nickel setting, he's the guy you're going to rely on to get these running backs down if you've got smaller personnel on the field, period.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it works out, if he's healthy.
Yeah, you've upgraded
he's
your
gonna
team
be a
big
fan
time.
favorite immediately because
Oh,
he
yeah.
will pop you, and fans love that.
Yeah.
Love it, love it,
We all
love it.
love a big hitter.
High five. All right, over the weekend, the Broncos re-signed Jarrett Stidham.
Woo!
Today, Zach Wilson agreed to a 1-year, $6 million, fully guaranteed $6 million deal that could grow to $10 million with Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, that one kind of threw me off. I'm a little surprised he goes Dolphins, but Tua's known to get hurt, and so if he gets hurt, Zach's got his tryout.
He could start 8 games down there.
You know what he wants to do? He wants to pull the Sam Darnold. Every guy like Zach Wilson, because Wilson and Darnold the third pick, Wilson the second pick of his draft class. Go out there, remind people why they liked you in the draft. Go have a good year. Now maybe like today, Sam Darnold. I'm gonna maybe steal from
$100
Steve.
million.
Yeah, $100 million deal. So I'm sorry, I'm stealing a story there, Spring. But he signed with Seattle, and now your Zach Wilson's hoping to do the same thing.
Yeah.
High five. The Broncos lose a player in free agency. Inside linebacker Cody Barton has agreed to a 3-year, $21 million deal with the Tennessee Titans.
Well, with Nick Bolton coming off the market yesterday before free agency even opened, that means that the Broncos, and I keep seeing tweets that Michael Silver is saying he's the first to report on this. Broncos are one of the top choices for Greenlaw. Again, Greenlaw is like Hufanga, where if you can sign him, that is a hell of a player with a hell of a resume. But the guy has been really injured the last 2 years, and so you got to hope that his injury luck is better than it has been with the Niners. But there are not a lot of, with Barton leaving, there are not a lot of linebacker options out there. Now, you will be getting, who was the guy, Singleton? Alex Singleton will be back, who you had last year. But I think they'd like a better option than having to rely on Justin Sternat at the position. And quite honestly, I don't think you want to get forced into having to draft a linebacker because you don't have a lot of options.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Cody Barton walking for whatever it was, $21 million. Yeah, 3-year, $21 million. As long as you can sign Greenlaw, right?
Sure.
Then you're good. Then you're like, okay, we're pretty set. You're pretty
He's a
happy
great
with it.
player.
Yeah. So today, if you're a Denver Bronco fan, how you feeling today? Like just in general, how you feel?
You're fine, but
Yeah,
look, you have to know that this year's offseason will not be as fun or sexy as last year. You got a quarterback last year. That's the ultimate sexy move to do. The draft is not going to be exciting because now you're trying to build around it, and you're sitting at 20. And I've done plenty of drafts with the Broncos sitting at 20 over my 25 years covering this team. And you don't know what's going to fall. You have no idea. There have been so many times where I thought I knew 4 or 5 players that would be for the Broncos at 20. They're all gone because the draft doesn't go the way you think. So it's just not going to be as sexy as a year ago. So if you're the Broncos, you're waiting for camp, and away we go. And you know what? Look, Cooper Kupp may get released. Maybe you go and that's the next guy you look for. I don't know.
Yeah, once again, that wouldn't. Listen, Sean McVay, I always say this, Spring, don't I? Sean McVay is one of the best football minds in the game. And if Sean McVay doesn't want you on his team, I don't want you on my team.
So you don't need Cooper Kupp?
I don't need Cooper Kupp.
Right.
No. I don't need old and busted. I need new and fancy.
He could be cheap and busted, though.
Okay, cheap and busted ain't bad. Cheap and busted ain't bad, but yeah, I'm not going to throw a parade
for the right deal. You're not trading for the contract. I have interest in Cooper Kupp. Because, again, even if you're the third down or reliable target for Bo Nix so that you can convert more third downs, that's a win. Okay. You don't need him to be number one. That's Cortland Sutton right now. Here's a guy you may be interested in next.
High five. All right, so reports this morning were that free agent tight end, formerly with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Duval.
Oh. Yeah, and they cut his ass. Evan Engram is 30 years old, and he's visiting with the Broncos today. We got reports early this morning, and then midday reports that he was still at the facility. So quite the extensive and lengthy visit for Evan Engram and the Broncos today.
Well, they got to make sure that he's healthy. Yeah. That's probably going to be an extensive, a pretty extensive physical there to make sure everything's fine. So there you go. Look, he's intriguing. Juwan Johnson, I don't care. Sign one of the guys, call it good, draft a young one because it's a deep class. Maybe bring in a third. Maybe draft 2 and sign him. You need tight end options. Your tight ends are not good.
Once again, find me a tight end. And Ingram is a pass-catching tight end, but give me a guy who will catch me some touchdowns. Ingram had, 2 years ago, he had a bunch of yards, but I need touchdowns. How do you not have a slew of touchdowns playing with Trevor Lawrence? Other than the fact, I guess, you were playing for the Jags, and what the hell's going on in there?
Right. I don't know. They got so weird.
Downs.
They got so weird last year. The Jags did with their, with Peterson, and it just was a weird room. I don't know what's going on. You know what? I really thought we keep talking about that 2021 draft class that had Mac Jones and Justin Fields and Zach Wilson and Trey Lance. And I honestly thought that Lawrence was going to be what Burrows turned into. Lawrence has been fine. He got paid. I mean, look, that's a guy I'd be very intrigued by if the Broncos could get their hands on him. But that dude is not, I don't know. He's not even been as good as I thought. That whole draft class has been completely overblown.
Right. Trevor Lawrence, I think, is a really, really great
He's
really,
a good
really
quarterback.
good quarterback, but he's not one of those quarterbacks who makes everyone else
He
better
is
around
second
him.
tier all the way. You're going to get in the playoffs with him. I don't know if you're going to get to championship weekend with him, much less a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. I look at Trevor Lawrence, and I kind of think Bo Nix.
Trevor's got a bigger arm. Bo, I think, has got a better head.
Okay.
And
I'd
rather
have a better head.
Although,
right?
judging by what Bo did, Bo has shown better decision-making. I don't know. Look, man, Trevor's had some good years. I just don't know. There's something off there, and I don't know what it is. Maybe he just hasn't found the right coach, whereas I think Bo Nix has. So there you go. That
Trevor
could be
Lawrence
as simple
or
as that.
Sam Darnold? Which quarterback
Trevor
would you
Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence.
Even though Sam just got paid.
If Trevor, dude, Sam's still cheaper than Trevor. Trevor's a $55 million guy.
Yeah.
So.
High five. All right, and finally, the two big quarterback signings today. Yes, Sam Darnold signs with the Seahawks, 3 years, $100 million, $55 million guaranteed. And Justin Fields signs with the Jets. It is a 2-year deal worth up to $40 million, $30 million guaranteed.
Yeah, Justin Fields is interesting. I don't know why. Justin Fields is going to bounce around forever. So, whatever. Good luck. Good luck to him.
Now,
Maybe this is the location it actually works out.
I'll repeat what I said at the beginning of this program. Justin Fields with one of the most punk moves in sports. Asking teams to guarantee him the starting position. Nah, that is a chump move, man. like you set my mind right when you were talking about how, well, maybe it's because of what happened in Pittsburgh last year with Russell Wilson coming in and then taking that job, and maybe they'd already promised Russ the start, and then so Justin was in a bad position. But no, man, no, you cannot demand teams guarantee you the starting position. I mean, competition is what the NFL's all about, man.
Well, it's what sports are about in my mind. I'm with you. I'm with you, Berto, but I'm just saying, here's what I think then gets interesting. What ends up happening if you're not playing well enough to keep the job, right? Just because he went to the Jets, people still look. I don't think Shedeur makes it past the Jets. Still, I think Shedeur may fall, but I could see him going to the Jets.
No, I think you're right. I think people who have these quarterbacks falling in the first round are drunk. Did they not watch what happened last year, man?
Yeah.
That like people overvalue these quarterbacks. Like Jackson Dart's going to go way too damn early in this draft.
He'll probably be
you're
in
right.
the first round
There's
guy.
no way that we see Shedeur fall to 21 in Pittsburgh, right? There's no way somebody's going to take him in the top 10.
You would think. Now, I think the college tape would get him drafted top 5, top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But he still has to have his pro day. Same with
Cam.
With Cam Ward. They haven't had their pro days. They didn't work out at the combine. There's no buzz about them. And remember, before anybody gets too worked up, these mock drafts are there to get you to click and be curious. And guess what? We're all falling for it. And there was no buzz about the guys at the combine. So it is what it is. The pro days will happen. Everybody will have them rising up the board and all that stuff. And your talk about them going top 10 will probably happen again. But again, if Shedeur comes in and Shedeur's got to learn. Now, Shedeur was with, who was our guy, Pat Shurmur, the old offensive coordinator out there. So I'm sure he's used to some NFL language. So that may help Shedeur.
Where is Clint Kubiak took over the OC position where? He's the new OC. Is it Tennessee?
He left.
I believe it's Seattle. I think it's Seattle.
That's what it is. Because I was like, so McDonald.
And that's why Sam Darnold works, because he's a West Coast guy.
Right. And Clint Kubiak runs a variation of the Shanahan
system. If you want
system.
Darnold, it's because he's good at the West Coast offense. Mm-hmm. He's serviceable in the West Coast offense. How about that?
Yeah, that's
Look, he was phenomenal last year for Minnesota. That's not it. Minnesota's taking a bit of a risk. Now, I think J.J. McCarthy will probably be okay from what I saw, but you're taking a bit of a risk. And look, Daniel Jones, I'll sub in the story that he had, that Spring had with Sam Darnold being out there. Daniel Jones now, if he doesn't return to the Vikings, Daniel Jones has a ton of interest from a bunch of teams all of a sudden.
That's crazy.
Daniel Jones, who got cut. Yeah. See, that right there is what you do have to remember about some of these quarterbacks.
Right. I'd take Stidham over that dude, man. Are you kidding me, man? Let me ask you this question. Maybe when we start talking about this year's draft and the quarterbacks going early in this year's draft with some of these teams, do you think a team like Cleveland, if they don't take Cam at 2, or New York, if they take Travis instead of a quarterback or whatever, do you think those teams that are sitting there high in this draft are like, you know what? Let's have another terrible season because next year Arch Manning will be in this draft class.
I don't know.
And we can draft
I don't think any coach ever signs up for that because coaches and GMs are thinking they won't be around to draft Arch Manning.
Right, if you win 2 games next season, you might be gone.
Dude, you cannot bank on when Arch Manning's coming out. Remember, both Eli and Peyton stayed for their college careers because they loved college and their family don't need the money.
Stay one more year?
Yeah, his family doesn't need the money. And hey, guess what? It won't just be him. There's plenty of guys that are going to make nice paychecks.
Listen.
Some of these top college quarterbacks will make more money as college quarterbacks than NIL.
Yeah, but that ain't Arch's. Like Peyton's, man. Arch and Peyton and Eli's money is not Arch's money, man. Arch can go out and be, he's a millionaire.
But my point is there's not family pressure.
Right, because of NIL, he's already doing all right.
Yeah,
you're
there's
right,
not family pressure.
Right.
All right, we got a couple of notes of breaking news out here. Spring, just give me the music. And technically, I'm going to give you the breaking news national, then the local.
Okay.
Javonte Williams no longer a Bronco. According to Adam Schefter, he's assigned with the Dallas Cowboys. 1 year, $3.5 million deal. He's off to go give his luck a try in Dallas. So no Javonte Williams. I don't think it shocked anybody here, but who knows? The Broncos might have been interested in bringing him back. And we've learned that both Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray are officially playing tonight against Oklahoma City. So Spring had that. Spring, let's go ahead and queue up. Let's hear from Shams Charania as to what is going on with Nikola Jokic, because he's dealing with a lot all of a sudden after that rough game yesterday.
Nikola Jokic is questionable to play tonight. He's dealing with issues in not just his left elbow, but also his right elbow. So both elbows have issues going on. He is banged up, but I'm told he will warm up tonight with the intention to try to play. There is optimism that he's going to be able to give it a go here on this back-to-back against Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder. The bigger concern, though, for the Denver Nuggets is Aaron Gordon, their two-way stalwart. He is out tonight with a right calf injury. He also has been dealing with an ankle sprain, but that calf, he suffered strains in November, December, and again here this month, and it's likely that he needs some period of time to rest both his ankle and his calf. I'm told the Nuggets will likely spend the next couple days after tonight's game to figure out the best treatment plan for Aaron Gordon.
So there you go. That's the news from Sham Sharn. And obviously, he gave that update prior to us learning that both Jamal and Nikola will play. Aaron Gordon is out again. That's probably what we most need to be concerned about. But the Broncos are going for it. So the Nuggets are going for it here tonight out there as they try to deal with Oklahoma City. So there you go.
You'd shut them down. How many? I mean, what would you? Who and what? And why would you shut down?
Because you need him for Minnesota. You're right. You got a lot of games coming up. They've got a couple games at home, then they're off on another road trip for a week next week. Okay, The NBA can't quit sending these guys out on the road. You got matchups with the Lakers in the horizon as well. So to me, I just think, if Nicole is beat up or banged up, I need to rest the guy at some point. You took your shot yesterday. Without Aaron Gordon, you said it earlier, without Aaron Gordon, I'm not positive you can beat Oklahoma City.
Right.
So why not just go ahead and maybe give Big Honey a little bit of rest and get him ready for the Minnesota game that's coming up this Wednesday. Because, again, there's a team, you really need to send Minnesota a message in my mind. They've whooped up on you a little too much.
Yeah, matter of fact, if you don't, you need to sweep the homestand, because the homestand is Minnesota, the LA Lakers, and the Washington Wizards, and you better not get swept by the Wizards, man. You cannot get swept by the worst team in the NBA in a seat. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you already lost to the Wizards in Washington.
It's kind of like the Avs need to get this Blackhawk thing out of their life.
Right. You got to win all three of these home games. So maybe, kick another game to OKC. It doesn't matter because you're not catching OKC.
Right.
And then,
now, you don't want to necessarily fall back in that fourth place tie either, but,
I don't know. It's tough, man, because here's
what I do.
There are no gimmies for the Nuggets. There's like 3 or 4 teams where you're going to smash. Like, you've got Washington on the schedule, you've got Portland on the schedule, and you've got Chicago on the schedule. And that's it. The rest of these teams are all in a playoff position.
You've already lost Chicago, too. So, and Portland took you to a 2-point game one night. So here's the thing. Here's what I do. I give it the first half, okay? And if they're up by double digits come halftime, I probably just shut the guys down.
Well, it was a 1-point game at halftime yesterday.
And then it was a 3-point game after the third quarter.
Yeah, and then the Thunder was and then they outscored them by 21 points in the fourth quarter.
Well, yeah, because Nikola got hurt. The whistle got stupid, even though it was stupid most of the game. By the way, Najee, did we hear anything about Najee? People keep asking about Najee. Did you see anything about Najee? He's a go?
According to Malone, I think Zeke's going to go too. I think the only one he said is definitely out is Aaron
Gordon. So we'll just see how it works. All right. So, again, we've got pregame coverage coming up with Kaz here in about 5 minutes. Hastings will be back on the TV call after having to do radio yesterday for the national call. Let's get you some sound from Adam Schefter, because we want to remind everybody Adam Schefter is on this station. Adam Schefter joins the morning show on Mondays, and he joins the afternoon show, PhD, the midday show, I guess I should say, on Thursday. So with that, I'm going to make this cut of Adam Schefter, brought to you by our friends over at Good Times. Feeling like a taste of the ocean? Stop into Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Adam Schefter breaking down a lot of things, and he's already gotten a lot of things right when he talked to the boys this morning. He talked about the fact that Zach Wilson would be moving on. He talked about the fact that he thought the Broncos would make moves, but it would be to fortify defense. We got an update.
Sorry. Yeah. This just came across. The Dallas Cowboys have reached agreement on a 1-year deal with Broncos free agent Javonte Williams.
Now, see, you just Mosered me because I already slipped that in.
Oh,
Andy.
I just viced you. I just viced you. My bad.
You just did what I do to Spring in our Twitter thread.
Or
no,
to Nate.
Yeah. No, listen. I'm not part of that Twitter thread, but I already know what goes down.
Yeah.
I already know that's what happens constantly.
So now here's what I do want to get you from Schefter, because a lot of what he said this morning has already kind of played itself out. Here's an update on what's going on with Rodgers and the Steelers. I think everybody thinks Rodgers is going to the Steelers. Here's Schefter's opinion.
It's real. Whether or not it happens is a different issue, right? Like they would like to get a deal done with Justin Fields, and Justin
That's not
Fields
happening.
is kind of keeping them at bay. And I go, look, just look around the league. Do we see guys re-signing with teams regularly? Yes. Why isn't Justin Fields re-signing? Is it a leverage play against the Steelers? Is it a leverage play against the Jets? I mean, this is a team that benched him last year. They benched him.
Yep.
And now they're saying, we'd like to have you back. But the New York Jets are saying, hey, we'd like to have you as a starter. Now, you're not allowed to really field offers till after noon Eastern, 10 Mountain. So I think he wants to get a better idea of the Jets situation before he commits. But again, the fact that he hasn't committed now means that the Pittsburgh Steelers have to make other plans in the event they need to. And those other plans include Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson.
So that's even that cut. Gosh, Spring, it's amazing, right? Every cut gets a little outdated 12 hours later because now, of course, if you missed it, Justin Fields is a Jet, so they don't need Aaron Rodgers back. Rodgers still seems to be the guy for Pittsburgh. But I'll tell you guys, a place that I saw on Twitter I'd keep an eye on, San Francisco.
Really?
Well, if the Brock Purdy thing, you already said it. You wouldn't be throwing Brock 50 mil.
Yeah. If you don't want to pay him what he's worth, what he's earned that money, man.
No,
He's
you're
earned
right,
that money.
but I'm with you. I don't think I'd be giving it to him.
Also,
You've earned that money with all pros around you at most positions.
Why would you pick the New York Jets? Why would you pick that is a losing organization. Why would you go
because of what you said. They guaranteed him a starting job and nobody else is probably willing to.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Nuggets coverage coming up. Just real quick, guys. This is crazy because we never see this in the NHL. Aaron Ekblad suspended 20 games for the Panthers for violating the performance-enhancing substance program in the NHL. So Ekblad out 20 for the Panthers.
That's a big one. Yeah, and Florida thinks they're going to win a cup.
He's Mark Bertinoli. We thank him. We thank Mark Springer. I'm Andy Lindahl. Up ahead, Jason Kosmiski brings you Nuggets pregame coverage. Good night.